Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee. We are going to begin the hearing, the public hearing for today, March the 6th. We have several items on the agenda. A lot of folks signed up to testify. A couple of words about how we're going to function today. We are going to stick to our 3 minutes. So hopefully you've practiced your testimony. I will gently cut you off at 3 minutes because we want to make sure that the many people that are signed up get to testify. We are going to listen to the public. We're going to allow questions, and the chairs will monitor the exchange for the members of the committee. The public is here to testify. Many are not experts on the subject matter. We hope that you are circumspect about the questions you're asking. If you're not, we will initially gently remind you what we are here to do. And then suggest to you that it's time to wrap up your questions as well. We do not do outbursts in this committee. That includes clapping, vocalizations, all of those things of that nature. Has impact on the people in the room, and we should be thinking about that as well. I'll give my co-chair an opportunity to make some comments himself, and then we'll get underway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly concur with your comments, and thank you for those introductory remarks. To put a fine point on it, we will try to be strict today. It is not fair to members of the public who are signed up to testify later in the day, for those who testify early to go over their time, or for members to engage in extended dialogue with those members of the public. We do want everyone to testify and testify at a reasonable hour today. Couple other questions have come up already this morning. There is no switching in the order. So if you can't have somebody testify in your place, also the rules require folks to have signed up by 3 o'clock yesterday to testify. So if you are not signed up to testify, there is the ability to submit written testimony. For those of you who are testifying, if you have submitted written testimony, we have that. If it's not loaded to the system yet, it will be. But please, we don't need you to read your testimony to us. We have it in writing. Please summarize, please hit a couple high-level bullet points in your 3 minutes, but do not read the testimony to us. The other point is please monitor where you are on the sign-up list. It will be a lengthy day. Please try to note when you are a couple folks away from testifying and be in the room. If we we call your name and you're not here, we will try to get you at the end of the hearing, but we will not be going back to folks who get skipped. All right. With that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And we will begin with George Austin. George Austin. All right. Martin Wiosna. Martin Wiosna. And just in case it's me, Wiosna. Mary Forbes. All right, we have one. Good morning, and when you are seated, you may testify.
Just talking to this, right? Okay, sorry, it's my first time testifying in person. Good morning, distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Mary Forges. I wear many different hats. I'm a mom, a small business owner, emergency dispatcher, a self-defense instructor, a certified mental health crisis aide, and I am the Connecticut State Director of the DC project, Women for Gun Rights. I am also a violent crime survivor. I know violence personally. I oppose HB 6667. I oppose HB 6816. I support HB 6817. My following testimony is pertaining to HB 6667. I'm here today to testify thanks to my ability to get to my firearm in 2019. My gun saved my life. My gun saved my daughter's life. A man broke into our home and attacked me. I fought for my life for about 1 full minute before I was able to get to my firearm. The police arrived 10 minutes later. I want you to imagine fighting for your life for 10 minutes. I know I wouldn't have been able to do it. I wasn't able to do it. Without my gun, I would have become the statistic that nobody wants to see. As an emergency dispatcher, I witnessed daily occurrences of violent incidences where offenders choose weapons, their hands as their form of weapon, not guns. Prior to becoming an emergency dispatcher, I spent 2 decades in senior management within the food and beverage industry. 100% of my female employees had vocalized fear of stopping to gas up their vehicle after a shift. We see the news, we know the capabilities of those with violent intent, those with psychological instability, and we see the level of harm and damage that people can do simply with their own hands. I became confident in my security after I had become a gun owner and educated myself on how to use these inanimate objects as tools for my self-defense. I take this bill a bit more personally because my daughter is now in the food and beverage industry. She is now one of these unarmed females when she stops in to work on her days off to grab her paycheck, to check the schedule, grab a bite to eat. We go out to eat as a family at restaurants that are licensed for on-premises alcohol consumption. My daughter's 5'1". She's a petite target with very little life experience. While I do hope that I've taught her the rules of stranger danger, she unfortunately might entertain the local violent repeat sex offender, not knowing that what he's capable of. Or when she stops for a gas, she may be approached with an individual with violent intent. I am a strong believer that if you protect a woman for a day, she survives for that one day. If you educate her and empower her on how to protect herself, she survives for life. We all want to end violence, not gun violence, but all violence. I do believe that regardless of which stance we take on this bill, as individuals, as a whole, we are all good people here today that do want our children to be safe. The difference between me, okay.
You can finish your sentence.
Okay, sorry. And I'm on TV. Okay, so the difference between me and those in support of HB 6667 is that I refuse to exist within an echo chamber, and I recognize the reality that evil isn't going anywhere. In fact, handicapping society with continued legislation only increases opportunity for violent attacks.
Thank you. I'm not that abrupt. First, thank you very much for your testimony and for sharing your story with the committee. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Representative Dubinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. Thank you very much for coming in. I know it's hard to get your story out in 3 minutes, but the fact that you were attacked in your home, which bill and which portion of which bill do you think would have made that situation worse?
Honestly, I can't answer that.
I'm sorry.
I can't answer that confidently.
Well, I think you started off by saying that you were against the governor's bill, right?
Yes,
Okay, now there's a provision in there that all your firearms in your house need to be locked up
right.
regardless of who's there. Do you think that would have affected your ability to protect yourself in that situation?
Absolutely.
In what way?
When you're trying to get to your firearm, if it's locked up, whether it's the fingerprint scanner or mechanical lock or any way to get to it, it's gonna handicap you. You're gonna have some not hesitation, but some issues with getting to your firearm quickly. I was able to get across to my bedroom, from one end of my bedroom to the other side, to get to my firearm quickly. If it had been locked up, I wouldn't have been, and I wouldn't be nervous here today. So,
Well, we're certainly glad that you're here today. Thank you. Now, you also mentioned a provision. You mentioned a situation where your daughter works in the food and beverage industry.
yes.
So is there a portion of this bill that you believe would put her at more risk?
Yes, where you're unable to carry in a license for on-premises alcohol consumption. It mentions in there If it is your place of business, I had discussion with a few people that were unsure, a few of my colleagues unsure if that meant if you are the owner of the business or if you work at the business. But she does frequent there even as a patron. So even when she's not working, she's there visiting with her friends, or as I had said, checking her schedule, grabbing something to eat, or getting her paycheck. So she wouldn't be able to carry her firearm in there, or any restaurant, you know, if she goes out with her friends or if we go out as a family, even your local diner that starts breakfast at 6 a.m., you wouldn't be able to carry your firearm in there.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Very much appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank
Next, we'll hear from Laura Cable. You may testify when you're seated.
Good morning, Chair Winfield, Chair Staffstrom, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Laura Cable, and I was born and raised in Bridgeport, Connecticut, where I currently live with my husband and our 4 children. In my professional life, I am an educator and have spent over 20 years serving students and families in city schools across the country as a teacher, administrator, and district leader, including in Bridgeport, Hartford, and New Haven. In my volunteer life, I have worked as a gun violence prevention advocate in Bridgeport for the past 5 years, alongside a variety of incredible and impactful community gun violence prevention groups. I am here today as a mother, as an educator, as an advocate, and as someone with a deep love of Bridgeport to testify in support of the governor's bill, HB 6667, in particular, the measures that require all firearm owners to securely store their firearms at home and to make Connecticut's ban on ghost guns more enforceable. I started my career in urban education over 20 years ago because when I was a child, a member of my family involved as a teenager with street groups was responsible for a gun homicide in Bridgeport. The differences between our lives in terms of the choices that seemed possible and available struck me deeply and ultimately led me into the classroom. While I love my education work, I have continued to watch the number of students who lose loved ones to gun violence increase year after year. And as such, I turn to advocacy with a specific focus on city gun violence. A recent study suggests that in our state of Connecticut, an average of 12 guns are stolen per day. And according to the Department of Justice, 90% of guns used in crimes are stolen or illegally purchased. Furthermore, we know that ghost guns have become a significant problem in our cities as they have more than tripled in recent years. We can and we must strengthen the current safe storage and ghost gun regulation in our state so that these particular guns are no longer a root cause of the gun violence epidemic in our country, which is now the #1 leading cause of death for children. In Bridgeport, we feel this all too deeply, most recently with the 2018 devastating murder of 12-year-old Clinton Howell, who was killed with a stolen gun in a drive-by shooting. Finally, on a personal note, I need to say how much I loved Tim and Kim Donnelly, 2 incredible individuals that I was fortunate enough to get to know very well when I was growing up. Their home was a warm and loving place filled with music and laughter, and they were some of the best people I have ever had the honor to know. A stolen gun was used to murder them in 2005, and while our hearts may never fully heal, we can still forge ahead with the knowledge of what happened to them and do better. Today, that comes in the form of supporting House Bill 6667. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story. Comment or question from members of the committee? Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for coming here today. Ma'am, I just want to ask you about the ghost gun situation and your knowledge of that. How would this particular provision help the ghost gun situation?
Yeah, so I mean, it's important to say my expertise is elementary math and that I am a volunteer gun violence prevention advocate. My understanding is that the bill will strengthen our ability to enforce ghost gun regulation. And recent studies have shown, I think it was 2012 to 2017, that in cities in Connecticut, ghost guns on the streets in our cities have more than tripled. So my understanding as to the extent is that it will help make regulating them more enforceable.
Okay, so do you understand that someone in possession of a firearm who can't possess a firearm can't possess a ghost gun today? I mean, a ghost gun, I mean, it's a public relations term, right? It's a firearm. It doesn't have a serial number. Okay. That's already illegal. For somebody who's a convicted felon or those kinds of things, they can't possess a firearm presently, serial number or not. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, and I do think like further questions into the nuances of specifically how this bill will make regulating those ghost guns more enforceable are probably better saved for some of the experts testifying after me.
No, I understand, and you're here advocating that this gets passed, and unfortunately, there's nobody here from the governor's office, there's nobody here from the state police. So I'm just trying to figure out, you know, why, you know, just taking it a step further. If I create a firearm in my basement and I try to sell that to someone else, that's already illegal too. So I'm just trying to figure out, you know, you're here advocating that, you know, that this will make us safer. And I'm trying to link up. I mean, I think you've answered the question, but I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning and welcome.
I have
I'm just curious, in your advocacy, so you mentioned tragic cases of stolen firearms. Have you or your advocacy group drilled down a little bit on the enforcement or lack thereof against those who steal firearms in the state? Okay.
One second. Make sure your microphone is actually on so that you can be on the record.
Thank you.
Okay, well, then I'll wait and I'll ask them. So am I to assume that you've asked about that and you've gotten some answers and somebody after you that you know is going to have a better way to answer that for me?
I know with certainty that you've got people with more specific expertise than me coming up next. I can say my experience with city gun violence is that stolen guns are often the root of many of our problems.
Yep, I'm in agreement on that. So I'll wait and I'll defer my question to that individual. Thank you.
Representative Dubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. I very much appreciate it. You said that there was a study that said 90% of guns used in crimes are either stolen or illegal. What is that study?
It's from the Department of Justice.
Do you know when that came out?
I don't off the top of my head, but I'm certainly more than happy to find out after. And I know there are people coming after me who can tell you more about the specifics. I pulled from well-documented stats and it's from the Department of Justice. I don't know when.
Okay, so if 90% of the guns used in crime are stolen or illegal, would you agree that reducing the instances of violence caused by guns would best be focused on stolen and illegal guns?
I think that anything that we can do to reduce the number of guns that can be stolen, and this bill puts forward measures by which that number of guns that will be stolen will be reduced, will have a significant impact on gun violence, in particular in our cities.
Okay, so you believe that it's best to focus on the guns in the hands of people who are not committing crimes?
I am here to talk specifically about measures that require all firearm owners to securely store their weapons as part of HB 6667.
Okay, is that the only provision in that bill that you were?
No, as well, the measure on making ghost guns more enforceable. And though I didn't speak about it today, but I put it in my written testimony, the efforts to fully fund community gun violence intervention.
Okay, what about prohibiting legally permitted individuals to carry firearms in a restaurant if they serve alcohol?
I did not come prepared to testify on that today. I came specifically to focus on the two pieces I just spoke about.
Okay, do you have any opinion on that one?
Representative Dubisky, the individuals testifying on what they have told you they are testifying on, just be a little bit careful. as we've said, that we're not going to go back and forth with the witnesses.
I came prepared to speak about the pieces I came to prepared to speak about.
Okay. With regard to locking up firearms, securing them, if a person secures them in a safe, for example, and they, is that, in your opinion, adequate lockup, adequate security?
I believe that the guns and the ammunition must both be locked and locked separately. And I believe that they must be locked particularly when individuals are not home. About the specifics of what would be best, as I said earlier, my area of professional expertise is elementary math. So that is best left to the people coming after me. I'm not prepared to testify on the best way to lock it up, simply that in whatever way experts purport would be best, they need to be locked up.
Okay, and what experts would you rely on?
I mean, the executive director of Connecticut Against Gun Violence will be speaking shortly, and I'm sure he will be able to speak to some of the questions that have been asked. That again, I, as a volunteer and an educator, am not ready to.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
Rep.
if you would mind getting the citation to the study that you
Of
recited.
course.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us. Hyde Harmon. When you are seated, make sure your microphone is on and you may testify.
Good morning, members of the Judiciary Committee, co-chairs Winfield and Stratham. I'm here to support House Bill 6817 and act concerning an individual's right to own, possess, or carry a firearm. I live in Voluntown, Connecticut. 2/3 of our town is state forest. So the part in that provision in there where it speaks about being able to carry a handgun in the state forest, particularly for me, and I'm sure many residents in Voluntown, has some pretty good meanings for us. And then more importantly that I'm here to oppose both HB 6816 and HB 6667, the governor's bill. 6816, I don't think that microstamping is an effective way to stop crime at all. I believe in Maryland, they used it for about 15 years and pretty much got no result positive for crime prevention at all. Under the governor's bill, when I first looked at it, 73 pages, I just couldn't believe it was that long. There were so many restrictions, it's hard to figure where to start, but I started thinking about banning open carry. I don't open carry, but I don't care if somebody else does. My son went to school in Arizona where it was very common, coming from Connecticut. At first he thought, wow, this is kind of crazy. Then he realized a short while later, it is no big deal. As far as intimidating people, I'm pretty short. So does that mean I should be intimidated by tall people? And that's just the way I look at that particular bill. Okay. And also the governor sent a letter out not that long ago. They're going to close the Willard Correctional Facility because there's a 44% reduction in the population in there. And also there's a 43%, according to his letter, reduction in violent crime and a 29% reduction in property crime. So if we all this reduction, which is a good thing, we're moving in the right area, why do we need to bring up all these other restrictions? Okay. Another thing that concerns me is limiting the 18 to 21-year-olds ability to buy ammunition. These same 18 to 21-year-olds could someday be fighting to defend a constitution that they can't fully exercise. I know I was under 21 when I went into service during the Vietnam era. And as I read through the 73 pages, it seems to be all infringement on people who exercise their Second Amendment. It doesn't seem to focus on people who actually commit the crimes. And I made that pretty short and sweet. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony.
Thank you very much for coming and providing your testimony today. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Representative Howard.
Good morning, Mr. Harmon. Thank you for your service and thank you for being here. You say you live in Voluntown.
Yes,
How many how many people in the Voluntown Police Department?
0.
0. So you're covered strictly by the state police, right?
Yes.
And I know I don't expect you to have empirical data on this, but if you were to call the state police in an emergency, how long would you expect before someone was at your house?
To give you an example, many years ago, my wife called the state police. I was in school in, I think, Oklahoma. And her report to the dispatcher was she's home alone with 4 small children. Someone's breaking in downstairs in the house.
Mhm.
20 minutes later, when no one showed up, she called the barracks back again and she said, where are the police? They said, they're on their way. She said, well, let them know I have a handgun. I'm loading it now. So they're aware. And they said, and the comment was, you have a handgun? Within 3 minutes, they were there. Now, there was no one breaking in because what she didn't know was I had taken all the parts of a window downstairs out and it was rattling in the wind. So she didn't know that, but neither did the police. But until she mentioned the fact that she could defend herself, there was nobody there.
Well,
I would say standard right now, 15 minutes.
okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Representative Dubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Harmon, for coming in. Regarding microstamping,
Yeah.
you said that Maryland had microstamping for 15 years.
About 15 years. That's what I
Um,
was to understand. Yes.
Do you know what technology they used?
No, the specific technology, no, but I do know that it wouldn't take much for someone, with bad intentions to get rid of that micro stamping. It's if you can get rid of a serial number, which is much more deeply embedded, I'm sure it'd take minutes just to eliminate that micro stamping.
Okay. Do you have any information about what was done in Maryland?
No, I just knew that they had given up on it because it simply wasn't effective.
Okay, because my understanding is the technology doesn't actually exist yet. So I'm curious as to how Maryland did it,
That I don't
if at
know.
all. Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate it.
you.
Thank you,
Thank-
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none. Thank you very much for joining us. this
Thank
morning.
you.
Jake McGuigan. Good morning, Mr. McGuigan. When you are seated, you may testify.
Thank you, Chair Winfield, Chair Stastrom, and members of the Joint Judiciary Committee. My name is Jake McGuigan. I'm Managing Director of State Affairs for the National Shooting Sports Foundation. We are the trade association for the firearms industry, representing retailers, ranges, and distributors across this country and here in Connecticut. I first would like to address, obviously, I have a 3-minute limit, and just to record our opposition to the Governor's Bill 6667. Obviously, it's a very expansive bill, and there are many parts of that bill that we can discuss at a later date that we are opposed to. I do want to focus my testimony on microstamping, the 6816, which we are strongly opposed to. The gentleman's point earlier on Maryland actually had what was in place called ballistics imaging. Ballistics imaging would take a shell casing, put it into a system, and essentially use that in essence to link a firearm to a crime. Again, that doesn't occur because they're legal firearms being sold through legal means. And both Maryland and New York scrapped their ballistics imaging because it never solved any crimes. So that was not necessarily microstamping. And to the other individual that spoke earlier, 90% of guns used in crime are stolen or illegally obtained, which is correct. So implementing microstamping on law abiding gun owners will obviously lead to most likely zero ability to solve crimes. So microstamping, in essence, we'll hear about the supporters, and actually later on today, you will see the patent holder testify in support of microstamping. He has been around for many, many years trying to push this technology on many states. The supporters greatly exaggerate the capabilities of the technology. It is a patented sole source technology that in essence will laser engrave an alphanumeric code on the firing pin of a semi-automatic handgun. So in theory, it would be transferred to a casing that is left at the crime scene. The technology is unproven and has been independently tested throughout the country to confirm that it does not work. Again, the technology does not function reliably, and very shallow markings can be removed using common household tools. NSSF and the industry does not oppose these bills because it's gun control. Our opposition is based on the fact that the technology has so far been shown through independent testing to be unreliable and easily defeated. And I continue to stress the fact that it's only going to impact law-abiding gun owners purchasing firearms at a retail level. Criminals are not purchasing at a retail level. Again, we were already told 90% of the guns are illegally obtained or stolen. So in closing, scientists for the National Research Council, the National Academy of Science, and the ATF all say the technology to be implemented successfully needs further development and further study.
Thank you.
So thank you again for the time today.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, sir. You said you're the state affairs representative for the firearms industry. I would imagine that you may have some knowledge. Are there other states that are proposing similar language? Has similar language been proposed in this state? Can you speak to that at all?
Yes, so across the country, we're dating back probably over 15 years ago when microstamping has basically been introduced. Since that time, California has mandated that technology in California, but no manufacturers know how to comply. No manufacturers have introduced any handguns into the state of California with microstamping technology. Just recently, within the past year, a very similar bill to this bill here in Connecticut and New York implemented a study. Obviously, many people say, oh, it's just a study. It's not a big deal. You know, we're not mandating anything. But at the end of the day, we know that there could be some forces behind, you know, saying that it's available, saying that it can be used, and kind of moving forward with this. I've been to Wisconsin. I've been to New Jersey. I've been to Maryland. I've been to Massachusetts. I've been to Rhode Island on microstamping. None of those states have moved forward with microstamping either as a mandate or as a study.
And one final question, when you mentioned this briefly, but can you just elaborate a little bit when you talked about, well, I'll ask you point blank, have you spoken to forensic firearm examiners, experts that work at state crime labs? What is their opinion on it? And you heard a previous speaker talk about the simplicity with which, I mean, we're just making impressions in metal, right? So there's grinding tools, there's plenty of ways to manipulate metal. Can you speak about the simplicity in which an average felon, for example, someone who stole a firearm, can manipulate those metal parts?
Well, it's funny. It's almost deja vu here in Hartford. I was in this building in 2008 and 2009 with Representative Tong's bill at the time dealing with microstamping. Obviously, fast forward to actually it's 14 years, 51 weeks, and 6 days away from the last hearing on microstamping here. And nothing has changed from that time period in the 14 years. Amazingly, in 2008 and 2009, the Department of Public Safety here in Connecticut submitted opposition to microstamping. They basically said that there are better resources, there are better use of their resources and allocation of funds in crime fighting than microstamping. But to your point on the easily defeated technology, let's assume the technology did work, and you are going to hear later on today from an individual who is a patent holder, who was a patent holder in 2008, and we're here in 2023, continuing to try to push forward this technology. It is easily defeated. You don't need to be an advanced gunsmith to swap out a firing pin or to defeat the technology. But again, these are firearms that are going to be microstamped at the retail level that legal gun owners are going to go in and purchase. So criminals aren't going to care if 90% of those firearms are stolen. it's going to have a microstamp that's going to go back to the original purchaser. And that's exactly why both in Maryland and in New York with Governor Cuomo at the time removing ballistics imaging, they were spending millions and millions of dollars on a technology impacting law-abiding citizens that did nothing to solve crime. And actually the end of ballistics imaging in New York was a situation where there was a shooting at a pharmacy out on Long Island. They had a casing, they had the firearm, they tried to, through the ballistics imaging, match the two, even though they had everything, and it didn't work. They were finally like, all right, enough of this, spending $10 million a year on a technology that won't solve violent crime.
Thank you. I thank you for your answers. That was enlightening, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I was just looking at your brief, very brief testimony on 6667. And all you stated was that it would do nothing to combat the violence being perpetrated in Connecticut, and that the proposed bill would only serve to complicate the lives of law-abiding citizens. Was there anything that you wanted to expound on regarding the governor's bill?
I think that's a different individual with the last name McGuigan. I actually started in the testimony. I did submit my testimony. It's probably about 5 or 6 pages long on 6667.
Okay,
I'd be happy to go through it, but I know there are a lot more people behind me and I don't want
right. No, I'm sorry. It does say Thomas McGuigan, so I
I'm
thought this
Jake.
was you.
to, I'm Jake
Okay.
McGuigan. No, I did see that, but I think it's just a little bit of confusion on that.
All right, then I will take the time to read through your testimony.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee? Comment, question? If not, Representative Staffstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McGuigan, just briefly, you've said a couple times that the microstamping technology can be easily defeated. What I haven't really heard you say is what's the actual risk? What's the downside? I mean, even if it effectively solves 5 crimes, 10 crimes, 20 crimes, for those 10% of cases where it's not a stolen firearm, what's the downside?
I sit in front of this committee and I sit in front of other committees in other states, and I always hear if we can save just one life. And at the end of the day, you're impacting millions and millions of law-abiding citizens, increasing the cost of that firearm, impacting federally licensed manufacturers to implement a technology that is flawed, that will not work, and will not solve crimes in the future. So we can talk about this, and say, oh, well, if we could save 5%. I think what would happen in this state is if we simply enforced the current laws on the books and repeat offenders that are continuing to perpetrate crimes in Connecticut, that is the answer.
Okay. That wasn't my question.
But let me compound on that. There was a situation recently where a female, and if you look into 6667, we're talking about straw purchasing, 10-day waiting periods and all that. There is a female from Connecticut that was convicted of straw purchasing numerous firearms, brought them into Connecticut. They were used in crimes, and they basically probably should have had a federal sentence of 10 years. She's given 3 years supervised probation. So why are we going to sit here and implement a technology that was around in 2008 and not a single state has adopted it since, and then implement it so that law-abiding citizens will bear the cost? That's assuming it works. It does not work. California has a mandate. Nobody's put it in place in California. Nobody's introduced a gun that has been microstamped. But you continue to do stuff or pass bills that are going to impact those. Let's assume it increased the cost of a firearm by $200, right? Which is what we have in some situations, because again, there is a patent holder, and he'll tell you later on today that the patent has been released. It's in the public domain, and it's, manufacturers can use it at zero cost. At the end of the day, we know that that's not the case. But let's assume we have an individual or a female who's, a victim of domestic violence. and she needs a firearm to protect herself. And now in 6667, we have a situation where you're basically saying they need to have 2 hours of live fire training. They need to move forward. They need to go through all these hoops in order to get that. So let's assume that live fire training costs $500. Let's assume you're implementing microstamping and it's going to cost $200 on top of the firearm. I mean, where does it end, right? If that individual or those individuals want to protect themselves and it's going to cost them thousands of dollars in order to purchase one simple firearm.
Okay, so I think the short answer then is cost to my question. My question is, what's the downside to implementing microstamping?
The downside is it doesn't work.
Well, no, I mean, I think you've said it's easily defeated, but there are a certain number of cases where it will not be. And I think we also recognize, do you not, that oftentimes when legislation is implemented, particularly in several states, technology catches up with the legislation, right? Where there's a mandate to do something and there are resources put behind something, technology evolves quicker than it otherwise would. And in fact, I think you mentioned that New York repealed its ballistics requirement. I believe that's because they implemented microstamping in New York or are in the process of implementing it.
It's a very similar bill as last year. And actually, the bill in New York basically had a 180-day situation where the department and crime labs in the state police in New York was supposed to look at the availability of said technology. Well, that was last August, and we're moving forward way past 180 days. I mean, we can implement technology all day long, but it's not.
I just want to make sure I understand. So your objection to microstamping then, the actual downside to it is the cost. Is that your testimony?
No.
Okay.
It does not work. It does not reliably imprint an alphanumeric code. I mean, we can spend the next 3 hours talking about who's going to hold the database that's going to link a serial number of a semi-automatic firearm to that alphanumeric code. That alphanumeric code that's on the firing pin is not the serial number. So now we have to deal with some sort of cross-reference. Let's assume the individuals in the crowd that go and shoot 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 rounds in a month break a firing pin and they change that firing pin. So who are they going to have to alert or tell that they changed that firing pin? Let's assume we have a criminal that somehow legally obtained a firearm and they're going to create and do a criminal act. Well, you don't have to be a master gunsmith to go on YouTube and learn how to change out a firing pin or file the filing pin down.
All right, I think I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Biscuit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. Even if this technology worked, would it be effective with regard to revolvers?
No, and that is a point we have made. You would actually see a transition to using revolvers in the commission of a crime if, let's assume, in a perfect world, it actually did work. And mind you, if you look at a lot of the stats from ATF and others, a lot of the firearms that are used in the commission of a crime are 10 years old. The time to crime usually averages around a 10-year time period. So again, let's assume you implemented microstamping today, we wouldn't even see, anything along those lines for another 10 to 15 years. But many of the, crimes are used with revolvers as well.
Do you have any idea of what it would add to the price of a firearm at retail?
Well, you have to look at the manufacturing of that firearm and, keeping the firing pin with the firearm through the manufacturing process. It's going to be a very tedious situation as to, what goes with what. Again, we're back to who holds the record keeping. I mean, we have in the past basically said it would probably be a couple $100 added to the retail cost of that firearm. Again, that's because of the manufacturing process and many of the logistics that would go along with that issue. The individual will speak later on today. His name is Todd Lizotte. He's a patent holder. He was here in 2008. There actually was a New Haven Register article in 2008 where he basically said that the technology needs to be studied further before we would, let's implement it first. I mean, we all know who's going to make out well in the situation if microstamping was mandated. And to Chair Staffstrom's point about mandates and implementing mandates, California is one of the top 10 largest economies in the world, and they implemented microstamping, and it's actually a mandate. You would think that the firearms industry would adopt microstamping to continue to sell into the California market because it is so large, and not a single manufacturer has moved forward on that because it is essentially impossible.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. McGuigan. There's another aspect to microstamping. The way I read the bill is it wouldn't affect law enforcement. Am I correct?
Correct. I did not see I didn't see an exemption but remember, Department of Public Safety can write the regulations on that, so they most likely would exempt themselves.
Yeah, so I guess my concern is, we've heard today that 90% of the firearms in gun crimes are illegal. At a adverse shooting situation, the cartridges that are on the ground that don't have microstamping, I guess everybody's going to blame the police. So, I would hope that in this building we support police, but I guess it's another unintended consequence of attempting to go down this road. So thank you, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one clarifying question. I'm listening and I just need to be sure I'm understanding what you're stating. Are there any guns that have microstamping? No.
No. there is
Thank
not.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And to Chair Stafford's point, he talks about implementing kind of a mandate on the industry. New Jersey made that mistake in 2000 where they implemented smart gun technology and basically said that once smart gun technology became commercially available, every gun in the state of New Jersey had to be sold as a smart gun. Needless to say, we're in 2022. They had to readjust the legislation and change the law to say if smart gun technology became commercially available, they could only sell one smart gun model in each retailer. Again, the mandates don't work because you stifle that technology. And to California, they're in Silicon Valley, you have a lot of smart gun manufacturers. They want to maybe introduce smart gun technology into California. There's a microstamping requirement there. They don't know how to microstamp. So why would you microstamp a gun if only one person could shoot that firearm?
Thank you. Are you finished, Representative Porter? Yes. Finished? That's it. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, I'll just say one thing. I was here in 2009. The one thing that has changed is a little less contentious than the hearing back then. Thank you. Oh, you have no idea. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you, Chair Winfield, Chair Stafford, and members of the committee. Thank you for your time today.
Jeremy Stein. As you know, when you are seated, you may testify.
Good morning, everyone. Chairman Winfield, Chairman Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein. I am Jeremy Stein, the Executive Director of Connecticut Against Gun Violence, and I'm testifying in support of House Bill 6667, an act addressing gun violence, HB 6834, and in opposition to HB 6817. While we support various portions of the governor's bill, I will be focusing my testimony on the expansion of our safe storage law and would be happy to answer any questions from the panel about any other portions of the bill. Guns are the leading cause of death among children. You're going to hear this over and over today. Firearm-related deaths surpassed motor vehicle crashes as the leading cause of death. This includes adolescents and people up to the age of 19. One of the most effective ways to reduce suicide, accidental deaths, and gun homicides from stolen firearms is simply to lock your guns up. Safe storage is simple and effective way to reduce gun violence. Buying something like this will save lives. And while we have a storage law in Connecticut, it is limited and it is not strong enough. Our laws should be expanded to require storage of firearms when they are not in use, regardless of who is in the home or who lives in the house, and should always be required whenever someone leaves a house. Studies show that laws mandating storage are necessary. The Journal for American Medical Association found that keeping guns locked are associated with significantly lower levels of suicide and accidents. However, if people are left to their own devices, most gun owners are actually not storing guns safely, contrary to what you might hear today. Only about 46% of Americans store their guns, according to a Johns Hopkins study, and the Journal of Medicine found that more than 58% of people store at least one gun unsecure, unlocked, and not even hidden away. Storage not only reduces the risk of suicide and actual death, but also community gun violence as well. About 380,000 guns are stolen from gun owners every year, and 98% of crimes using guns are committed with a gun obtained illegally. To answer Representative Dubitsky's question earlier, that is from the Bureau of Justice Statistics. It's from a 2016 study. I think there's also a 1993 study that quoted that as well. You had heard earlier, Laura Cable talked about Clinton Howell. I have the privilege of knowing Clinton's parents, his brother. I've spoken at length with Clinton's family. Clinton was a straight A student, lived in Bridgeport, was 12 years old. Everyone loved this kid. He was standing outside his house, minding his own business, right in front of his porch. And someone drove by and shot him and killed him right at his home. And he would be alive today if someone had locked up their gun. The gun that was used was stolen. You are going to hear from Tara Donnelly
Mr.
later
Stein?
today.
Your time has elapsed. And we're going to go to questions.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're going to start with Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, sir. You had said that 46% of Americans secure unlocked. Better. I'm concerned about Connecticut. We're not here in Congress. So in Connecticut, what statistic would you like to point us to as far as firearms being unlocked?
Well, Connecticut is part of the United States, and guns don't stay within borders. So someone can go to New York, rob a house, steal a gun, and that gun can make its way into Connecticut. People can buy guns in Maine, in Vermont, and those guns can make their way back into Connecticut. I don't know the specific studies in Connecticut because it hasn't been studied. There hasn't been gun owners surveyed in Connecticut the way it has on the national level with the Bureau of Justice Statistics. I think it should be done so we can get an answer to that question. I encourage the legislators to fund more gun violence prevention studies, to fund community violence intervention and prevention initiatives, and to make sure that we are getting answers to questions like that in Connecticut. But it simply has not been studied, so I can't tell you what the percentage of gun owners are in Connecticut that lock up their guns. But nationally, we know from studies that most people are leaving guns unsecure, about more than half.
Okay, so once again, I sit here in the Connecticut legislature and I'm trying to identify a problem. So we passed a law a few years ago, 2937I, which is the safe storage in the home bill. And how many people have been arrested for violating that since we put that into place?
I don't know how many people, but I know people have been charged and arrested for that
Where?
in Connecticut.
But what particular jurisdiction in Connecticut?
When I was talking to the Bridgeport police, as well as New Haven police chief, as well as the state's attorney, Patrick Griffin, they have all told me that they are arresting and prosecuting people for violations of our safe storage law.
Prosecutors don't arrest people, but
No, but they
assume.
prosecute.
They
They
prosecute, yeah.
prosecute. So they're arresting and prosecuting.
And then you said that 380,000 guns are stolen every year. You talking Connecticut?
380,000 guns are stolen every year throughout the United States. Once again, I don't know the specifics of Connecticut. This is a national study. If you'd like to commission a study in Connecticut, we would be fully in support of that, but it hasn't been done yet.
Okay, and are you aware how often criminal possession of a firearm is actually prosecuted in the state?
How often they're prosecuted?
Yes, on
It-
what percentage basis?
In what percentage they're prosecuted in terms of other crimes or?
No,
or-
I'm talking somebody who's arrested for criminal possession of a firearm.
So I don't know the exact statistics, but when I was speaking recently with the state's attorney's office, this is a question that often comes up. In fact, you mentioned this frequently about the percentage of crimes that are, or charges that are being dismissed, right? And what the state's attorney's office pointed out was they don't prosecute crimes, they prosecute cases. And so many times, and I know from personal experience as a former prosecutor, many times there may be several charges in a case, right? If you have a murder case involving a gun, they may charge murder, they may charge aggravated assault, they may charge illegal possession of a firearm, they may charge discharge of a firearm, and they will charge all of these various charges to build a case. But when somebody's actually convicted of, let's say, the murder, the other cases may be lesser included offenses that may be dismissed by operation of law. They may just dismiss the charges out of convenience because they've already convicted someone of murder. They're already going to do time or life sentence or whatever it is. So to say that there's a percentage of charges that are being dismissed without looking at the overall cases is really using statistics in a way that are not painting a true picture of how gun violence is prosecuted in the state of Connecticut. And what the state's attorney has assured me is that they are prosecuting most of the gun crimes actually that result in convictions from their end. Some of the charges are dismissed by operation of law. Some of the charges are dismissed by convenience. But to say that they're not, without looking at the overall cases that these charges are being brought, then it is skewing the results of what you're talking about.
And I believe that a portion of 6817 does require those, the unpacking of those cases to be reported to the legislature. So I'm trying, you said that you're against that bill. So
I didn't say, I'm sorry, say that again?
the portion of 6817 requires the unpacking of those charges. I believe you said you were against the bill. Maybe I heard you incorrectly.
Yes, because the bill has other aspects of it that we are opposed to.
Okay, so you're not opposed to the entirety of the bill, only certain portion.
I'm opposed to the bill in its current form.
Okay, so I would think that getting that data would be important, but you know, as part of the safe storage bill that we did a few years ago, we also changed a law that went into place in 1993 that made it permissive for the State Department of Education to develop a curriculum so that kids stay away from guns. And that curriculum has been developed by the State Department of Education. Has your organization been advocating for these cities to adopt that curriculum?
I'm sorry, what does that have to do with the bills that are before the
Well,
legislature today?
I believe you complained that a lot of children die from guns. You said suicide related to guns. So, I mean, I advocate, you know, stop, don't touch, call an adult, leave the area to children that potentially would come into contact with a firearm. I would think that would be helpful. And I know the State Department of Education has developed this curriculum. I know you were part of the talking about safe storage at that time, and it appears that none of these cities have adopted the curriculum. So I'm just asking whether or not your organization, you know, you espouse to be against children getting involved with with firearms has been advocating for the adoption.
Once again, I don't know which portion of the bills that are up before the legislature today the state curriculum has to do with. If you can point me to where in the governor's bill or HB 6834 or 6817, where in those bills there's any mention of a state curriculum, I'd be happy to talk about that. To address your earlier point about, you said that you like to tell kids to stay away from guns. Well, we know from studies that that doesn't work. Just telling little children to stay away from things does not work according to many studies. Children's frontal lobes are not developed enough to be able to just say no and follow that. Study after study has shown that you cannot just tell elementary schools to stay away from a gun and they'll listen. Same thing with teenage kids. So if the state is going to introduce a curriculum that is going to be mandated into our schools, and there, I believe the bill didn't say curriculum, actually, it was a guide. So there currently isn't a law that says there has to be developed a curriculum around gun safety. There's only a mandate as part of Ethan's law that said there was supposed to be a guide within available appropriations. There are problems with that guide. And I think that the Board of Education needs to take a second look at that guide if they're going to turn it into a curriculum and have many people at the table, law enforcement educators, mental health experts who can all testify that just saying no isn't going to work when it comes to guns. We know time and time again, children go to guns, go to places where guns are hidden, or have access to guns where people thought there wasn't access. And so the real way that you're going to keep children away from guns isn't by telling them to stay away, it's by locking them up.
I don't necessarily disagree. I just, I will, the bills before us don't, you're just bringing to us that this is the way to stop that. And I know that the guide or curriculum, whatever you want to call it, they're both the same thing, are out there. So, well, I thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative Howard.
It's not a tough name. Good morning, Jeremy. It's good to see you.
Good morning,
Um,
Representative Howard.
I just want a couple of hopefully very quick questions. So and you sort of touched on it earlier, and you heard me ask a previous speaker about the low prosecution rates in some of our gun crimes, and I hope that you're the expert, being a previous prosecutor that she may have been referring to. So I direct this to you. Section 3 of the governor's bill limits to one purchase a month. That's it appears to me to try to stop straw purchases, right? Those are the purchases where I'm a pistol permit holder in this state and I buy guns and I sell them to people who are ineligible to get them. That's essentially, is that your understanding of the intent of that law?
That is my understanding. Is to limit the opportunity for straw purchases.
Right. All right. So, and I look at it and I actually have a March 2022 OLR report that shows since 2013 to 2021, 76 arrests were made in the state of Connecticut for individuals transferring firearms to people who are ineligible, right? They're so-called straw purchases. And 73 of them were nollied or dismissed. Now, I have, as you know, experience in the criminal justice system as well, and I totally understand what you were getting at as far as how those crimes work. So my first question to you would be, why should this legislature restrict the free market of people who have been through a rigorous process to purchase firearms when we've seen in the course of 8 years, 76 arrests, 73 of them not or dismissed? And if the follow-up to that is and I think you're probably right, that you say that, well, those are being dismissed, but the individual is being charged with the greater offense, then that would seem to indicate to me that the people that are doing this are already criminals. This is not law-abiding citizens that do these things. So what would you say to that?
It is very difficult to track straw purchases. And, some of the guns that are coming into Connecticut are coming from other states as well, right? And what we've seen during the pandemic is we saw a dramatic increase in gun sales. And I think, on the flip side of the coin is, why does anyone need to buy 30 guns in any given month or 5 guns in any given month? Isn't 1 a month enough, right? And I think to Representative Staffstrom's question to the member of the NSSF, it's, well, what is the cost if we do pass something like this? People can still have access to firearms. People can still get firearms every month if they want to. In fact, we may see people buying guns every month if this is passed, right? Because they may say, well, I have to buy my gun. I can't speak to the why cases are nullied or not unless I looked at an individual case and knew the circumstances or talked to the prosecutor or the police. Certainly, we want to make sure that all the work that goes into passing these laws and the time that we spend at these hearings, we want to make sure these laws are enforced. But in terms of limiting the number of guns in Connecticut that are being transferred illegally, it makes sense that to limit the number of guns that someone can buy every month, whether that's 1 or 5 or 10. We are seeing across the country and in Connecticut, people can buy as many guns and as much ammunition as they can, and there's no limit. And when you don't have a limit like that, that increases opportunity for crime.
Sure, in a Corvette that goes 140 miles an hour offers the opportunity for speed and crashes. And I don't want to opine as to why somebody would want to buy that any more than I want to opine on why my wife needs 40 pairs of flip-flops and we have 2 months of summer here. But people buy things that they want to have. So, and I think, we lose track of the fact, Jeremy, that we have the most rigorous process to be able to purchase, and we can't control. I think you're right. Are people buying guns in other parts of the country and bringing them here illegally? Yes, but this wouldn't prevent that necessarily from happening because it's specific to Connecticut. And my other question to you is, we've heard, and and I know that an astronomical amount of gun crime is committed with stolen firearms. So that same OLR report, I'll go back to that. 2021, 80% of the charges for, 88% of charges for stealing a firearm, nollied or dismissed, 82% in 2020, 77% in 2019, 75% in 2018, 78% in 2017, nollied or dismissed. Where I have pause is if I have 2 sons, my guns are locked up for obvious reasons. I trust my boys, but I'm not gambling their lives on it. Okay. That's the level of responsibility that I take. But if I'm a single guy or a single person, I don't have children in my home, and I leave my home and I lock the door and I leave a 380 in my nightstand, and a 17-year-old juvenile breaks into my home, steals my gun, even if they're an adult, we don't prosecute it at any higher rate, but you just made me the victim of a burglary, a criminal. That gives me pause. And I'm interested in your sort of response to that.
Sure. Well, you're going to hear testimony from many people today, and probably somewhere around 6, 7 o'clock, you're going to hear from Tara Donnelly. And Laura Cable had mentioned her earlier. And Tara Donnelly's parents were murdered in their business. Loving couple, everyone loved the Donnellys, and they owned a jewelry business. And the guy that entered their jewelry store, he was a petty thief up until that point. He robbed a house in Greenwich, and when he burglarized the house, he went into the nightstand and he happened to have a gun in the night. They happened to have a gun in the nightstand, and he took the gun. Now, this is a person up until that point was never convicted of a violent crime. Now he has a gun. Now he's going to rob a jewelry store, and he killed both of Tara's parents with a stolen gun. And had that gun been locked up, had that owner locked up that gun, kept it in a safe, this man would have never had a gun. He would have never killed their parents. So regardless of whether or not this person was prosecuted for a crime, her parents would still be alive today if someone had locked up their gun. And there's hundreds and thousands of stories just like that. I hear all the time. So many people come to me or call me and ask me for help, ask our organization for help. I'm around a lot of survivors of homicides, a lot of survivors of gun violence. My own uncle took his own life with a firearm. And what we're really talking about here is about making sure that people store their weapons so that children don't get access to them and kill themselves, accidentally shoot themselves. Domestic abusers get hold of guns. And people have an opportunity to steal guns in homes because people are leaving their guns on their kitchen table while somebody goes on vacation. So yes, we would love to make sure that all of our laws are enforced and make sure that people who are committing these crimes are prosecuted. And no, the idea isn't to make law-abiding citizens felons, but the idea is to make irresponsible gun owners who are going to increase the chances of other people dying because of their irresponsibility. Yes, those people should be held accountable, both civilly and criminally.
So my final point to that, and I'd like to hear your response because I think it's important. What you just, the tragic story you just outlined, at no point in time did you offer any responsibility to the individual who stole the gun and pulled the trigger. You're putting a responsibility on the person who got victimized and had their property stolen from them. And my pause is, and I think you're right, but you know, we see this in this building every day. You know, a construction worker goes out at 5:30 in the morning when it's 9 degrees out to warm up his truck and it gets stolen. That's his fault, not the person who stole it. We have catalytic converters stolen at a rapid rate in this state. We blame the auto recyclers. At some point in time, Jeremy, we have got to start blaming criminals for the actions that they take and stop trying to not prosecute cases and defer responsibility to people who are victims. And that's where I have hesitation on this. And I'm interested in your response to it because you have the experience.
So Representative Howard, I think, you know, that's a perfect example of what we were talking about, how the statistics, if you're not looking at a whole case, you might get a different picture about what's really happening. So in the Donnelly's case, I believe he was convicted of murder, right? First degree murder. So in that kind of case, this guy's going to jail for a very long time. I don't know what he was sentenced to. I'm pretty sure if you looked at that file, I'm pretty sure you'd probably find that the breaking and or the illegal possession of firearm that he had was probably dismissed because they had already convicted him of the murder charge. He's already going to be doing time. So in that case, they may have dismissed, may not have prosecuted the gun crime. He's still being held accountable. He's still going to jail. He's still doing time, and he's held accountable for the murder that he was committed because somebody was irresponsible and not owning a gun. So I agree that people should be held accountable for committing crimes. But I also agree that people should be held accountable for committing crimes that this legislature is going to make a crime. So if it is a crime right now it is a crime to not store your weapon. Absolutely. If you are not storing your weapon, if you are not a responsible gun owner, and let's understand this, safe storage is something that even the NRA supports. It's taught in classes. If you are not storing your weapon, you are going to be irresponsible. And if it's not on you, then yes, you should be prosecuted for that.
I thank you for the dialogue. You and I have talked a lot, you know, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time. You know, I think we want the same thing. We want gun violence in this state to go down. We just have to get that to the best approach for that. And I appreciate your continued work on that. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Representative Howard. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Stein, for coming in. What's the name of the organization that you represent?
After all these years, you don't know, Representative Dubitsky, who we represent, or the lapel pin that's on my.
Oh, I can't read
Is
that.
that a real
lapel pin
question?
from here?
I think it's on the screen also. It's for the record, I said it earlier, it's Connecticut Against Gun Violence.
Okay, and you're here testifying on behalf of that organization?
I'm here testifying as a citizen of Connecticut of what I believe is correct, and also as the executive director of Connecticut Against Gun Violence.
Okay, approximately how many members in Connecticut against, or Citizens Against Gun Violence?
I'm not here to testify about my organization, Representative Dubitsky. I'd be happy to answer any questions about any of the bills or any of what we're opposing or supporting, but I'm not here to discuss my organization any more than you're here to discuss your business.
One second.
As an attorney.
One second. Representative Dubitsky, if you can tie this to the bill quickly, you can keep
Sure.
going down, but if you're going to take a long time, I'm going to cut off that line of questioning.
I've just started, Mr. Chairman. The reason why since you're testifying on behalf of an organization, I just want to know what the organization is, what your membership is. Do you have the people in this room, or are there thousands of others, or are there millions of others? I think it's important for the committee to understand who you are and what you're representing. So I think it's a legitimate question to ask, how many people are in it?
Representative, I think whether there's one person or 500 people or 6,000 people, the position of the organization is the position of the organization. I would implore you to try to ask questions more directly related to the bill while recognizing that, yes, Mr. Stein, it is important what your organization is. So you all may proceed. I'm not going to cut you off, but keep that in mind.
Well, thank you. Are you not going to answer that question?
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Stein?
well, can you repeat the question?
How many people in your organization?
You're
How
talking
many
about
members?
staff, or are you talking about
No,
how many
members.
people are coming out every year to support common sense gun laws? How many
No.
people?
How
We
many-
don't have a membership like the CCDL where you have to pay to become a member. That we don't have a membership like that.
Okay,
We're not like the NRA where you pay and you get a nice tote bag if you sign up.
okay, you have staff?
We do have staff.
Okay. You had mentioned that there was no survey with regard in Connecticut with regard to firearms being locked up. Am I correct?
Say, I'm sorry, there was no, I didn't hear
No,
that last.
there's no survey, no study to determine the number of, or percentage of people who lock up their firearms as opposed to those who don't.
As in Connecticut, as far as I know, I'm not aware of any study. There may have been surveys, but I don't know of any published vetted study that has looked at the percentage of gun owners that lock up their guns in Connecticut.
Are you aware of any surveys?
I don't, like I said, I don't know if there's been any, I'm not aware of a survey. We haven't conducted a survey. if That's what you're asking.
Why not?
We have other priorities.
Okay, don't you think it's an important thing to know?
Absolutely.
So why don't you do a survey?
Mr. Representative.
Once
you've
again,
asked-
we have a lot
Well,
of things.
wait, because we have said we're not going to go back and forth. You've asked the question, it's been answered. Let's move to the next question.
You mentioned that children are not, the frontal lobes of children are not sufficiently developed to understand instructions to stay away from firearms. Do I get your testimony correctly?
My understanding from talking to experts like Sarah Raskin, who works for Trinity University.
I'm sorry, who?
Sarah Raskin,
Okay, thank you.
who has testified before this committee on numerous occasions and looking at other studies. There's a study that had to do with marshmallows, which you've probably heard over the years, where they would sit kids in a room and they would say, okay, there's a marshmallow on a plate. And if you wait 5 minutes, you can have 2 marshmallows. And what ended up happening in the study is that the kids couldn't prevent themselves from eating the 1 marshmallow, even though they knew in 5 minutes they'd get 2 marshmallows. And studies like that have been done in various universities across the country. And my understanding is that young children, and I don't know what the age range is, but their frontal lobe is not sufficiently developed for them to be able to, they may be able to understand that they're not supposed to do it, but they can't resist touching a gun or getting a gun. In fact, when I was a prosecutor, we were trained about why so many infants or young children kill themselves with firearms. And one of the things that we learned was that when a young child accesses a gun, especially kids who don't have motor skills, that their thumbs are the strongest part of their hand, right? And so when you watch infants manipulate a bottle, you'll see they use their thumbs a lot. And so little kids that don't have finger control. They'll use their thumbs to operate anything. And if they get a hold of a firearm, what they will do is they can't pull the trigger with their fingers, with their index fingers. So what they will do is they will turn the gun around so that they can pull that trigger. And so then that's the only way that they can pull the trigger is with their thumbs. And in order to do that, the gun's got to be facing your face. So that is one of the reasons why we had been trained in the prosecutor's office. It's so much that you just have to keep guns away from children, especially in those circumstances.
Okay, so with regard to the development of the frontal lobes, at what age are their frontal lobes sufficiently developed so they can be taught to stay away from firearms?
I don't know the exact age. Laura Cable, I think, was an educator. That might have been a better question for her. There may be other experts that testifying later, but I don't know the exact age.
Okay, I ask you because you mentioned it.
Yeah,
Um,
it's a study, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. That's-
He's just making a statement. We'll try to answer the questions asked.
With regard to the safe storage, you brought a little safe with you, did you not?
Yes,
Could you show me that, please? You hold that up so the committee can see it? Okay, about how much does that weigh?
I don't know, maybe 5-10 pounds.
Okay, you can hold it up easily in one hand?
Absolutely.
So if somebody broke into your house and you had a gun in there, they could easily just take that with them, couldn't they?
They could, but you can also, I mean, in order for me to get it here today, I would have to disconnect it from where it was bolted. There is a cable lock that comes with this, so you can bolt these safes down. Now, clearly there is a trade-off with safes. So the more portable, the smaller they are, the more likely that someone can pick it up and walk away with it, to your point. Safes that hold long guns, or safes that weigh 500 pounds, safes that you can bolt to the cement floor. Obviously, those are going to be much safer options for people. And many gun owners own those types of safes, not only to prevent theft, but also just to protect their firearms in case of a fire. And obviously, those are going to be much safer and prevent much greater access than something like this. But something like this is very easy to open, it's very easy to buy, it's very easy to transport, and it is going to prevent people to get access from a gun much better than just leaving it in your dresser drawer. So and I think you heard testimony earlier about the woman said she had to walk across the room to get the gun, and if it had been locked up, she wouldn't have been able to access. But if this had been bolted to her nightstand or in her nightstand, she probably could get access to it much quicker than walking across the room in the dark room, fumbling around, try to find the gun where it might be hidden in a shoebox.
Is that one yours? Yeah.
Yes, this is mine.
Could you open it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, under this bill, each person would have to have, let me strike that. For a person to be in compliance, should this become law, only the registered owner of that firearm would be able to have access to it, right?
I'd have to look at the law again. I think if you have another, I'm not sure. I don't know. I think if you had another registered owner of a firearm, even though the gun was owned by somebody else. So if you had another gun owner in the house, I believe the statute would still allow that person to access the firearm.
Okay, well, that isn't my understanding of how the bill is written. Let's assume that I'm right and that only I would be legally allowed to access the box or whatever it is that contained a firearm that I owned. Wouldn't that then require that for our household, if my wife also wanted to be able to protect herself, that we'd need to have 2 guns and 2 safes?
It's a good point. And I certainly would not be opposed to an amendment that would allow multiple gun owners, registered gun owners who go through course, training, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, or are legally entitled to have a firearm in their home, to be able to use the same safe. I mean, the idea is just to make sure that prohibited people do not have access to firearms, right? That's children, that's people who don't have gun permits, that's people who are dangerous to themselves or others, it's people who are subject to court orders, but it's also, you know, people that aren't minors, children in the home, could be an 18-year-old, 19-year-old, 20-year-old doesn't have a firearm permit, and could get access to a firearm and hurt themselves or others. So I don't have any opposition to making the law more user friendly, so that gun owners who live in the same house can utilize the same safe or other locking device. You heard the NSSF talk about smart guns. If smart gun technology were at a state where you didn't need a safe and only the registered gun owner or certain gun users were the only people that could operate that firearm, then it would eliminate some of the need for those types of safes. But that is the idea, to make sure that people aren't stealing weapons from homes and then using them to commit crimes, or that people aren't getting access to firearms who might hurt themselves or others.
Okay, so you've got in front of you a small safe. And my understanding is you believe that would be sufficient to satisfy the mandates of this bill, that if I locked a firearm in that, closed it up, and it would now be secure under the bill. Is that correct?
Under the current state of the bill, I believe that would be sufficient, but obviously it isn't, you know, if this is not bolted to a, bolted down somewhere, I mean, it makes it less secure. It still would be more secure than, if somebody's breaking into my house and they go into the nightstand and they see a gun there, they're going to take it. If they see a box like this, they may not know what this is. They may not be looking for it, and they may move on, right? They
Okay.
still have to break into this box that is locked, that is made by a Liberty Safe company that makes bank safes, to be able to access the firearm. And many crimes are crimes of opportunity. People who steal vehicles, they check handles of cars, they find a locked car, they move to the next one, and they break into the car that's open.
Okay, so in that box right now, it would be secure, and in a much, much larger safe, it would be secure too, right? Like a big gun
Assuming
safe,
they're locked, yes,
or a bank vault,
sure.
or, a secure room.
Yes.
Okay, what about a secure house?
Well, if someone is able to get access to a house, then it's not secure.
Well, if somebody's able to get access to the secure room, that's not secure. Somebody can always break into everything. So why not
Representative,
have a big secure house?
Representative. I think we're getting beyond what the bill does. We could ask questions about just keep extending out. I get it. I think the point has been made, and I would ask you to move on to the next question.
Okay. We are told that there was a study that 90% of guns in crime are stolen or illegal. And you had indicated that's from a 2013, I believe, Bureau of Justice Statistics study. Did I
It's
correct?
a 2016 study.
2016.
Yeah,
Okay, sorry.
I believe it was 98% of crimes using guns are committed with a gun obtained illegally.
98%. Is that what you just said?
98% of crimes using guns are
Okay.
committed with a gun obtained illegally, was what that study showed.
Okay. Is it your feeling that it's a similar statistic in Connecticut?
I think it would probably be comparable,
Okay.
but I'm not aware of a study, so I can't answer that question.
Is that number going up or going down or staying the same?
My understanding is that since 2016, the number of crime guns, that the number of stolen guns actually increased, that the number of stolen guns has actually increased since 2016.
Okay. And do you believe that's the same in Connecticut?
My understanding and talking to the police, and anecdotally, I believe that, that gun crime has been on the rise, although we have seen decreases in gun violence in places like Bridgeport.
Okay, I'm specifically asking about stolen guns. Is you said 98% of crimes committed with guns are committed with stolen or illegal guns. And I'm trying to find out if in Connecticut, you believe that number is going up or down?
I
or
don't
staying
know.
the same?
I don't know whether it's going up currently or going down.
Okay. Do you know any place where it's going down?
I don't have the statistics in front of me,
Okay.
so I don't know.
A couple of years ago, we passed a bill that became law that required people secure their firearms if certain types of people lived in their house, right? Including minors and people who were somehow disqualified from possessing a firearm and things like that. You familiar with that?
Yes.
Since that law was passed, have gun crimes gone down overall in Connecticut?
I think it depends on where you look and what type of gun crimes. But my understanding is that if you are, I don't know the answer to that related to whether or not Ethan's law had a direct effect on reducing or increasing gun violence.
Okay.
And I think honestly, it's probably too early to tell, but and once again, it's the need to have robust research so that we can look at our laws to see whether or not there is causation. If you pass a law year one and then the next year gun violence goes down, you have to look at other factors to see whether or not that law caused a reduction or an increase in gun violence as opposed to just some correlation.
Okay. So you don't know if it worked?
We don't know if any of our laws in the state of Connecticut work to reduce the crime that they were intended for. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't pass such laws. This is true around the country.
Okay, so
But I can tell you that what we know from overall gun laws, I can't point to a specific to whether or not Ethan's law had an effect.
I'm
in
gonna
the
cut
last
in,
2
I'm gonna
years.
cut in again. With all due respect to you, Representative, I would ask you to ask a specific question on the bill. We're spending a lot of time with this individual, and some of these questions, I'm not sure how they connect to the bill in front of us. We're not here to have a question about just how the individual feels, but we're here to ask questions about the bill.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we passed the bill 2 years ago that was very similar to this, and I'm asking him if he knows if it worked or not.
He's already
If-
answered that.
Right,
Yeah, but you keep doing follow-ups to that to get more out of him. And
that was my last question.
Representative, what I'm suggesting to you is we're spending a lot of time with this individual. Some of this stuff is not really about the bill in front of us.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I disagree. It's exactly on point on this bill.
Representative, you're allowed to disagree. I'm asking you to move on and be more succinct in your questioning.
Okay.
May I finish my answer? If you just
You may wait till the next question.
I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dubinsky. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Not, thank you very much, Mr. Stein, for joining us today.
Thank you, Senator Whitcomb.
Next, we are going to hear from Edward Rodriguez.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
We hear you fine. You may testify.
Thank you very much. I am testifying as a private individual. I'm an attorney, I'm a retired law professor. I've been following gun legislation, particularly in Connecticut, for many years. Nevertheless, the views are my own. I'll say at the outset that examining the legislation in question, I find many, I would say, technical matters within the language of the proposed statute that I think are conflicting in some cases and have unintended consequences in others. And I expect to supplement my testimony this morning with written testimony that specifically refers to some of those problems and may be of some assistance in arriving at a final copy of the bill. I'm going to focus on a couple of policy issues, which are in a different category that is policy issues, of course. The purpose of the legislation is to reduce or to increase gun safety, and it seems that the areas that are legitimate focuses for this are reducing crime, reducing stolen guns, trafficking in guns, illegal possession of guns, and to a certain extent, safe storage, although I think the safe storage issue has been addressed pretty much by the Safe Storage Act that was passed a couple of years ago. Just to focus on a couple of provisions, the requirement or the limitation of one firearm purchase per month does not seem to fulfill any of those purchases. Prior to the tragedy at Sandy Hook, one was able to purchase a rifle in Connecticut without a permit of any sort. The legislature after Sandy Hook decided that instead of doing that, and included a waiting period. The legislature after Sandy Hook decided that a better policy was to require all purchases of firearms to be licensed and to have a background check for the licensing process, in addition to the background check for the purchase, and thereby decided to eliminate the waiting period. That seemed like a sound plan at the time. The waiting period fails to take account of different situations where, such as collectors that are buying a collection of guns that require the purchase of one or more guns at the same time. The legislature in general fails to take account of the legitimate needs of federally licensed collectors, although there are a few provisions in the bill that do address those things. The storage or the transport requirements severely limit the ability of
Mr. Rodriguez, to inform you, the bell has rung, so
okay,
wrap up your testimony so we can get to questions.
Okay, very good. Let me just mention the restaurant, the prohibition of bringing firearms into restaurants that serve alcohol, I think has an unintended consequence that it will encourage people who carry a firearm and want to go into a restaurant to eat to leave the firearm in the car.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
I think that's a real problem.
Thank you. Are there
Yes.
comments, questions? Yes. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, for joining us today.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Quinn Luong,
Hi, can you hear me?
we do hear you. You may testify.
Yes. Dear Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, and Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Quinn Long, and I'm a resident of New Haven and a student at Yale University. I'm speaking to communicate my strong opposition for HB 6817, an act concerning an individual's right to own, possess, or carry a firearm. No right should supersede an individual's right to life. Any legislation that makes it remotely easier for someone to purchase a gun or ammunition of any kind endangers the lives of all. I strongly urge you to vote no on HB 6817 and implement common sense gun control legislation that will actually protect the people of Connecticut. First, HB 6817 would institute the Castle Doctrine in Connecticut. This doctrine makes it possible for individuals to claim that they reasonably believe an individual to be trespassing and allows them to use lethal force via firearm on those individuals. Any legislation that permits a citizen to use lethal force against another human being without themselves being in physical danger places the right of gun and property ownership over the right to life. The Castle Doctrine will only cause harm to more people of color in the state, worsening already existent racial disparities across Connecticut. HB 6817 allows persons to carry handguns in state parks and state forests for the purpose of self-defense. The rationale that guns are needed for self-defense is pervasive and comes from fear. Under the guise of self-defense, this bill is another version of stand your ground law. Bills like these do not deter crime. In fact, they drive up homicides in states where they already are enacted. Stand your ground laws allow a person to use deadly force in public, even if they know that they can safely avoid any need for violence by simply stepping away from the incident or retreating. A 2017 study in JAMA Internal Medicine showed that the implementation of Florida's Stand Your Ground law was associated with a 32% increase in firearm homicide rates and a 24% increase in overall homicide rates. This bill would put so many lives at stake. For me, this is personal. On the news, time and time again, I see my own communities being attacked, from the Lunar New Year mass shooting in Monterey Park to the Club Q nightclub shooting. It is clear that gun violence targets the most vulnerable, marginalized people of color and LGBTQ+ communities. There have been over 71 mass shootings nationwide this year. There were 648 mass shootings in 2022 nationwide last year. With the automatic granting of a permit after 8 weeks, targeting vulnerable communities through the Castle Doctrine, and allowing open carry for self-defense, lives like mine are on the line. Guns are the second leading cause of death among children and teens in Connecticut. There are countless Connecticuters who have lost their lives tragically cut short by gun violence, and this bill would only exacerbate this violence. In conclusion, I urge you to vote no on HB 6817, an act concerning an individual's right to own, possess, or carry a firearm, and to enact legislation that will actually keep the people of Connecticut safer, and so that more individuals have a chance of living a full life. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Long, and thank you for remaining within the 3 minutes. Representative Dubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in to testify. In the area that I live, there are tens of thousands of acres of state forest and state parks. If a woman, a petite woman, and some small children are out in the middle of these tens of thousands of acres camping, shouldn't they be able to protect themselves while they're there?
That's a great question, and I'm not here to answer hypotheticals, but I will tell you that from the American Bar Association, there's been a study conducted in 2014 that said that the stand your ground and the self-defense laws, far from advancing public safety, have been followed by an increase in homicides, diminished victims' rights, and heightened racial injustice in enforcement.
Okay, I apologize. I was not talking about stand your ground law. I was talking about being able to have a firearm for protection in a state park, a state forest.
So I'm here to say that the stand your ground law and self-defense laws.
One second. Let the representative finish the question and then you respond.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind addressing my question about the firearms for protection in state forests and state parks.
Yeah, so for the state parks and the state forests, the self-defense guys is another version of the stand your ground law. Like, these bills do not deter crime. They're associated with a 32% increase in firearm homicide rates and a 24% increase in overall homicide rates.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sure how that question matches that answer matches my question, but I thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment, question from members of the committee, comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Mayor O'Leary, Chief Spagnola. May testify when seated.
Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and all the members of the Judiciary Committee. Mayor O'Leary sends his regrets as he's under the weather and could not appear in person this morning. We are submitting this testimony jointly in support of House Bill 6834. In collaboration with the mayor, the police department has implemented several programs to assist with gun violence that we are experiencing in Waterbury. These programs include Project Safe Neighborhoods, Project Longevity, and the Police Activity League. These programs are an example of what we are doing in Waterbury beyond enforcing the laws and bringing light on those individuals who need to be held accountable. Our city's violent crime has increased exponentially over the past year. There have been 280 incidents of confirmed with evidence shots fired that have occurred in the city. Of those incidents, 108 people were struck by gunfire, and unfortunately, 12 of those victims died from their injuries. Like many other urban areas in our state, we have seen this epidemic rising over the past several years. Our officers have recovered 218 guns off the streets of Waterbury in 2022. Of those guns, 22 were ghost guns, 28 more were altered firearms, and 77 high-capacity magazines have been recovered as well. The most difficult part of the increase in gun violence we have seen in these investigations is not only dealing with the victims and their families, but also acknowledging the severe trauma other innocent people are experiencing when these incidents occur. We believe that the common sense solutions contained within House Bill 6834 would change the path of high-risk individuals who have shown their desire to continuously engage in repeat serious firearm offenses, or as the data clearly suggests, become a victim of illegal firearm violence. When analyzing gun violence in the city of Waterbury for the year of 2022, 70% of those arrested for fatal and non-fatal shootings were on pretrial release, bond, or probation. 63% had prior violent felony convictions, and 73% had prior firearms convictions. Of the 108 shooting victims in 2022, 8% were on pretrial release, 21% were on probation, 45% had violent felony convictions, and 18% had prior firearms convictions. The proposed changes in legislation reflects what Waterbury and other municipalities are encountering. These changes include creating a new definition for serious firearm offenses, as well as holding accountable for serious firearm offenses those who are repeat offenders. We acknowledge that the focus of this proposed legislation is on those repeat violent gun offenders and repeat violent felony offenders. The data in Waterbury and Hartford speaks for itself. We believe there is very little difference in the data from New Haven and Bridgeport. As mentioned above, we must start to recognize the forever lasting trauma this prevalent gun violence is having in our residents in our communities. Many families are being torn apart by these few individuals who continue to wreak havoc and engage in senseless gun violence. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Chief. Comment, question from members of the committee. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Chief. Nice
Morning.
to see you. Chief, does part of your bill have to do with magazines at all?
High capacity magazines, yeah,
Okay,
as part of the definition of serious gun offense.
And what serious firearm offense? I'm looking at parent 24, where it defines a serious firearm offense. Is that the portion that you're referencing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I didn't see any reference to magazine in that particular portion.
Well, the definition of serious firearm offense would include individuals arrested for a ghost gun, illegal high capacity magazine, stolen or altered weapon, being a felon in possession of a firearm, or shooting or brandishing a weapon while threatening to shoot another.
Okay, so which of there's some statutory citations, there's 2936, 2936A, and 53202W, probably 53202W. They would have to be convicted of possession of a large capacity magazine in order to be a serious firearm offense. Is that the link up?
Yes.
Okay, no, I just for clarification, I mean, I have to tell you, I other than the brandishing aspect, which is like a drill down and there's subjectiveness to that, because to my knowledge, brandishing as a term doesn't appear in our statutes. I'm generally comfortable. I was surprised, generally comfortable with what's before us. So I thank you for that. I'm going to look at that statutory citation and that link up a little closer, but thank you for coming here today.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Dubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. You mentioned that statistic with regard to how many firearms and magazines had been seized. Of those large capacity magazines, how many of them were legally owned, declared prior to the effective date of the ban on them? Do you know?
Those 77 that were seized were in possession illegally.
So they were all illegal?
Yes,
Okay, so none of them had been declared by law-abiding citizens?
right.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Comment, question from other members of the committee. Comment, question. I have a question for you, Chief, maybe 2 or 3. My understanding in some conversation with some of the people involved with this bill is that you're trying to target a group of folks who are committing crimes that are probably offensive to everyone. And so that would not be everyone who, my assumption is everyone who is out on our streets and maybe doing some things we don't like, at least with this bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. This would be people committing serious firearm offenses.
Given the definition of a serious firearm offense, I ask you this question because I'm unsure how this bill is in play and we're doing what you want. So given your definition that you have possession of the type of firearm that we're talking about, which I assume most people on the street who have a firearm have that type of firearm, whether they're there committing what we think of as a serious firearm offense or whether they're there and because they've been associated with the streets, they feel they need it for protection, they still would have that type of firearm. Isn't that correct?
In some cases, I mean, if it's an altered firearm, no, if they're a felon in possession of that firearm, they're not supposed to have it anyway. But in some of the portions of the definition, you're correct.
I'm not questioning whether they should have it or not. I'm questioning you're a law enforcement expert. I've spent many years, as I think you know, dealing with some of these young people on the streets. Most of the ones I know who are out there, whatever they're doing, have a firearm that is not a legal firearm in one way or the other. And generally my conversations with police have indicated the same. Do you know something different?
I don't.
So under the definition of serious firearm offender, most of the people out there would be a serious firearm offender.
Yes.
But that's not the small group that you were suggesting.
I'm sorry.
That's not the small group you're suggesting. That's pretty much everybody who's out there.
You know, I don't necessarily know about that. I don't know a lot of people that are carrying firearms that haven't had issues with other serious felony offenses or violent crime offenses. And, you know, we highlight that in this testimony that, you know, this is really focused on people who have serious firearm offenses from the past and or have serious violent felony offenses from the past.
Chief, in a later section of the bill, it talks about having two or more convictions in the last 5 years or one in the last year in conjunction with the SFO. Honestly, I'm trying to figure out what makes the person who had a conviction in the last year less potentially dangerous than a person who had a conviction 2 years ago. How did you all come to that?
You know, there was a lot of people that were involved in this particular crafting of the bill. I can't speak to that myself, but I know there's going to be people testifying later, such as Mayor Bronin, that certainly can answer that question.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
30 years.
30 years. So does your 30 years tell you that someone who in 2019 had 2 convictions, right, which could have happened at the same time, right? It could have happened.
Could have, yeah.
Right? Is less dangerous than someone who in 2021, 2020, 2022, well,
No.
not 22 because that's caught up in the bill, but those people who have I'm unclear as to what the thinking is. And I recognize what you just said. I just want to make sure that your support for this is part of the bill. Why? Why do you support that section of the bill?
I don't see the difference. I agree with you on that portion of the bill. But again, maybe, and I'm sure that Mayor Bronin could elaborate on why.
And we will get to Mayor Bronin. I appreciate that. I'm just trying to make sure that the logic flows to this bill. I'm having a difficult time with some portions of the logic of the bill. I understand what is attempted here, just having a difficult time with some of the logic. Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee. Comment or question. Representative Stastrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just follow up on that real quick, if I could, Chief. Good to see you again, as always.
Sure.
We've already heard a couple times this morning from members of this committee that we don't need more gun laws. We just need to enforce the laws in the books. But here we are with a set of proposals of gun laws, additional crimes, additional laws. Why are these needed?
You know, I think that these particular changes to the laws are supported by factual data. We are seeing throughout the state that the people that are at most high risk, and not only to commit gun violence or commit gun crimes, but be victims of gun crimes, fall within the categories of these changes that we're looking for in these laws. You know, specifically being out on pretrial release or bond, on probation or parole, being a repeat offender of a serious violent felony or a serious firearm offense in the past.
But you mentioned earlier in your testimony the issue of ghost guns. Are ghost guns a growing problem on the streets of Waterbury?
Ghost guns are a growing problem. You know, as I stated, there were 218 guns that were seized on the streets of Waterbury last year, 22 of which were ghost guns. That's a higher percentage than the year before. So we're running into them more and more often.
Of those 22 ghost guns that were picked up on the streets of Waterbury, how many of those were prosecuted?
I'm sorry, how many were?
How many of those were prosecuted under the state's current ghost gun legislation?
I don't have that answer for you.
My guess is probably almost none, right?
I would agree.
If any of
Right.
the 22, right? And why is that?
Well, there's some loopholes in the ghost gun statute that are difficult to make prosecution on that particular law come to fruition. There's a grandfathering process with the ghost guns, and certainly that would be an affirmative defense that the gun was purchased prior to the statute being in place.
And how about the high capacity magazines? I think you mentioned 77. How many of those were prosecuted?
Again, I don't have that answer for you. I do know there were some charges. I'm not quite sure what the.
My guess is far south of 77 of them, right?
Right.
Because again, there's a number of loopholes in that law.
There are,
Correct.
there are, and very, very dangerous. I mean, you know, when we talk about high capacity magazines, we now see on a more frequent basis, these drum magazines that can be inserted into a pistol that can hold up to 50 rounds of ammunition. Very dangerous for the community, certainly very dangerous for the peace officers out there.
Chief, you'll agree that a number of the provisions of this bill would heighten penalties for certain violations, right?
Yes.
In your experience in law enforcement, have you noticed, I think what a lot of criminal justice experts point to, which is the inverse relationship, that the higher the penalty is for something, the less likely it is to be prosecuted and the less likely it is to result in conviction?
That's something that occurs, yes.
Okay. So the more you increase a penalty for something, you actually end up sort of with less actual culpability and less things being prosecuted, right?
Well, I think, you know, as at your standard, yeah, that could be, but I'm looking at it in a different way. You know, I think that this is part of a more comprehensive look into what's going on with a group of folks that are in our communities that are engaged in gun violence, either, again, at high risk of being either a victim or involved in some sort of illegal firearm violence. And I think that potentially this could assist in working to provide services to these people, to provide programs that are already in place out there that could persuade them away from passive violence and open up different doors and avenues.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, once again, thank you for being here. The ghost gun situation, though, I thought you testified that you don't know why, if at all, the 22 ghost gun cases had not been prosecuted. Wasn't that your testimony?
I testified that I didn't know the disposition of whether they were charged or not, but I would agree that there's a very, I'm not sure if we charge somebody with the ghost gun statute, but I do know in speaking with the state's attorney's office, chief state's attorney, and many other folks involved in law enforcement and the judicial system that it's extremely difficult statute to prosecute because of the loopholes in it.
Okay, and what specific loopholes?
Well, there's a right. You could potentially say that you had that gun prior to the legislation being in place. It would be very difficult for us to prove that you didn't purchase it prior to that. You know, it's difficult. We don't have a list. There's no list. There's no database that exists that I'm aware of that provides information to state or local law enforcement on who's receiving ghost guns. So we're not sure who's abiding by the statute anyway, like who is taking it serious and registering that gun and getting it serialized after they purchase it.
Right. So, I mean, absent the law that was passed, I think in 2019, I could build a implement in my garage that would fire a projectile. I could make a zip gun, right?
Mhm.
No serial number. If I'm a lawful person, legal activity. If I'm a unlawful person, if I'm a prohibited person, it was illegal in 2019, right?
Right.
So presently, if an individual who can't legally possess a firearm is found to be in possession of an implement that can fire a projectile, it's already against the law. It doesn't matter when it was manufactured, right?
Right.
So you telling me those 22 cases were all individuals that were lawful individuals?
No.
Okay, so what was the problem with, what was the loophole in the current law that precluded the prosecution of that case if it's irrelevant when the implement was manufactured?
I'm not a prosecutor, so I think that you would, you know, that question would be better served answered by a prosecutor. But I do know what the instruction we get. We deal frequently with the state's attorney's office, the chief state's attorney's office about these charges. You know, I'm not quite sure what their strategy is once it gets to court and the adjudication process starts. That'd be a better question for them.
Okay, but you're here, sir, and I have had that discussion,
Mhm.
and I have pointed these things out to them.
Mhm.
Okay, and further from there, if I build 10 of these things in my garage,
Mhm.
and at the very point, let's just say I'm a lawful person, that I build 10 of these things, and I want to sell one to, or just give it, Senator Kissel. It's an illegal act without having a federal firearms license.
Mhm. Right. It's an illegal act on a number of different fronts, right? You violated many statutes, correct?
That's right.
Right. But
Doesn't
but the-
matter when the thing was manufactured. So I'm trying to get to the, you know, I have to, and I think I've shared this before. You know, before I got involved up here with firearms, I thought that only criminals built guns. I was wrong. You know, this state is built upon a history of gun creation. I have a client who's a preeminent cardiologist in Connecticut, and he builds guns for his own use. He's a lawful person. He's trusted by the medical public. He holds all these certifications, goes all around the country, but he does it because it's his hobby. He's not a criminal. So I'm trying to figure out, you know, we hear we can't prosecute because we can't ascertain. I mean, there are many investigations. I know that Rep. Howard can tell, you know, many investigators, there's many ways to tell when something was actually manufactured. If somebody's going to claim that the thing was manufactured prior to the date, then you ask them, well, where the implements come from? Where's the invoice? Where's the parts that you use to put this thing together? If they can't show that, then there's a problem. I got a lot of problem with where we are on the, you know, it's nice to be out there talking about ghost guns, cute little term. It's a scary term when you get that right there on the street, but I don't understand, and I haven't heard that this is a loophole. So, but I thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Just to follow up, 'cause I was gonna ask you similar questions. Were you involved in the process of coming to this bill?
Yes.
You were. Was there discussion about this loophole that you're talking to us about as a reason for doing this?
Yes.
So I have a similar question on a loophole to Representative Fishbein. Can you maybe state again what you see as the loopholes? Because I'm unclear, given that the question that Representative Stastrom asked you was about the kind of people that I was talking to you about who don't have the ability, whether we have laws on ghost guns or not to have any of these guns. So I don't know what the loophole is that keeps from prosecuting now.
I think it strengthened, there were people that were part of this task force from state's attorney's office. There were CEOs, mayors from all the cities, police chiefs, and chief state's attorney also participated in conversations. I think that, what you're asking me about is a prosecutorial strategy. It goes to an affirmative defense on why, you could stake in the particular charge of being in possession of a ghost gun. Is there probable cause to charge somebody with possession of a ghost gun when we find them on the street and it hasn't been registered and we're able to confirm that? Yes. The difference comes the next step when it gets into the judicial process and whether it's able to be prosecuted or not. That's about as clear as I can explain it to you, express it to you. Again, I think there's going to be people that follow me that may be able to shed more light on this for you, Senator.
Okay, well, I'll leave it there. I'm still unclear, but I get it. Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to follow up, I thought I heard 77. Did you say there was 77 arrests that you've seen regarding the ghost gun? I thought I heard you say
77 high capacity magazines.
Right.
Right.
And so did any of those involve arrests or what
Yes.
was that? Yes. So, and you're saying that the majority were not prosecuted?
On that particular charge, again, when these crimes are charged, it's normally multiple charges that occur. I don't have the statistics in front of me on what was nollied, what was subbed up, what was subbed down, but I do know that, those charges tend to either get nollied or subbed down comparatively to the other charges like assault one with a firearm, criminal possession of a firearm by a felon, so on and so forth.
But they get nollied because they come with a main crime. And then as part of a disposition, they're nollied, correct? These are
Right,
not,
right,
these are not, they're not being nollied because someone filed the motion to dismiss.
correct,
They're being nollied as part of plea deals.
correct.
So it's got nothing to do with the statute, correct?
Well, I don't necessarily know that. Again, I
But you
think
have
that
no reason to know that it does or it doesn't, correct?
other than discussions with state's attorneys and the chief state's attorney's office, no.
Okay. All right, because I'm just trying to find out again why I know in the criminal defense system, as you mentioned, crimes that are accompanying crimes are oftentimes nollied. There's not a reason for that necessarily. It's just simply because of either a plea deal or other reasons. I mean, and you're not aware of any motion to dismiss that was filed based upon this loophole?
I'm not aware, no.
Or any trial in which the loophole was used as some sort of affirmative defense in which the defendant was successful?
I'm not aware, no.
Okay, all right. I'm interested in hearing from the, if there's going to be someone from the state's attorney's office, because I understand you're in a different role. You're bringing the case to the state's attorney's office, and then they're ultimately tasked with prosecuting it. So you may not know exactly why or how the disposition of the case is reached.
Right.
It would be good to have that information because that's important. So thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Harding. Comment, question from members of the committee. Comment, question. Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
This afternoon. Morning, I can't see the clock. Brandon Bodwin,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You may testify.
Good morning, members of this committee. I appear before you in firm opposition of Bill HB 0667 and HB 06816, and I support Bill 6817. As a prior judicial marshal in Hartford, I can say from experience that nearly all criminals that have come through our court systems with firearms charges have either been priorly convicted felons who legally couldn't own a firearm, receive firearms through illegal means, or juveniles who have not legally possessed firearms, regardless, and came in possession of those illegal through illegal gang-affiliated ways. With these bills, it's apparent that these bills' goals are no longer to prevent gun violence, but instead to strip law-abiding citizens' rights away. Gun violence is not the only violence that we have, yet we continue to hearken violence as though it's the only form that we're exposed to. Connecticut has the strictest and most restrictive gun laws in America, yet our court does not convict 3/4 of the gun crimes that come before the bench. Instead, our courts allow these criminals to bond out on cheap bonds or to be referred to outpatient programs in which these people are reinstated into the community and offend again and again. The idea to ban open carry will only create more problems for law-abiding citizens As what if I'm adjusting my waistline and I happen to imprint and someone calls the cops? Will I then be arrested because part of my firearm briefly showed? Also, making it illegal to carry in a location that has a liquor license is absurd. This makes carrying illegal in virtually all restaurants. As a husband of someone who has been a victim of a sexual assault, it makes me feel better knowing that my wife can carry when she goes out and that she can defend herself if needed, so that she may never become a victim again. Furthermore, as the co-owner of Fundamental Firearms LLC, I supplement my income by providing NRA-based safety courses. By changing the training aspects, you will now run my business out, as I can't afford to have each student shoot for 2 hours, nor can I afford to speak to legal counsel. Like most hardworking Americans that are state over taxes, most of us live paycheck to paycheck. You are making it so that only the rich can exercise their constitutional rights, which is illegal. This will have the greatest negative impact on those of ethnic backgrounds who may not have a stable income. Your bill will also make it virtually all common in-use firearms illegal. This has already been stated by to be illegal by SCOTUS through the New York State Rifle Pistol Association versus Bruling ruling, and the Catano versus Massachusetts. Legal search. Yet this is just another political gun grabbing scheme that is passed. We will be fought to the Supreme Court level and be overturned, and the state will have to pay our legal fees and give us more money for our war chest, in which we will use to fight more bills. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Representative Trubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for coming in. You mentioned training requirements. Is that in 6667? Is that the bill you're talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And specifically sections 30 and 32. Do you have that in front of you, or is that what you're talking about?
I don't have it in front of me, sir, but I am talking about the extension of 2 hours of shooting per person plus speaking with legal counsel.
Okay, 2 hours of training. All right, well, I would just indicate that that's sections 30, 32, and actually 34 as well. Tell me why you're objecting to that.
So one of the things is the course is already an 8-hour course. There are very specific guidelines set forth by the NRA that we have to follow in teaching. If we change those aspects, we're now not following the NRA guidelines, in which we have a contract with the NRA to do so. Furthermore, it's going to increase the cost for each person to be able to take the course. Right now, the course is already expensive, and making each person fire for 2 hours is going to make the price almost double, as the price of ammunition is astronomical. So this is going to make it harder and more expensive for folks on a budget to be able to exercise their constitutional right.
Well, thank you for that. What is your understanding as to who is going to create this live fire curriculum?
To be honest, I'm not sure if there's any information pertaining to that. I know that right now we follow the NRA guidelines, and we have certified NRA instructors. I'm not sure if they're going to amend that or what is the process after.
Okay, it's not clear.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions? Seeing none, thanks for being with us. Jason Sewell.
I just unmuted myself. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My name is Jason Sewell. I oppose HB 6667 and HB 6816. I support HB 6817. I am specifically testifying today in opposition to 6667. I would like to start today by clarifying to the members of the committee that there is no such thing as gun violence and gun crime. Guns are the only item in history that has been personified by virtue of using terms like gun crimes and gun violence. When a drunk driver causes a car accident, nobody calls it alcohol violence or car violence. When a criminal robs a convenience store and uses a knife or attacks somebody on the street with a knife, nobody refers to it as knife violence. It is a very intentional act used by those who want to demonize the inanimate object itself It's manipulative and it's inappropriate. This bill should have been titled an act addressing gun ownership. As supported by the vast majority of data regarding the 1994 assault weapons ban, federal ban, this bill in Connecticut will do nothing to reduce crimes with firearms. It will simply punish and restrict legal and responsible gun owners like myself, my wife, and in the very short future, my daughters. When the federal assault weapons ban was enacted in 1994, it was designed to sunset after 10 years and then be readdressed following the sunset, when they could analyze the results and the efficacy of the ban. Legislators 10 years later did not renew the ban because the data showed that it had little to no effect on crimes involving the use of guns. Further, multiple studies in the 19 years following the sunset of the ban have supported the stance that federal assault weapon ban had little to no effect on reducing crimes involving guns. Most recently, research published in the January 2020 edition of the Journal of Criminology and Public Policy stated, quote, assault weapon bans do not seem to be associated with the incidence of fatal mass shootings, unquote. Also, the generally gun law supporting organization known as RAND, R-A-N-D, also stated in a 2020 review of the federal assault weapons ban, they concluded was, quote, inconclusive evidence for the effect of assault weapon bans in mass shootings, unquote. There are plenty of existing gun laws that criminals simply do not follow. I recommend that we enforce the existing laws, punish the existing criminals, and leave law-abiding citizens alone and not handicap us from enjoying our sport and defending ourselves. I urge this committee to please not advance this bill. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us and thanks for sticking at 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Ron Bordacari.
Good morning. My name is Ron Bodicari. I'm a retired civil engineer. I'm a hunter and I like to go shoot and I like to feel safe. Mostly, I like to know that if things went bad, I could protect my wife and myself and my family if they happen to be over. And I feel like I'm a responsible gun owner. And I feel like there's a burden put on me by all of the legislation that should be targeted toward the people who are committing crimes. I really don't think that, as the previous gentleman just said, it's not the guns, it's the felons, the criminals, the people that are committing the crimes that are really the people to target. Specifically, though, for today, I oppose House Bill 6816 on microstamping. I think it's easily defeated. I think the idea that 98% of guns, as we heard this morning, are committed by people using illegal guns makes the idea of stamping a name on the casing silly. So if I wanted to camouflage my own bullet, I would just drop a handful of bullets I picked up at the range. I'd like to support the right to own and possess and carry if I knew more about it, but I don't. I'd like to support the serious offenses against repeat offenders. I'd like to support that if I had more chance to read it and digest it. I did spend some good time with House Bill 6667. I found that I found that the state constitution says it best, that every citizen has the right to bear arms in defense of himself and the state. It took 15 words. I don't think that the text of 6667 is very clear. I think the word as amended is scattered throughout and makes it very hard to understand. You put out a summary in 2020 of gun laws by the OLR staff. That was very helpful as opposed to trying to read the actual text of 6667. I really oppose the restrictions on carrying. If you're a carry person, you've been accredited as a good person in society, you've already passed and met those thresholds, and to not be able to go into a restaurant for breakfast just because they happen to serve alcohol 6 hours later. That just seems wrong. So let's see. The open carry thing, I don't open carry, but I do fear the idea that I might be prosecuted for showing my gun. And
Thank you, sir.
yeah.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you being with us. Next up will be Johanna Schubert.
Morning, right?
Yep.
Good morning, distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee, Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, and Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein. As you said, my name is Johanna Schubert, and I serve as the Director of the Connecticut Hospital Violence Intervention Program Collaborative, or CTHVIP, at the Hartford Communities That Care, a nonprofit in the North End whose mission is to provide a drug-free and violent-free environment for families to thrive. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify here today on behalf of HB 6834, an act concerning serious firearm offenses by repeat offenders. Hospital-based violence intervention, or HVIP, is a specific and evidence-based methodology that involves partnerships between hospitals and frontline community agencies. In 2004, Hartford Communities That Care and Trinity St. Francis Hospital established the first recognized HVIP partnership in the state of Connecticut and 6th in the nation to be recognized by the Health Alliance for Violence Intervention. Since that partnership formed, they have served over 2,200 victims and their families. The CTHVIP Collaborative works to expand and strengthen the safety net of hospital violence intervention programs across the state. Our work, in collaboration with the legislature and other partners such as Connecticut Hospital Association, has helped establish Connecticut as a national leader in gun violence prevention. We come to you this afternoon as community members, investors and families, and victims advocates. We know that acts of gun violence don't only affect those injured or killed, but their entire communities. Hartford Communities That Care has been serving victims of gun injury and their families for 25 years. We need to be attentive to the sad but unfortunate request from parents who are concerned about the safety of their children who may fall victim to violent crime or become perpetrators in reaction to being victimized. Far too many parents have pleaded with providers and law enforcement to hold their children longer in hopes that it may save their lives or prevent them from becoming perpetrators. This bill would allow for those most likely to recidivate and cause harm to the community to remain removed and prevent retaliation. Thus, we urge the passage of HB 6834. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Questions from the committee, Representative Jablonski?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. What does your organization do, like on a day-to-day basis, to try to prevent violence that's being perpetrated with firearms?
Thank you for the question and thanks for the opportunity to answer it. So Hartford Communities That Care has 4 distinct programs that also overlap and share values and priorities. The first is the Greater Hartford Youth Leadership Academy, where we're teaching civic engagement skills and we're teaching youth who are 13 to 21 years old to choose a topic that's important to them. We're teaching them research skills. We're asking them to go out in the community, interview experts in those fields, and then to present on those topics. One of our youth leadership graduates says that youth development is violence prevention, and we agree wholeheartedly with them. The second program is our crisis response team that is on call 24 hours a day. That team responds to the hospital whenever there is a gunshot injury. And as I mentioned, HVIP methodology is a specific methodology that involves 1 CBO, frontline agency, and 1 hospital. So our connection is to St. Francis, and our teams are dispatched there whenever there is a gunshot injury. We begin to build a relationship with that patient and their family at bedside. And then we are also outside the hospital, making sure that tempers are cooled and that there's less of a chance of retaliation after that injury. There's then a handoff to our case management team who works with that family for up to a year afterwards, everything from mental health counseling, job training, filing for Federal Victims of Crime Act funding, and in worst case scenarios, helping to plan funerals. We make sure they're connected back to the medical system so their healing journey is as linear as possible, and they can go back to becoming functioning and contributing members of society as soon as possible. And then the other two programs are outreach programs. So we are in a local Hartford school working with middle and high school students trying to stop violence before it starts and spills out onto the streets. And then there's a family engagement program that works directly with families in the North End community. So every day is different.
Do you feel your organization is effective?
Yes, sir, I do. And we hear that not just anecdotally from the families that we serve, from law enforcement that we partner with, and from the hospital that we partner with, but we also have been collecting data for the 25 years that we've been around that shows that we've been effective in understanding when crime is trending up. The relationships that we've built have allowed us into spaces we may not have otherwise been able to get into, to work on bringing those rates of violence down through talking to people and connecting with families and offering alternatives.
No. Well, you say you've been around for 25 years and you've been collecting data.
Yes, sir.
What kind of data do you collect?
I mean,
Just a second, Representative, let's make sure we get kind of back to the bill. We still have 150 people who want to testify, and as exciting, as interesting as this is, and normally we give some latitude, I want to make sure we stay connected to the bills here, and I do want everyone to have a chance to testify today.
thank you.
You can answer the question.
Okay, so we collect all types of metrics that go across those four programs. So it's everything from just the number of engagements we have with families. We're working with police departments so that they share with us their data on number of injuries, number of shots fired, the number of calls we respond to, those types of things.
Okay. And is that data available? Could that be available?
We can
to us?
certainly share it with you.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Very much appreciate
Further
it.
questions or
Thank you, Mr.
comments from the committee? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll make this quick. No question, just a comment. I want to commend you and your organization for the excellent work that you're doing. And I will definitely carry with me what you stated earlier. I think it was one of your youth leaders that said youth leadership development is violence prevention.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Khan.
Hello. I just have a question on, so I did just want to, that I know HCTC is on Main Street in Hartford, which is in my district. I did want to just ask you a question in regards to how this specific bill would help the work or enhance some of the work that you guys are already doing. Can you just elaborate on that, please? Thank you.
Sure. And again, we don't come here lightly. We work with the most vulnerable populations, and we know that the people that we are talking about, as Senator Winfield mentioned earlier, are those most likely to be members of our community. But we also first are a victim services agency and advocacy agency. And we've heard from, again, in my written testimony, too many parents of victims and parents of perpetrators who tell us that with these tighter protections and with these higher barriers for folks who have been convicted of these serious gun crimes, with those higher barriers in place for them to get out and have access to their community, everybody is much safer.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments from the committee? If not, thanks for being with us, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thomas Vanti.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for taking the time to hear testimony on both sides of the aisle today. Appreciate it. My name again is Thomas Vanti. I'm a healthcare business owner in Connecticut, and I'm testifying today to voice my opposition to the bill HB 6667. Sections of HB 667 make it a crime if my legal concealed carry handgun is accidentally exposed while on my person. If I'm shopping, I drop my wallet, I go to pick it up, my coat comes up, my handgun is visible, somebody reports me, a police officer comes, that can be considered a crime. This bill also limits gun purchases to one per month. There's already federal laws of straw purchases for people who legally purchase guns, multiple guns, and sell those to people that are felons and able to purchase firearms. This bill also imposes an additional 10-day waiting period for people that already have a handgun permit, that go through a state police background check. Not sure what the purpose of having an additional 10-day waiting period for those of us who actually are able to purchase a handgun legally through our Connecticut State Firearms Permit. And the bill also includes another assault weapons ban. We had one in 1994. We had another one in 2013. I'm not sure why we're adding another assault weapons ban. I don't think it's had any effect on crime. Connecticut has some of the strictest assault weapons laws in the country already. Another part of that bill, it bans a particular 22 long rifle, which is a tiny cartridge that's used by many people. This gun is used by many people for target shooting. That's included in this bill. Another section of the bill would ban in the future guns that do not have a loaded chamber indicator. This is a feature that indicates if there's a loaded round in the chamber. And since the majority of guns sold in the United States do not have this feature, it would essentially ban the sale of all handguns in the state of Connecticut. You know, I'm all for, as a healthcare owner, business owner, and seeing the results of people who are in accidents, who are results of crime. I'm all for stricter gun laws for people that actually commit crimes with the guns, not for law-abiding citizens like myself. Criminals already disregard current laws and obtain guns illegally through theft. I just want everybody to ask themselves, does it make sense to continually punish the law-abiding citizens of Connecticut, your constituents, with onerous laws that have no effect on crime? Again, as I stated, Connecticut already has the most comprehensive restricted firearm laws in the nation. As all of you are aware, we have had the 1994 Connecticut assault weapons ban, the 2013 Connecticut assault weapons ban. We have to have a state license to permit. Yes.
Thank you. That was the bell.
Oh.
You know what, and I apologize, but I think people on the remote, it's hard to hear the bell. So
Okay.
apologize for cutting you off there. But
Thank you.
questions or comments from the committee? Questions or comments? If not, thanks for being with us. Peter Estrada.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Stafford, Chairman Winfield, Ranking Member Fishbein, and all members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Peter Estrada. I am the Urban Engagement Coordinator with the Connecticut Citizens Defense League. I'm here today to ask everyone to oppose the Governor's Bill SB 6667 and act to address gun violence. Since I have only 3 minutes, I cannot address the whole bill in its entirety, so I will focus on a big issue that I see with this bill. First, I would like to start with the title of the bill, an act to address gun violence. If we are going to address gun violence, then shouldn't we focus on what causes violence? Shouldn't we target those people that commit violence? If the true goal is to reduce violence, then why is the focus of the bill so much on your constituents legally carrying firearms? How does prohibiting a person for open carrying a firearm reduce violence? This bill, if passed, would charge a person with a felony punishable with 1 year in prison. I would like you all to take a moment and think about what this bill will do. This bill will ruin a person's life for nothing more than carrying a legal firearm in a restaurant. Do you truly believe someone should go to prison for this? Do you truly believe a family should be broken apart over this? Again, this bill is going to put a person in prison for 1 year, not because they harassed someone, not because they robbed someone, not because they hurt someone, not because they acted violently towards someone, but because a police officer saw them legally carrying a firearm that was exposed. That is not right, and that is not just. Again, I must ask, how does that address gun violence? You can't just put a title on a bill that says addressing gun violence and then not address the violence. Last year I came before this committee to voice my opposition to a similar bill. In that bill, it wanted to allow law enforcement to stop and detain people without probable cause and violate an individual's right. 1 year later, we went from that to let's just put them in prison. How does this make any sense? Why are legislators spending so much energy attacking legal gun ownership in this bill? How about we redirect our focus onto how to handle the people that steal the guns, that traffic the guns, and that commit violence with the guns? So today, I respectfully ask all members of the committee to vote no on this bill, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? Not, appreciate you being with us. Brant Marsato.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the committee. My name is Bryant Mercado, and I am speaking in opposition to HB 6667. While HB 6667 contains many provisions which I oppose, I will focus on just a few in my testimony today. Many other people today will testify on the ineffectiveness of laws such as those that are being proposed today, as well as the burden that they place on lawful gun owners. Parts of this bill seek to remove what the governor calls loopholes in Connecticut's assault weapons ban. These exemptions or exemptions as they exist are not loopholes. This bill would remove a current explicit exemption in Connecticut's assault weapons ban that allows for pre-ban firearms to be sold and possessed within the state. This exemption is not a loophole. It has been part of the law for over 20 years, dating back to the passage of PA 01-130, which created the two-feature assault weapons ban that was later partially replaced by PA 13-3. PA 13-220 was passed following the 2013 assault weapons ban, reaffirming this exemption in the law. How is this exemption a loophole in the 2013 assault weapons ban, as the governor claims, when it both predates the ban and was reaffirmed after the ban? HB 6667 also seeks to expand the assault weapons ban to further restrict many rimfire firearms. PA 13-3 specifically named and further restricted semi-automatic centerfire rifles and pistols. The law currently states all other semi-automatic firearms that meet the criteria of Connecticut's assault weapons ban as it was on January 1st, 2013, are banned just as they were prior to PA 13-3. The law very intentionally treats rimfire and centerfire firearms differently. The current status of rimfire firearms under Connecticut law is not a loophole or an accident. It is that way by design. Lastly, this bill seeks to restrict firearms commonly known as others under the assault weapons ban. The law as it is currently written restricts machine guns, rifles, shotguns, and pistols, but does not address others. The legislature has been aware of other categories of firearms beyond those currently listed in the assault weapons ban since long before it was written, as evidenced by the definition of firearms in CGS 53A-3. If the legislature sought to restrict others under prior assault weapons bans, it could have applied the current feature test to all firearms, just as this bill does. None of the existing provisions are loopholes, and changing them would not make anyone safer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir, and apologize about the mispronunciation of your name.
No problem.
Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Brian, or it's still morning. Wow. What's your background? I mean, you rattled off a bunch of stuff, and I was very impressed by your explanation. Are you a lawyer? Are you in school? What are you doing?
So I actually have 2 degrees, one in management, one in law and society from UConn, from undergrad, and then I'll be going to law school in the fall, hopefully.
Okay, great. I just wanted to know something about you, and thank you for coming here today.
Thank you very much.
Further questions or comments, Representative Betsy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned rimfire and centerfire firearms. Many of us will just presume that everybody knows what that means. Let's presume that everybody doesn't know what that means, and perhaps you can explain what the difference is and why you object to adding the latter into the bill.
So I mean, I object to restrictions on both because they're ineffective, but other people will testify to that later. So the difference between rimfire and centerfire firearms is centerfire firearms contain a primer within the cartridge. So when the firing pin strikes the primer, then the primer sets off the powder within the cartridge. Centerfire firearms, because of having this primer, are typically more reliable. They can also typically have a larger powder charge. Rimfire firearms contain priming powder within the rim of the firearm. I mean, not within the rim of the firearm, within the rim of the cartridge itself. Rimfire firearms typically contain, they're not as powerful as centerfire firearms. They're also typically less reliable because of the method of detonating the actual cartridge.
Okay, well, so with regard to rimfires, we're talking about 22s. Typically,
Generally speaking, yeah.
okay, and this bill would add 22s, which are currently exempt from many of the assault weapons bans. Would simply consider them the same as a firearm shooting a much more robust cartridge, right?
Yeah, so from my current understanding of the law, rimfire firearms are still subject to the ban as it was on January 1st, 2013 and prior. So there's a limit on the number of specific named features in the law that they're allowed to have on the firearm and still be legal. But you are correct, this law would treat something chambered in 22 long rifle the same as something chambered in 50 Browning machine gun.
And when you say features, what do you mean by features?
So in the current assault weapons ban, there's multiple ways a firearm can be banned. One is by being a certain name. So if the firearm is engraved with a certain name on the receiver from the manufacturer, it can be banned. Certain firearms can be banned based on their length. Certain machine guns are banned if they're select fire. But one of the other ways a firearm can be banned is based on what's commonly referred to as this feature test. These features include things like forward, vertical grips, pistol grips, adjustable stocks, muzzle devices, among other things. And so this would apply a different feature test, a more restrictive feature test now to very small rimfire firearms, which are often used to teach people how to shoot as their first firearm. It would apply the same test to those as many other larger firearms.
Okay, so when you're saying a pistol grip, you mean the piece of plastic that you hold on to?
Yes.
Okay, does that affect the velocity of a bullet coming out of that firearm?
No.
Does it affect the ability to shoot more rapidly?
No.
Does it affect how many bullets can come out of the gun in a given period of time?
No.
Okay. And what are other features that make one of these firearms supposedly a assault weapon?
So these would be telescoping or collapsible stocks.
So that's a stock that you can adjust to fit your body type.
Yes, so that would be if so like for example, I'm 5'7". If someone who is say like 5'1" or 6'5", if they want to shoot the same gun as me, we're probably going to have different lengths on our stock. So if this stock is telescoping, I can pull it out further, or they can push it in further, or the other way around, to fit our specific body, to fit how large we are.
Okay, do you know of any way that having a stock that adjusts to different shooters' body type makes a firearm more of an assault weapon than anything else?
Well, under the law it does, but in actual practice, I don't believe it makes it any more dangerous now.
Okay. All right, well, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Further
Mr.
questions or comments? Seeing none, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Mika Song.
Good morning, distinguished members of the committee, and thank you for having me. My name is Micah Song, and I am 19 years old. I am a freshman at Trinity College in Hartford, although I'm from Flagstaff, Arizona. I have volunteered with Moms Demand Action for over 5 years, and I led a Students Demand Action group in my hometown for about a year. And now I'm here with a group called Trinity Against Gun Violence. 4 people I have loved and cared about have died by gun. Cindy, my babysitter as a child, and her boyfriend committed murder-suicide by gun. Chance Couillard, a classmate, was shot by a gun. And my cousin Ethan Miller Song was shot and killed by an unlocked gun in his friend's house. I think about Ethan every day. I can't drink a Dr. Pepper without remembering that it's Ethan's favorite drink. I can't see my Uncle Michael or my Aunt Kristen and my cousins Emily and Evan without knowing that there used to be Ethan, the youngest cousin. Ethan, who was always 1 year Ethan, who was always 1 year ahead of me in age. Ethan, who I always longed to catch up to. I've caught up to him and passed him by far. I just turned 19 and Ethan is left behind at 15. Gun violence has made me uneager to see my family, who I love and cherish to the ends of the earth. My Uncle Michael and my Aunt Kristen have thrown all of their beings into making life safer for kids like Ethan, for kids like my brother and I, and for kids like yours. They founded Ethan's Law and fought tooth and nail for it to be passed here in Connecticut and in the House of Representatives. But now it's time to strengthen Ethan's Law. I refuse to let Ethan's death and the countless other unnecessary gun deaths go unnoticed. I refuse to let him have died in vain. I am asking that you do your part in protecting the people you love. I am begging that there is not another Ethan, another Chance, another Cindy and Carl, another Columbine, Sandy Hook, Orlando, Las Vegas, Parkland, Santa Fe, El Paso. There are hundreds more, thousands of valuable lives lost because of a gun. I am asking that you vote in support of HB 6667. Safe storage and the ban on ghost guns aren't a party issue, they are a necessity. Ethan's death was preventable. I am asking that you do your part to keep your Ethan safe. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. Could you explain to me how the ghost gun bill would prevent violence?
Well, ghost guns are dangerous as they are because they are not documented, which means that they're easy, or I'm sorry, excuse me. They're undocumented, that's the baseline.
So being undocumented is dangerous.
Undocumented guns. Yeah.
And why is an undocumented gun more dangerous than a documented gun?
Because we don't know about the location and the use of it.
And do we know the location and use of documented guns?
We know who they're being used by.
How do we know that?
Because they're documented guns.
Okay, so if a gun is registered with the state and then is stolen, you've got a gun out there with a serial number on it. You don't know who has it or how it's being used, yet it's still a documented gun. How is that more dangerous than one without a serial number?
Well, if the gun is owned by its registered owner, then that's what I'm sorry. I'm losing my place a little bit. I don't know enough about this to answer this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Further questions
Thank you,
or
Mr. Chairman.
comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
advocacy. Darren Goins.
Members of the committee, my name is Darren Goins. I'm the state director for the National Rifle Association. I'm here today on behalf of our membership to oppose a couple of the bills. I'd like to oppose House Bill 667 and 6816 while supporting 6817. So in order to be brief, a lot of the points that I would make against these bills have already been raised, as you wouldn't surprise you. And not to repeat it, but I'd like to draw out a couple things that we haven't talked about. But just to give you a little bit of background, it always amazes me. I've done this for 17, almost 18 years in 10 states, 11 states now. And the NRA, aside from what we do and what we're known for in the political sphere, most people don't know that we actually employ a couple 100,000 trainers. We also do range certifications, range inspections. We have law enforcement programs. We do a lot in the safety space. And so when we start talking about safety bills, you think that people would defer to some of the suggestions we have. And Mr. McQuiggan was here today and testified on microstamping. He, after all, represents the gun manufacturers, the people who build guns, and they have told you that you cannot do that. The technology simply doesn't exist. And by and large, that's why only 2 states have even passed the legislation. He and I have worked on those bills for almost 20 years in a handful of states, and even New York, which has passed every gun control law under the sun, took almost 20 years to pass the bill. But he did hammer home some good points on microstamping, and so I'd like to kind of confine my remarks to the age portion, raising the age, and then also on the storage issue. It's very compelling to hear some of the anecdotal evidence and the stories on both sides. But again, there are stories on both sides. There's a 2012 case in Oklahoma where a young woman, Sarah McKinley, whose husband had died from cancer, and a known drug dealer in the town knew that there were drugs in that place, broke in, and she literally called 911, and she said, "Someone's kicking in my door." Now, the key part of this story is she's 20 years old. So if she can't have a handgun under federal law, and now you say she can't have a long gun, she that night would not have been able to protect herself or that infant. And by the way, when the police came, she had shot the intruder as he came through the door with a knife. So there are cases like that. In the cases of the alcohol establishments, there's a well-known Second Amendment advocate, Nikki Gozer, who had a karaoke business. To make a long story short, she was being stalked. A guy came in there, shot and killed her husband. Her car, she had a CPL. It was locked in the car because she could not take it in the establishment. My point in driving home just these 2 cases is that there are cases on both sides of this issue. But what I would like to say here is that if we're talking about plumbers, if we're talking about electricians, you would expect those folks to be here. These bills are supposed to be about criminals. There are no criminals in this room.
Thank you,
because
sir.
these bills do not apply to criminals.
Questions or comments from the committee? Representative Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, sir. Just because you do this sort of work, and you said in several states, can you tell us about where Connecticut lies nationally with our gun restrictions, and more notably, the process that we have here in Connecticut to purchase a firearm?
Yes, Representative Howard, thank you for the question. Yeah, and you don't have to take it from us, because some of the groups that advocate for gun control annually rank states, and I believe that Connecticut is ranked, California, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Hawaii, Massachusetts. I mean, you're in the top 5 or 6, and it's really splitting hairs between the two. So, obviously the process here is more rigorous. Generally speaking, even on the carry issue, there's 40 states that are relatively permissive with gun laws, and 10 states were harsh. Connecticut is definitely in the top 5. And the thing that I have found over that time period, working in both states that have very permissive laws and states that have very restrictive laws, is that we've passed a lot of these bills before. There's mandatory storage laws in New York and New Jersey. So if these things were working, would all of the crime rates drop? Of course not. The crime is spiking in those places. California, most restrictive gun laws in the country. You have shootings with banned guns there because criminals do not follow the law. And that segues back to the comment that I made to conclude my testimony, and that is, we would expect to see criminals in this room today if this really applied to criminals. Just like if we had a bill on plumbers would be here. They're not here. And so, to wrap it up, Connecticut already does have very restrictive laws, and we could pass everything on the slate here today and it would not make a difference because the people it impacts, they don't care.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate your answer. And the reason I asked, and certainly I'm in agreement that you could say California has the toughest gun laws, Connecticut does. It depends what metric you want to use and what you're talking about. But let me ask you a more direct question. Do you know a state in the United States of America that has a more robust process to be able to purchase even a bullet than the state of Connecticut has?
Representative Howard, it's hard to compare states because there are different nuances. New Jersey is very tough, but I really cannot think of a tougher one than Connecticut. Anecdotally, I was surprised that when I came through the state 10 years ago, from lobbying in Rhode Island, I stopped at the Bass Pro and I went to buy for an elk hunting trip rifle ammunition, just a box, 25 rounds. And they said, you can't buy that in Connecticut. So, okay, I'll take my tax dollars elsewhere.
Sure, and you bring another point that we're a relatively small state geographically, so it's quite easy for folks to move around to, states just north of us that have much more, much easier laws to purchase firearms. I'll say it that way. But I appreciate your testimony, and I think it's important because I actually get approached by constituents and actually even some of my legislative colleagues on occasion that want to enact laws in Connecticut that we already have because they're getting some of the information from sort of a national messaging system. So I just think it's important to know through you and what you've done today, and I appreciate it. Where we stand currently in Connecticut with our gun laws. So thank you, sir, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments, Representative Trubisky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. You mentioned that you wanted to talk a little about the raising the age, but I don't think you got to it. Tell me about your position on raising the age for purchasing a firearm.
Yes, thank you, Representative, for the question. 3 minutes is a little tough, but the one thing that I was going to bring up again, and it's been scantily brought up in the hearing today at all, is litigation in the country. It's exploding. I mean, most of these battles used to be fought in state houses, and the states that have passed the laws that they're going to have been challenged, and this stuff is largely now in the hands of courts. And we, of course, know after the Summers Bruin ruling, which direction and which standards are being applied. And frankly, a lot of this is going to be challenged. But with respect to age specifically, there are 10 states that I can identify right now with litigation: Delaware, Virginia, West Virginia, California, Washington, Georgia, Texas, Minnesota, Illinois. And as you can see, there's a mix there of states that, we would I guess, refer to pro-gun or anti-gun states. But 3 of those states, Florida, Georgia, and Texas, those cases are in the federal district court system in the 5th and 11th districts on appeal. So with respect to the age issue, I mean, states are going to pass what they're going to pass, but that's not to say at the end of the day that it's not going to be struck down. And the thing that I really want to drive home about the age restrictions is you can't have a handgun if you're under 21 years of age. And so if you're a single mother, if you got a restraining order out on somebody and a 19, 20-year-old young lady, I mean, or opposite, a young man that's in the same situation, they can't protect themselves. I mean, you can go die in a foreign land for your country and the flag, but you can't defend yourself. I mean, for the very things that we're over there fighting for, now we want to say you can't do that. And on the age issue too, it's often tossed back that well, what we're trying to get at here is, they bring up mass shootings. But if you really look at the research, most of the people have crunched the numbers, and there are a lot of people that have done it, is 75% of those people, or roughly thereabouts, are over the age of 25. So banning 19 and 20-year-olds, it wouldn't have stopped Cho at Virginia Tech. It wouldn't have stopped the Gabby Gifford shooter. I mean, you can go on and on about the shooters that this bill wouldn't have stopped. Never mind, it wouldn't have stopped it anyway because the underlying gun control doesn't work. But the age restriction would have made absolutely no difference in any of those cases.
Are you familiar with the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals case Hirschfeld versus ATF?
Not off the top of my head.
Well, that essentially found that 18 to 21-year-olds have the same constitutional rights as everybody else. It essentially threw out the rule, which would be similar to the one that we are talking about imposing. And that's a Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. Obviously, we're in the Second Circuit, so it doesn't cover us, but it certainly shows where we're going on that issue. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Winfield.
Yeah, question for you, because you made the point about people who you call criminals wouldn't be here. What is your point?
My point is that these bills do not apply to criminals. These bills apply to law-abiding citizens. They are possessory offenses, meaning if you have an inanimate object, that's banned. I'm now a criminal. To me, a criminal is someone that takes this object and does something bad with it. It's tied to an action. And the people who are here that are going to misuse those devices, they're not here. They don't care who is here. The people that maybe own a magazine that's going to be banned, and they're banned for no criminal activity. They're banned for simply possessing a piece of plastic that costs $15 and you all have said is illegal. And in many cases, they make these offenses felonies. They destroy people's lives. Even if they're adjudicated, innocent at some point, it ruins their lives. I mean, they spend resources, time, they're taken away from their families. This stuff destroys lives, and it's not going after criminals. It's going after law-abiding citizens.
So let me be clear about what I'm hearing. To your mind, criminals, people who've committed a crime, I think, first of all, we're talking about a subset of them because we're not talking about all crimes, but you would think that if they were here, that would indicate that this had some impact on them.
Well, it was a little bit rhetorical because we know that criminals aren't going to come in
You
here.
represent a national organization and you're putting something out that sounds to me like you're making a statement about how this operates. I want to make sure that what you're saying, putting out in front of all of us as the way things operate, I think it matters if you threw it out there, don't you?
Yeah, no, Mr. Chairman, absolutely. And I stand by my statement that criminals are not here today because this bill does not apply to them.
How do you know who's a criminal?
Someone that has a criminal
How do
record,
you
they've
know
been
sitting in this
convicted.
room who's a criminal and who's
I'm
not?
sorry?
How do you know sitting in this room who's a criminal and who's not?
I don't.
Then how do you know there are no criminals, as you put it forward, are here?
I don't.
Then you don't know that what you suggested.
It's probably a
to
good
us-
reason why you should be able to concealed carry, because anytime you go in a public venue,
That's
you
not
don't know
responsive
who's
to what I'm
carrying.
asking you, and you don't know, based on what you're saying, that there's a criminal or not a criminal in this room. So you don't know if they're testifying, do you?
I would be willing to bet a high amount of money that most of the people sitting in this room are law-abiding citizens. And that is why they are here, is because they don't want to become criminals.
I'm not asking you what you would bet. I'm asking you what you know.
Okay, I do not know that the people in this room are not criminals. I guess we can survey them after it's over as they leave the room.
And they don't have to answer that question, which means that when you come to us and you say, if they were X, in this case, as you put it, criminals, you don't know that.
If this debate has been reduced to this point, this talking point out of my entire testimony, I think that we'll just have to disagree to agree to disagree, because I think there's a lot much more to be taken away than sort of a throwaway introductory comment to my testimony that had hard facts about training, what we do to make people safe, and why these bills will not be effective. And frankly, bringing this up is simply a diversionary tactic to do just that.
Sir, I allow people generally to make their points. When people make a point, you can call it a throwaway line, but when you make a point as a part of your testimony that is not accurate, I'm going to likely ask you about that point, right? Which is why I don't question most people's testimony unless I see a flaw in it.
Okay,
Right.
absolutely. I do not know that people in this room are law-abiding.
Thank you.
All right. Sir, just a quick follow-up. Early on, you were asked a question about the states with the strictest gun laws in the country. And I think you mentioned on your list, you mentioned Hawaii, correct?
Yeah,
Massachusetts, right?
I believe so.
New Jersey,
Right,
Connecticut, New York, and maybe Rhode Island, right?
right.
Are you aware that according to the CDC, those are the 6 states with the lowest gun death rates in the nation?
Sure, we can get into.
No,
statistics.
that would just, are you aware of that fact? That those 6 states.
I'm well aware that that talking point is used often and is easily refuted.
Are you aware of the CDC data that suggests those 6 states have the lowest rate of gun death in the country?
I'm aware that that statistic exists.
Okay. How about the states of Mississippi? Does Mississippi have strict gun laws?
I've unfortunately, Mississippi is not one of the states I've ever handled.
Okay. How about Louisiana?
The same.
Wyoming?
I never handled.
Missouri?
Never handled.
Alabama?
No.
Okay. Because according to the CDC, those are the states with the 5 highest rates of gun deaths. Further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us. Catherine Bradley. Catherine Bradley. How about Jacqueline Santiago Nazario?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, Chairman Winfield, Ranking Member Kissel, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Jacqueline Santiago Nazario, the CEO of Compass Youth Collaborative, a nonprofit that connects high-risk youth in Hartford, youth living in a cycle of violence. We engage them in relationships to provide the supports and opportunities they need to become ready, willing, and able to succeed in education, employment, and in life. On behalf of all of us at Compass Youth Collaborative, I want to speak in favor of HB 6667, the governor's Safe Gun Initiative to make our state safer. Funding community-based violence intervention programs like Compass ensures that youth living in a cycle of violence get the supports and opportunities they need to break that cycle and become contributing members of our community. Firearms are the leading cause of death for our youth ages 18 to 20. The firearm suicide rate among this group has increased by 41% in the last decade. 18 to 21-year-olds commit gun homicide at triple the rate of adults 21 years and older. Science has shown that critical parts of the brain involved in decision-making are not fully developed until the age of 25. By changing the legal age to purchase a gun to 21, we are taking guns out of the hands of young people who are not ready to make such critical decisions. Every gun we get off the street makes Connecticut safer, and these initiatives get more guns off of the streets. Thank you to the committee members for putting these initiatives forward and helping build a state where our youth feel safe, live peacefully, and have the opportunity to reach their fullest potential. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions or comments? Representative Trubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. So you're testifying in favor of the funding in 6667, is that correct?
Funding, but more importantly, that we are talking about making sure that youth are old enough to carry weapons.
Okay. Do you expect to receive any of that funding for your organization?
I think that perhaps it would be a great investment for funding to be diverted to agencies such as Compass and others doing the work.
Okay, thank you. Are you familiar with any of the court cases that have said that that people between the ages of between 18 and 21 have the same constitutional rights as everybody else?
I heard you mention it earlier.
Okay, but you're not independently familiar with it other than what you heard today?
No, I do know that executive functioning and the ability for the brain to mature and develop the prefrontal cortex of the brain develops at 25. And it is for that reason that I am in favor of increasing the age to carry.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Man, I'm just trying to figure out, we heard testimony here today about illegal guns, and raising the age would take guns out of the hands of whom?
Raising the age would take guns out of younger people who have not yet developed the cognitive ability to make rational decisions.
And in Hartford, because you're centered in Hartford, right?
Yes, I am.
And in the cases that involve guns and bad things with children in Hartford, are they legally owned guns or illegally owned guns?
I don't know exactly, but they would be illegally owned guns.
Okay, why would they be illegally owned guns?
I'm not sure I can answer that question, but I can tell you that that I'm here to address kids and the trauma and anything that can help. And the reason why we're in support of this bill is because we know that the less guns that there are on the streets of Hartford, whether illegal or illegal, will help decrease deaths of young people in our city.
So you just don't like guns in general? I'm just trying to figure out the difference, because you understand most of the gun crime in Hartford is handgun. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, and right now, how old do you have to be to buy a handgun?
I'm not sure. I believe it's 18.
Okay, well, that's wrong. And that's part of the problem.
Okay, Representative, we're not going to debate. If you want to
Okay.
ask her a question, ask her a
I
question.
am asking a question. So, I mean, if the fundamental understanding is just factually and legally incorrect, I mean, ma'am, I'm going to tell you that the age is 21.
For the record, Representative Fishbein, we will stipulate, yes, to buy a handgun, the age in Connecticut is currently 21. The age to buy a long gun is 18.
So, ma'am, if you're here testifying about that this raising the age would increase or decrease gun violence in Hartford, how many gun bad things have happened with long guns in Hartford in the last year?
I'm not sure about the answer to the question. Again, I'm coming here in response to having kids and trauma affected, and how that having guns in the hands of older individuals whose prefrontal cortex is developed is much safer for our communities that are working, especially because we see this gun violence all the time. In order for me to get I'm not an advocate in that sense. I'm not the expert in that, but I know CAGV and Jeremy Stein are very well versed in that area.
Well, ma'am, I'm a little concerned. I heard you testify earlier that your organization may be getting part of this $2.5 million, and I'm concerned that it goes to an organization that applies it appropriately. So why 21? Well, why is that the age that you feel to be appropriate to be able to purchase a firearm?
So let me explain how the brain works, right? So when you have the prefrontal cortex of the brain, it doesn't develop till 2025. You have an executive functioning skill that we try to develop in youth by the age of 7, but the prefrontal cortex does not mature at all until the age of 25. This is responsible for short-term memory, inhibitory control, and the ability to make sound judgment. And so if those key areas are not developed, then why would we want a handgun, a gun of any kind, something that can kill another person, in the hands of young people in that way?
Okay,
And that is the reason why I'm standing behind that.
You're here testifying on behalf of an organization. My question was, why 21? I heard about 25.
Okay,
So
Representative Fishbein, I believe she's answered the question to the best of her ability at this point.
well, the answer was, well, I heard about 25. So I guess the
I
proposal
believe
was to raise
I
to
heard
25.
her talk about, well, you could ask her. I suspect what she would tell you is she would prefer the legislation to say 25. The current bill before us says 21.
That is correct.
Do you have additional questions for the witness?
Why not 20?
Representative Fishbein, we'll have plenty of time to debate this, you and I later, I assure you.
I hope that we're spending our tax dollars.
Thank you. Further
appropriately.
questions or comments? If not, thanks for being with us, ma'am. Jacob Camacho. Is Jacob Camacho with us on Zoom? If not, we will go to Thea.
Oh, there we go. I had to unmute.
Okay. Yep, go ahead,
Um,
Mr. Camacho.
I oppose, my testimony for March 6th, I oppose HB 6667, an act addressing gun violence. Sorry, I have a cold. Not just based on the unconstitutional nature, but for the additional financial burden, as well as the plain fact that it does not increase the security of Connecticut residents. In regards to the constitutionality, we have not only Section 15 of the Connecticut State Constitution, but we have protections of the second, which are extended to all citizens by the 14th. Combine that with multiple Supreme Court cases, with the most important in regards to this bill being New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin. One might hope that legislators would cease attempting to put forward bills such as this. In regards to the failure to increase the security of Connecticut residents, we must look at the reality that defensive uses of firearms drastically outweigh homicides, even using conservative estimates. That reality aside, Section 1 bans open carry and serves no other purpose than to create a new way for the state to target citizens who would choose to carry in a more comfortable configuration. Section 10 institutes a cooling off period, which has little to no effect on a determined individual and does not address the fact that if one so truly desires, they can buy an illegal firearm off the streets. Section 11 suffers a similar problem as Section 10, but it also abridges the rights of legal adults who we deem worthy of employing as police officers and inducting into the armed forces. Section 25 institutes a ban which will prove as impotent as the federal assault weapons ban of '94. It will only serve to increase the vulnerability of Connecticut residents who will no longer be able to purchase firearms ideally suited to defending their lives. Section 32 increases the barrier to entry for a permit and disproportionately impacts low-income individuals who are most likely to need a permit in the first place. Section 33, the idea that banning arms that have been affirmed as being protected because there is no loaded chamber indicator or magazine disconnect is foolish and unnecessary, as all CT residents should know, according to their training, the 4 universal gun safety rules and should teach them to their children as well. HB 6667 is a blatant overstepping of established boundaries in regards to the rights of Connecticut citizens. It will decrease the safety of individuals such as myself, a student soon to be graduating, or individuals such as my mother, who struggles with arthritic hands and doesn't have the same physical capabilities as I do. This bill doesn't make sense and only serves to increase the imbalance between criminals and law-abiding citizens. I also oppose HB 6816, and I support HB 6817.
Thank you, sir. Questions or comments from the committee? Representative Bitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in or for zooming in. You mentioned a magazine disconnect.
Correct.
Tell us what that is and how it is in the bill and why you oppose it.
So for Section 33, it mentions that firearms that I can actually pull it up. Ban the sales of semi-automatic pistols or revolvers manufactured after January 1st, 2024, unless such pistol or revolver equipped with loaded chamber indicator or pistol. Okay, so magazine disconnect means that once the magazine is dropped from the firearm, it will no longer be able to dispense the round that is currently loaded in the chamber. It is seen by some as a safety feature, and it is also seen by some as a way to potentially get yourself killed in a self-defense encounter. As for a loaded chamber indicator, it's something that is mechanical, it can fail. Some of them are visual and only work in good lighting conditions, but it's a way for the user of the firearm to determine whether or not there is a round in the chamber without actually opening the firearm and checking for themselves.
Okay, so specifically about the magazine disconnect. Is there how is that for those who believe it's a safety feature? How would that be a safety feature that you can't fire the gun unless you have a magazine in it?
Individuals believe it is a safety feature out of the fact that not everybody understands the safety processes that you're supposed to take when making a firearm safe. So therefore, maybe a child or maybe somebody that for some reason is unaware of the standard safety procedures drops the magazine, but they don't make sure to clear the chamber, inspecting the chamber to make sure that there's no ammunition in the firearm at that time. And they somehow end up pulling the trigger and harming somebody else.
Gotcha. And how can that how can that feature be a bad thing?
Well, if your grip is incorrect on your draw, say you're a police officer or say you're a citizen in a self-defense situation, if you accidentally depress the magazine release and drop your magazine, well, now you have a completely useless firearm. It will no longer fire. It will no longer defend you. That one round could be the difference between somebody being on top of you and hurting you severely or killing you.
Okay, now my recollection is that police are exempt from having that.
Most likely.
Yeah, but why do you figure that they would require that a bill would require a safety feature, but say police don't need to have their guns have this safety feature?
Well, just like I mentioned earlier with the age thing, individuals who enter law enforcement or the armed forces, they are viewed as being above the standard citizen. It doesn't matter that they're still humans, that they're still fallible, they can still make mistakes. And the reality is many officers make mistakes on a yearly basis. We see it all the time. But there's this misconception that somehow they won't fall victim to the same issues that we fall victim to.
Right.
That's not a great explanation. I apologize.
Well, thank you for your testimony. I appreciated it. It seemed to me that if they exempt police from a safety feature, it's probably not a safety feature. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thanks for being with us. Thea Alfez.
Thank you, Chairman and ranking members. My name is Thea Alphys. I am a United States Air Force veteran. Security police was my MOS. And I'm a former first responder of 18 years in Connecticut. I'm a Christian and I'm a gun owner. I got my hunting license at the age of 14 through Nonawag High School in conjunction with the state of Connecticut and its VOAG program. And I developed a very healthy respect for firearms there. I'm here to oppose HB 6667 and HB 6816. We have existing laws regarding guns that have attempted to reduce violence in our state, and yet we have no evidence of having done that. These existing laws restrict law-abiding citizens, and as citizens, we rely on our officials to do exactly the opposite of that. So under these existing laws, crimes have escalated. There's data studies and polls that suggest that drugs, decreased police presence, police accountability, leniency from prosecutors, and laws that are soft on criminals are linked to the escalation. This is what needs to be addressed. Do the studies that you're using, does the data justify targeting law-abiding citizens yet again with further restrictions? Will it address the root cause of violence here in Connecticut? Lastly, I'm going to do something very different. because I take a biblical view of the Constitution. It is historically accurate that 34% of the Constitution is influenced by our Bible, God's moral laws, and the laws of nature and nature's God, one of which is self-defense. In the Constitution, it is my right, but in the Bible, it's my duty to protect myself, my family, and my property. So legislation that prohibits or restricts my ability to do this is both, in my opinion, a Second Amendment issue and a First Amendment issue as well. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment, question from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Ann Manuski.
Good afternoon, Chairman Winfield, Blexer, and ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm Ann Manuski, and I am the president of the Connecticut Republican Assembly. The Republican Assembly is an organization which has members and friends totaling over 500 Republicans and conservatives across the 8 counties of Connecticut. We stand firm in our principles and inalienable rights under the U.S. Constitution, as well as the rights and responsibilities within the Connecticut Constitution. I have been a 24-year resident of Connecticut. I'm a former licensed professional counselor, and as I said, I'm currently the president. Our U.S. Constitution Second Amendment provides a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. I believe that both the governor's bill that is titled Governor's Bill on Gun Violence, the microchipping bill, are both infringements upon our Second Amendment rights. I am here to testify to support an act concerning an individual's rights to own, possess, or carry a firearm. This will clarify some of the freedoms that we have lost in the state of Connecticut due to some of the laws that have been passed over the last several years. And I hope that people understand that every citizen in Connecticut has the right to bear arms in defense of himself and the state. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment, question from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Patricia Moore. Patricia Moore. Kevin Gerard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Kevin Gerard from Waterford. I'm here today to oppose HB 6667, 6816, and support 6817. I speak to you today asking you to oppose 6667. I would have come to Hartford to speak in person, but chose to remain in Groton, where I collect data to create cures for cancer and HIV. As a scientist, they use data, stats, and evidence rather than emotion or biased, unsupported claims to provide the best cures for patients. They count on me to do this. Similarly, I'm relying on you to use facts, stats, and data in your decision rather than emotion, political gain, and media sensationalism. Combating gun violence is understandable. However, this is bad legislation which bundles together too many measures. Statistically, the most prevalent gun violence is suicide at 62%. This is never committed with a so-called assault weapon. It is a single bullet, no high-capacity magazine required. Murder is 35% of gun violence, totaling 97% with the category I just talked about. We heard from Waterbury PD and a state report that the gun criminals are, according to the numbers, a relatively small violent group with felony records. They commit a significant percentage of urban gun crimes while free on bond and awaiting trial on other crimes. This supports enforcement of current laws and sentences, not creating new ones. Stats show that the most common weapon in a mass shooting is an easy-to-conceal handgun, not an assault rifle. The outright ban proposed in this bill would rob current owners of their investments, since the law provides no provision for people who currently own them to sell or transfer them legally. Thousands are used legally in competition and recreational shooting daily, but an immeasurably small number of them are used illegally in crimes. That's a fact and stat worthy for you to consider when you're about to rob the average owner of their investment in constitutional rights. Evidence does not back up banning .22 caliber rifles with assault weapon features. We just heard about that. I won't go on. No law should ban .22 rimfire since there's no data that supports that. Evidence shows that practice and education prevents accidents, but this aspect of the bill will actively discourage both. Stats do not support banning carrying a firearm in an establishment that serves alcohol, such as thousands of restaurants in the state. Stats also don't back up that a gun with a magazine disconnect increases safety. I won't have time to go into the reasons, but feel free to ask me about it. To combat gun violence, real evidence supports measures to reduce suicide and murder. Data supports increasing mental health and support and funding. We should enforce current laws and keep felons from repeating their actions and further gun violence. Real data supports taking appropriate actions when red flags appear. Overall, this bill contains too many measures that will not reduce gun violence and will adversely affect safety based on statistics, data, and evidence. I'll conclude by imploring you to focus your attention on the largest aspects of gun violence and not the minority. Make your decisions based on evidence, data, and statistics instead of emotion, bias, and media sensationalism. I compel you to do your job upholding the Constitution, protecting our rights, to pursue happiness and defend ourselves, and execute the will of the people, which I can assure you is overwhelmingly in opposition to this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gerard. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in. Tell me about the magazine disconnect and how that is or is not a safety feature.
Yes, sir. So I routinely participate in a competition, and at the end of my turn to shoot at the targets, the range safety officer commands me to unload and show that my weapon is clear, and then to close the breech on the gun and pull the trigger on an empty chamber. If you were to require me to have to put the magazine back into the gun, I'm potentially adding a source of bullets to that firearm. When I close the chamber, it will then potentially load a bullet. And then when I pull the trigger, it will accidentally discharge a bullet. The current standard is also that when if you were in a self-defense situation, there's a very high probability you're nervous, things are heightened. It's possible, as a previous speaker said, for the magazine to drop or even partially drop, such that when you don't fully load it, you would, as that previous speaker said, have a useless firearm. So for those two reasons, I believe magazine disconnects are not a good idea. It's a hotly debated topic in the gun community, but there's very, very few firearms that actually have them. They tend to be on the guns like 22 rimfire that are used by newer users and not on the weapons used for defense. And I think that's for just reason.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Question from other members of the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Nikki Gozer. Nikki Gozer,
Yes, this is Nikki.
you may testify.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm here speaking as a victim of a violent crime. I'm testifying to help explain why the Governor's Bill 6667 is a bad idea when it comes to not allowing law-abiding citizens to carry in restaurants that serve alcohol and mandatory safe storage. In 2009, my husband, Ben, was shot 7 times and killed in front of me by a man who I only realized that very night was stalking me. This occurred inside of a restaurant that served alcohol in Nashville, Tennessee. It was a gun-free zone. At that time in Tennessee, handgun carry permit holders were prevented by state law from carrying in these restaurants, even though you are a designated driver like I was. Because of the law at that time, I had to leave my legal permitted firearm that I normally carried for self-defense locked inside of my vehicle that night. I obeyed that gun control law. My stalker did not. He had no permit to carry the gun. He brought that gun into a gun-free zone illegally. I asked management to please remove him because I realized I was being stalked. When management confronted him and asked him to leave, he pulled a .45 from a shoulder holster under his jacket and shot my husband, killing him. I was disarmed and helpless to stop his attack. I will probably wonder for the rest of my life if I could have prevented that from happening. Of course, I'll never really know. I was denied a chance. I was stalked and defenseless. Tennessee's law has now changed. As long as you can legally carry a handgun, you can now carry in these restaurants as long as you are not drinking any alcohol. Tennessee has not had a problem with this new law, and they have not tried to repeal this law. It has been in place since 2010. I would also warn you that forcing women to lock their legal gun up, safe storage, will make it impossible for them to protect themselves when needed. It sounds like common sense until you need to get to your gun quickly for self-defense. Please stop and consider the victims that you may be creating on the other side of this mandatory safe storage proposal. There will be unintended consequences, and it will create more victims like me. Look, we all want our communities to be safe, and we all want violence to end. However, as long as there are evil people in this world, good people must be able to protect themselves. Evil doesn't stop and say, okay, I'll let you unlock your gun and load your gun before I attack you. Or, oh, that's a no guns allowed sign. I can't carry there. Oh, it's a restaurant that serves alcohol, so I can't possibly hurt or kill people that are there or leaving there on their way to their car out in the parking lot. It's actually a target-rich environment for evil people to harm good people, knowing that they are absolutely helpless. In closing, please don't make people helpless like I was. The citizens of Connecticut should be able to protect themselves from the type of evil that I have been faced with. Please support the basic human right of self-defense. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Representative Dubinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for coming in and telling your story. When you, after your tragedy where your husband was killed, did that influence the Tennessee legislature to change that law?
Yes, I actually worked with a Democrat, actually, a very pro-gun Democrat that understood the basic human right of self-defense. Senator Doug Jackson, he actually sponsored the restaurant carry bill. And yes, it did pass. I worked with him. He told my story on the Senate floor. And yeah, it's not been a problem in our state. You know, good law-abiding people understand they're not allowed to drink alcohol. And they don't. And they've, like I said, our lawmakers have not tried to repeal the law.
And you say that you found out about this stalker and that the stalker was coming after you. Did you know that before you knew that before the shooting, or did you find out afterwards?
No, I knew that night. My husband, Ben, and I, we owned a mobile karaoke business in Nashville. We both had regular corporate jobs, but we did this as a side job in the evenings. And this man was actually a karaoke customer. He had become somewhat of a regular, and he would come out to sing. And he started getting creepy, inappropriate. He started sending me social media messages that were very creepy and inappropriate. I deleted him. I blocked him. My husband asked him to please leave me alone. And, you know, I kind of wondered if the guy was stalking me. I wasn't for sure. He kept coming to our karaoke shows, but he was no longer singing. He would stand in the middle of the crowd and just stare at me. He wasn't doing anything illegal, but it was definitely what I think most women and men too, quite frankly, would qualify as very creepy. And it wasn't until that night that I realized, yes, this guy is stalking me. He came to a venue we had never seen him before, where we were running our show, and Ben had already asked him to leave me alone. So that's when I realized, okay, this is stalking. And that's when I asked management to remove him.
Wow. And do you feel that it might have been different had you been able to protect yourself and your family?
Yeah, I mean, I'll never, like I said, I'll never really know. I can't tell you. Yes, I would be able to prevent this 100%. I'll just never know. But I can tell you that I think it would have changed the odds, and I don't ever want to see good people helpless like we were. This stat may seem unbelievable to you, but it is correct. You can go and ask the experts that work with stalking victims. 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, and actually 1 in 6 men, and we're talking about a lifetime, are potentially stalked in their lifetime. Now, granted, what happened to myself and Ben is the extreme, but it's very scary. And, people should be able to protect themselves.
Right. Well, at least you would have had a chance. Well, thank you very much for coming in and telling your story. We very much appreciate it. And
Thank you.
And sorry for your tragedy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubinsky. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, thank you for sharing your story. We know it's difficult. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gregory Mitchell. Gregory Mitchell.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Distinguished members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. I'm a retired Army officer now living and farming in Litchfield County. I want to appeal to your sense of reason regarding Governor's Bill 6667, specifically lines 16 through 19, which, quote, "No person shall carry any firearm upon such person's person in any establishment licensed for on-premises alcohol consumption," end quote. My problem with this bill is it doesn't differentiate between a bar and a restaurant. This proposed legislation would make it impermissible for me to take my wife out to dinner while I carry a concealed firearm. I and every other law-abiding permit holder should already abstain from alcohol when we intend to carry our firearm on our person. That includes dinner out with my spouse. Connecticut vets its permit holders carefully, and I frankly would feel safer seated in a hypothetical restaurant full of Connecticut pistol permit holders than I would with the general public, because a DUI conviction would most likely preclude one from holding a pistol permit. I can agree with you that a person should not carry a weapon into a bar, and there might even be exceptions to that when we consider bartenders and waitstaff picking up their paychecks. The state of Texas addressed the problem of guns in bars decades ago by implementing its 51% rule. In Texas, establishments that make 51% of their revenue or more from serving alcohol are required by state law to hang a standardized sign at their entrance forbidding the carry of handguns into the establishment. A single infraction in Texas of this law carries a 1 to 2 year sentence and a hefty fine. There's one more thing I want to bring to your attention. If this bill is implemented and the law-abiding pistol permit holder goes to dinner, where will she store her weapon? Well, she'll store a weapon in the car, in the parking lot, right? That's permissible under Connecticut law. If this becomes law, petty theft from cars will become a whole lot more lucrative. Thieves are smart and will begin to target restaurant parking lots where they know patrons' firearms will be stored in the glove box. The more you require a permit holder to unholster and store the weapon in a public setting, the more you put that weapon at risk of theft and detection. We could label this legislation the Proliferation of Guns in Restaurant Parking Lots bill. Now, I urge you to be reasonable and please consider differentiating between a bar and a restaurant in this bill. Thank you for granting me the time to speak on this important matter.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Representative Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir, for coming here today. Sir, have you been here today and heard the testimony about approximately 90% of the gun violence incidents in Connecticut have to do with illegal firearms?
Yes, sir.
And do you think that if somebody's in possession of an illegal firearm and they enter a restaurant, the fact that they know that law-abiding people are defenseless would help gun violence or hurt gun violence?
Well, I think it would enter into a criminal's calculus as to whether or not they'd be successful in their robbery or whatever crime they were going to commit. So, yeah, I mean, the idea that there are no, except perhaps maybe the owner, that there are no weapons, yeah, that would encourage crime.
Okay, so when we're looking to protect ourselves, we're looking to protect ourselves from bad people, and I guess based upon the data, in possession of illegal guns. Do you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you for coming here today.
Thank you, Representative. Comment, question from members of the committee, comment or question from members of the committee. Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us today. Christopher Dukes.
Good morning, all distinguished folks. Thank you for your representation of all of us, and thank you for taking the time to hear from us. I am going to change my script because I don't like to be redundant or repetitive unless I really believe it needs to be, but there's been a lot of great things said. So I'll give you a little background of myself so you understand where I'm coming from. I'm a father of 2 young children, ages 9 and 15. I have been a gun owner for over 22 years. I am a survivor of an attack whereby an evildoer, I would say, with a gun 2 years ago. And with saying all that, leads you to believe that back to, in terms of my testimony, in opposition of House Bill 6667, House Bill 6816. My primary reasoning for opposing both of those is because I, emphatically believe that both have absolutely nothing that will protect me or my children or any of my loved ones, including other residents of this state, from this very thing that we're calling gun violence. I had the privilege of sitting in a seminar more than a decade ago where Governor Rell had brought forth statistics. There was a healthy study that was done. I believe the United States Secret Service was involved in it, and we had reduced gun violence or mass shooters to 5 commonalities. And I do not see the prior 2 bills that I mentioned doing anything to address those 5 commonalities. We keep trying to invent and try to understand who the individual is, yet and still we had strong orders of who these individuals were. And let's try to address all 5 of these issues, not just one, which is the access to firearms. That being said, on the other side, I strongly support HB 6817 for all the reasons why I don't support the other 2. This particular bill, I found very pleasing to read. I was very excited by the fact that it encourages personal protection rather than diminish it. There needs to be a distinguishment between the evildoers who will steal guns, who will misuse guns, who are destined to kill. Our gun-free zones don't protect us from that. As most of us have said already, I believe. It's the compliance that has been a problem for me. The night that I got attacked, that attack was successful in attacking me, not killing me, praise the Lord on that, because I was complying with the current gun laws in terms of how your firearms had to be stored. So my concern is trying to now not allow me to be able to go into restaurants or restrict more areas when there is an active shooter who is still out there, who has not been arrested, and may perhaps still have yet another bullet with my name on it. I need to make sure that I am safe. And I believe that HB 6817 does that for me. Thank you all for your time. I greatly appreciate the work you're doing.
Thank you for joining us again. I will go to Senator Kissel first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be very brief. Nice to see you. I believe that you've testified before this committee in past years too. So
certainly.
Yes, so you had stated that there were 5 factors, one of which is access to guns. Just very briefly, do you recall the other 4 factors in addressing?
I
those?
do recall the other 4 factors. Amazing. That was, Governor Rell was still in office. So this is how long it goes. My understanding was the first element was the individual either perceived or actually did encounter a situation that they were aggrieved. So there was a grievance. Number 2, they actually reported that grievance to someone in authority who could remedy the grievance. Number 3, for whatever reason, they believe that they did not receive the satisfaction that they should have received, that their grievance was mishandled. Number 4 was access to weapons, and we're actually 4 and 5 are in no particular order. Number 4 was access to weapons, and that's all weapons, all forms of weapons. And number 5 was some recently or undiagnosed mental health issue. So grievance procedures, mental health issues, we really could stand to do a better job for that. It's pretty funny that we talk about these.
Thank you.
Those situations. I actually fall under all 5, and but unfortunately, fortunate enough for me, my frontal cortex is formed, and I don't engage in that violence.
Okay. Okay. Are there any other questions from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? If there's not, Mr. Dukes, it's good to see you again. I'm sure we'll see you in the future.
Certainly will. Thank you.
Richard Balboni. Richard Balboni. Jennifer Van Gorder.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, you may testify.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Chairman and members of the Judiciary Committee. I am in strong opposition to Bill HB 6667, cleverly named an act concerning gun violence. No part of this bill will reduce gun violence, but instead make lawful gun owners criminals. I second much of the testimony today in opposition of this bill. There's a whole market around concealed carry material and products. And so there's not many people who open carry, and criminals certainly do not open carry. Allowing 1 gun purchase a month will prohibit lawful gun collectors from purchasing collections, and just once again prohibit our rights to carry. I am also in support of HB 6817. Hold on, just getting back to my notes. Getting rid of fees to acquire and renew permits is great, as those fees are akin to a poll tax. It is a violation, I believe, of equal protection, as those fees can prohibit low-income family members and the single mom or senior citizens from protecting themselves and participating in their Second Amendment right. And that is all for today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Representative Dubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. You talked about fees. What fees are you talking about?
The fee to acquire or renew a pistol permit.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Is that
hear you.
in Bill 6817, the fee to acquire or renew your permit?
Oh, gotcha. Okay. And it's your belief that that would prevent certain people from acquiring a permit?
Correct. Yeah, and especially in this economy, people are struggling, and those fees are, it's just an extra. It's an extra people can't afford. So to me, it's a violation of equal protection.
Okay.
You're stopping some from partaking in their Second Amendment right.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Representative Pablo Tomato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question, and this might be, I don't know if you'll be able to answer this question, Ms. Van Gorder, but the open carry ban, I know when we take, I know I've taken a gun permit class, and then other people have, and usually the recommendation is that you conceal, that you can't see the gun. So are you aware of any problem where, or even occurrences of people open carrying? It just doesn't seem to be an issue or something that occurs very frequently. So I'm not sure where or why this bill, where it's coming from, but I was wondering if there's anything you're aware of as to why this legislation was put forward.
I have no idea. I've only seen one person open carry in the state of Connecticut, and it was the person I took my permit class from. And so I don't really ever see it. And most people, if they're wanting to commit a crime, I think would conceal that they have a gun. And like I said before, there's a whole market for concealed carry. And you see it everywhere. So most people conceal so that they don't alert others that they're carrying.
All right. Well, thank you for your testimony today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Dr. Stephanie Palmeno.
Hello. Okay.
Here you are.
Hello, Honorable Judiciary Co-Chairs, Senator Winfield and Representative Stratham, and the ranking members and the vice chairs. I'm a doctor of nursing practice. I've lived in Greenwich for about 40 years. I've worked here in that capacity as well. And I've testified previously on this type of a topic to the Public Health Committee. I'm testifying in support of HB 667 with special emphasis on the measures that would require that there be no exceptions to the secure firearm storage, and for enacting laws and regulations that would prevent and reduce community gun violence. I believe very strongly in the Second Amendment rights, and at one point I was a gun owner myself, but I feel that our laws need strengthening and they need to be brought up to date and made more enforceable. I have a special interest in gun violence because I was a secondary victim. When I was 6 years old, my father was shot in our home, and to this day, I'm now 75, I can still recall and see visually the bloody handprints down the wall as my father came down the hall to try and close the bedroom door where his daughters were sleeping. I can visualize the holes in the windowsill, the scars on the front and back of his body where the bullets went in and out. And I want to bring to the attention of this committee that the violence that we see related to gun violence does not just in fact impact the person who shot the gun or the person who got hit by the gun. It impacts everybody who sees it, who hears it. We see it every day on the news. And there's a concept that some of you not in health care may not be familiar with called secondary trauma and the impact of early childhood trauma. And I want to bring to your attention that this is such a real factor. We're not just impacted violence we're seeing all around us. I'm sure you're all aware that we are the fourth country in the nation, or in the country, the world, in terms of the gun violence we have, and that we have more guns than we have people in this country. I'm not at all opposed to people having guns. I think people who are law-abiding citizens should be right, but we know that many other people do have them. I recognize that we can't stop them, but everybody in this country does not have the same ability to be protected against gun violence. We see it every day on TV. It's in the news, it's online. We have people who see it in their own neighborhood day after day. We have people sitting in their home where bullets come flying through their walls, people shot in their beds. How long can we as a country or a state go on with something like this? We had the misfortune of having all the children shot and killed. And in all the things we see about gun violence, we clean it up. As a nurse who's been an ER nurse, we don't recognize that gun violence is bloody, it's noisy, it's traumatizing.
Your time has elapsed. We're
Thank
going
you.
to questions for you, okay? We're going to begin with Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm just,
Good afternoon.
what capacity do you appear before us today, as an individual or on behalf of an organization?
Well, I belong to so many boards and councils and commissions that I'm here representing me.
Okay, so you're not here in a representative capacity.
No, I'm in full support of the Connecticut Against Gun Violence, and I am a member of that, but I'm here speaking on my own because of my own personal experience as a child and as a care provider.
Okay, and I would expect that as a child that the current safe storage in the home firearm law that we presently have was not in place at that time. So moving
No.
forward from there, what flaw do you see in the current law that needs to be addressed? I don't even know that you know that we currently have a safe storage law. Did you
Yes,
know
I do.
Okay.
Okay.
So what flaw, because we heard from law enforcement today that apparently there's been no violations. I don't stand on that comment, but I did ask about it. So I'm just trying to, can you tell me of a scenario where something bad happened and there was violation of our present law?
What I am referring to in terms of safe storage is that I know we have a law that has people who have children in their homes have to have guns under lock and key or stored away. But just the way we deal with the situation with substance abuse and medications, people come into your home who could be vendors, they could be the friends of you or the friends of your children or your grandchildren. If a gun is not under lock and key, it's available to many more people than we might think it is, the same way our narcotics are.
Okay, so I'm just trying to unpack that. So if in my own home, you would have, I wouldn't be able to, let's say, have a firearm on myself in my own home?
No, I think if it was on yourself, that's a different situation because somebody would be having to take it away from you.
Okay. And in answer to my question, you're not aware of any, and I apologize to ask it a second time, but you're not aware of any incident where the current safe storage law was insufficient?
I don't think that that's a question that most of us can answer because we don't necessarily know where somebody got their gun from.
Okay, well, presently, first of all, we have a series of statutes. If somebody's gun is lost or stolen, you're supposed to report that to the police within 72 hours. And you're not supposed to let a firearm come into the contact with a minor without the parent's permission or a prohibited person. So, but I understand where you're coming from, and I look forward to somebody identifying a problem that needs to be dealt with here. So I thank you for coming here today.
Thank you. I think the death of so many children and people in this country is enough of an identified problem.
Thank you, Dr. Pope. Representative Dubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You had mentioned a horrific attack in your home when you were a child. Was that with a firearm that was owned by one of your family members?
No, there was someone who came to the door, and when my father opened it, he was shot.
Okay, so the safe storage, so a safe storage bill of any type would not have helped in that situation?
Not in that situation, no.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry for your tragedy. It must have been a horrible thing especially when you're a child.
Thank you.
My other question is, you mentioned a statistic where the United States is the fourth most something. I wasn't able to get the rest of it. What was that statistic that you cited?
I was looking up, I think it was a US World Report. I was looking up where America stood at this point in time today in terms of gun violence in comparison to the world. And it identified us as being fourth after places that we would not consider to be on a par with the American economy, and identified that we have more guns in this country than we have people. And it always troubles me as to why we need so many guns, why we need guns that are weapons of war available to a population. There's no good reason for a weapon of war to be on the streets or in someone's home that I can think of.
Okay, so that is a statistic from US News and World Reports.
I believe that was it.
Okay, do you have any idea what the date of that was?
It was current. They referenced January.
January of this year?
I believe so. Let me see if I can pull it right back up again. Yep, here it is. It's US News, how the US compares to the world on guns.
Okay, US News and World Report, right?
www.usnews.com. How the US compares to the world on guns.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
Richard Souza.
Good afternoon, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Richard Souza. I'm from East Hartford. I'm testifying today in support of HB 6817 and in opposition to HB 6667 and HB 6816. Every Sunday, I get ready for church. I put on the body armor that I wore during my 15 years of service as a certified Massachusetts EMT that this government now wants to make illegal for me to own. Then I strap on my gun belt with a holster for a large frame handgun, a handgun I made at home some years ago for my own personal use and does not have any serial number, and that my government would now like to use to turn me into a felon overnight. Then I holster a smaller frame firearm in a concealed carry holster for my less dominant hand. Another firearm I made at home for my own personal use during my last 50 years of amateur gunsmithing. Then I insert 8 magazines into the magazine holsters on my carry belt, making sure that I don't insert more than 10 rounds. Or again, my government will throw me in prison, or maybe just murder me outright when they come to arrest me. Then I put on a coat and go to services. And why do I go through all this trouble? Well, because I watched a video in 2019 of the West Freeway Church of Christ shooting that took place in White Settlement, Texas. 2 people in the congregation, acting as part of a security detail, were killed by a gunman wielding a shotgun before the gunman was fatally shot by 71-year-old Jack Wilson, a 3rd security team member. The attack was live streamed, and the thing that struck me was the audio of that video. After the first man was shot, there was the frantic cry of a little girl crying, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy," because her father had just been killed. I can't watch that video anymore. That little girl voice haunts me. No members of that security team were wearing body armor. If they had, they might still be alive. That's why I wear body armor when I go to church. It's why I practice. I can't stand by anymore and wait for someone else to do something. I'm not going to wait for law enforcement to show up after everyone is dead. What I can't understand is why my state government keeps trying to turn people like me into felons overnight. And with all these bills they keep proposing for doing the same things I've done all my life, while doing nothing to keep these lunatics from murdering us. I think that's the definition of tyranny, or maybe just insanity. That's the end of my testimony.
Are there questions of this witness? Representative Jablonski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in. I want to talk to you or I want to ask you specifically about body armor.
Yeah.
You talked about body armor and presumably the bill that seeks to ban it. Other than yourself, do you know others that have and use body armor?
In the service or
Okay.
yeah, I know other people that have body armor, sure.
Okay. And
I mean, it has lots of other uses.
Tell me.
Well, for example, I do gunsmithing and I used to make my own guns. I stopped doing it in 2019 in Connecticut, but I used to make guns. And I take guns to the range to practice and to test my firearms. And often I'd set up a security camera, a video to take a video of myself with the firearm so I could analyze it afterwards to see if there were any issues with it that I might have missed, while I was checking it out. And then one day I happened to look at the video and I noticed that the person next to me who was shooting had a firearm and had some problem with it and was trying to clear it or do something that I couldn't tell, and had it pointed directly at my back, at my spine. So after that, when I went to the range, I would wear body armor. And the first time I did that, I went to the range, I take my cases, take my guns out, and start putting on body armor. And the range officer walked up to me and said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm putting on body armor." And he says, "Why are you doing that?" So I took out my camera, the video, and I showed him the video. He says, "Okay, put the body armor, put it on, So this is a private range where I shoot at, and several months later, I go back to the range and I have my body armor and I go there and there's the range officer and he's wearing body armor. And I just looked at him, he looked at me, and we just, no words, just a smile, Okay.
And have you ever committed a crime with wearing your body armor?
Of course not. You can't be an EMS, that you have to have a clearance every year, criminal background check, every time you recertify when you do that.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us, sir.
You're welcome.
Brian Maher. Brian Maher. Okay. Lori Hopkins Kavanaugh.
I'm here.
Go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for the hearing today. And I'm very concerned. I didn't pre-prepare this presentation because I wanted to hear what other people had to say, and I didn't want to be redundant. But I do say that the micro stamping and the gun violence bills that are before us, 6816 and 6667, will do a lot to harm us and nothing to help us. And I also believe and want to thank Representatives Dubitzky and Fishbein for 6817 that I do support. I've been a victim of harassment. I am a current victim of harassment. I have to be in New London Superior Court on Monday, the 13th. And I have been gang stalked for 17 months and extorted. And that's my current situation. I actually, in the city of New London, when I ran for mayor, that was the first time I understood that your political position could put you in danger. And some thugs, felons actually, tried to drive my daughter and I off the road. There's a police report in the city of New London. I think Representative Nolan may be familiar with these people that did this to my family. And I went down and I was Captain Crowley in New London. He fingerprinted me and I got my pistol permit and I ran for US Congress. And wow, I learned a lot. And I learned that having a target on your back is a very scary thing. But I want to start before the political aspect to say that professionally, I'm a licensed real estate broker. I was the largest HUD broker in the state of Connecticut, housing and urban development. And during the last decline in our economy, the bubble and burst, I handled a lot of inner city transactions. I was in the worst of all cities, and I was in the bowels of those cities in houses that were vacant in crime-ridden neighborhoods. And I did that on a daily basis. I was a very large broker. I had to go in and inspect these properties. Some were multi-families. They were next to drug dealers. I had one house on Central Avenue in Norwich, and there were several murders the week that I listed the house. And I had to go in there as a woman by myself and go from the attic to the basement. And it was probably a 10,000 square foot house. I'm just asking you, why should I be subjected to rape, murder, all kinds of horrible things? As a professional, do I have to stop working because you want to take away my rights as a woman to protect myself? The best thing, the most empowering thing I ever did in my lifetime was exercise my Second Amendment rights. And I want to say, I want to ask the Judiciary Committee, how many of you have taken oaths
Thank
and
you.
sworn
Thank
on
you.
the Connecticut Constitution
Thank you, ma'am.
or
Ma'am,
the US
That's your 3 minutes. And we all took oaths. Questions from the committee, Representative Bitsky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that 3 minutes goes quickly, but was there any specific part of 6667 that you had something to say about? I know you didn't really.
What I'm mostly concerned about is that I am put into a situation if I wanted to wear body armor, and I represent so many inner city people, Blacks, Hispanics, poor people, and they want their pistol permits. A lot of them can't afford it. They want me to take them to the range and to these clubs. They can't afford it because these ridiculous, the idea of making it more expensive and having less guns. Does that make any sense? It doesn't matter how many guns. It only takes one bullet to kill someone. It depends on whose hand that gun is in. And the cartels have plenty of guns. I really take offense to any globalists here trying to take my rights away as an American citizen. My constitutional rights are nobody's business.
Thank you, ma'am. I think you answered the question.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
You. Seeing no further questions, thanks for being with us, ma'am. Zachary Melee. Sir, your mic, could you just turn that microphone back on? There you go.
Is this working now? All right.
You're good.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Zachary Mealy, and I strongly oppose HB 6667 and HB 6816, and I support HB 6817. The governor's bill seeks to make open carry illegal in the state of Connecticut. His bill supposedly addresses gun violence, yet statistics show that open carrying a firearm often prevents crime and gun violence. Take the state of Arizona, who implemented constitutional carry in 2010, which includes open carry. The state has since seen violent crimes drop each year. The bill targets law-abiding gun owners, not criminals, who would certainly never open carry a firearm anyways. The bill also targets modern sporting arms such as a .22 rimfire rifle and pre-manned so-called assault rifles. This bill pinpoint and targets responsible law-abiding gun owners and does nothing to end gun violence. It is a clear violation of our constitutional rights to keep and bear arms as well. Furthermore, I'd like to explain my opposition to HB 6817. Microstamping is considered by many a questionable crime-fighting tool. The technology is new and is yet to be proven consistently effective. Gun stores across our great state will also be put in an enormous financial disadvantage, rendering entire shelves of inventory incapable of being sold in the state legally. I'd like to ask you all a question. Do you honestly believe a criminal with ill intent would be equipped with a micro-stamped firearm? The clear and obvious answer is no, they will not. Raising the age on the purchase of ammunition and firearms to 21 would be devastating to young Connecticut residents seeking to deer and waterfowl hunt. If the state wants to address gun violence, they should actually prosecute offenders instead of giving them a slap on the wrist and letting them go back on the streets just to become repeat offenders. These bills are not about addressing gun violence. They are about disarming and controlling law-abiding citizens. For the governor to suggest law-abiding gun owners who have taken every legal step to obtain a pistol permit in good faith to follow the law are the reason why gun violence exists, shows how incapable he is on fixing crime and violence in our state. That is all I have to say. I'll take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Not, thanks for being with us, sir.
Thank you for hearing me.
Fahim Dalal. Fahim Dalal. Michael Smith. Michael Smith. Glenn Miller. Glenn Miller. All right. Page 2. Kyle Becker. Kyle Becker. Joanna Tessanowski.
Tazanowski.
Tessanowski, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joanna Tazanowski and I live in East Granby. I'm part of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America because I'm the mom of 2 9-year-old boys. I'm testifying in support of HB 6667 because secure storage of firearms impacts everyone in our community, gun owners and non-gun owners alike, and because we need a larger investment in community violence intervention programs. We are privileged to live in one of the safest states in the country because of our gun laws, and we need to revise existing laws, and HB 6667 includes provisions that will help reduce self-harm and suicide, will increase education requirements for firearm licenses, and will strengthen safe storage. We need to do more to strengthen our safe storage law because 30 million children live in households with firearms, and millions of those kids are living in homes with loaded, unlocked, accessible guns. Firearms are now the leading cause of death for children and teens in our country, and intentional self-harm is the leading cause of death of firearm-related fatality in Connecticut. Hundreds of times a year, a child will impulsively and curiously pick up a gun in their home or the home of a friend or relative and unintentionally shoot themselves or someone else. Kids are also intentionally shooting themselves because unfortunately, not all suicidal kids are able to be identified as such by those who care for them, and nearly half of kids that attempt suicide use a gun. When a child attempts suicide with a gun, that child dies 95% of the time. Safe storage puts a barrier between kids or suicidal adults and guns. While my husband was deployed in Iraq, I was at the home of another lieutenant's wife when my husband's platoon sergeant's wife and her 3- and 4-year-old arrived. The kids had been watching a movie in the bedroom for 10 minutes when the homeowner jumped up and retrieved her loaded handgun from her nightstand, inches from the children sitting on the bed. This was a woman who grew up around guns. Her gun was legally owned. Her family hunted. Her husband went to a military college and he was weapons trained by the Army. She was educated about guns, but she didn't have kids and she forgot her loaded handgun was on her nightstand. This is how unintentional shootings happen. It is why safe storage is vital whether you have kids living in your home or not. Secure storage dramatically reduces the risk of both self-inflicted and unintentional injuries, and it works to prevent gun theft and the crimes, injuries, and deaths that are then committed with those stolen guns. HB 6667 will save lives in our communities, and that is why I am supporting it. Thank you.
Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Stafford. Ms. Tazanowski, as the first constituent, I've seen this, it's not even morning anymore, this afternoon. But today during this public hearing, I just want to say thank you for taking the time to come and testify. And it's always important to participate in the process. And thank you so much for coming and representing your organization and hailing from the great town of East Granby.
Thanks for making this time available for us.
Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon, ma'am. You just told us a story about a firearm that was unattended in the home. Are you aware that that is already illegal?
So as I understand it, the current law affects those homes where children are living or might frequently be. This was not one of those homes. So this
Okay.
was a home where a single person or someone who did not have kids or someone whose home kids did not typically frequent, the law would not apply to.
Okay,
So
so
this was one of those
are you a lawyer?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you that the law does extend to that. The law requires a homeowner to make sure that a firearm does not get into the possession of a minor without their parents' permission or a prohibited person without doing certain things. If the child trespasses on the property, that's a different situation. But presently, under our law, that concern is addressed. So, and I've asked some others about this, are you aware of any situation that's happened in Connecticut since 2019 in which this law failed?
So two things. My understanding of the law was that as it currently was applied, the homeowner, the person who owned the gun, needed to have either children living in the home or those who shouldn't own firearms because of a felony or something like that, or where children frequented the home. So that
Okay,
was my understanding.
2937I.
Right.
Take a look at that because it does.
That's what I read. That was my understanding,
Yeah.
as opposed to the changes in this bill, which would apply to all homes, which it currently does not.
Well, I guess we can agree to disagree, but I
The
thank you.
instant, mhm.
Thank you for your testimony.
Further
Did you want the
question-
instance that I was aware of about where the law didn't apply? or-
Further question.
I would like to hear about.
Okay,
this, yeah.
go ahead.
So in our town, there was an instance where I'm sure Representative Senator Kissel knows, firearms were brought by an elementary school student into an elementary school. But because the current law quote unquote requires or necessitates that injury or death occur when a minor takes the weapons from the home, the law currently cannot be applied.
Okay, but that had nothing to do with the safe store. I mean, I don't know the facts about how and
So
bad situation. I don't disagree. Okay. I don't want to see it happen. Full disclosure, I've been involved with kids. I was involved in a case where a young man blew half his head off. So I'm fully cognizant. And that whatever happened there should not have happened. However, that's the end result. The safe storage aspect of that. Are you saying that I understand what you're saying.
So I'm saying that if those guns had been secured, that child would not have had access to them and would not have brought them to the elementary school. And currently, our law cannot be applied to that case.
And in that particular situation, nothing bad happened.
I
Well,
would-
bad is.
I would
subjective.
qualify, there's, there were students and faculty that was scared. There were parents that were unimaginably afraid, and only because of the actions of the wonderful staff and the police department in the town. Correct. No one was injured or died.
So in that particular case, do you know why it happened? Was the child being bullied? Do you know what was going on? Or was it just, I found this thing, I want to share it?
The case is still being prosecuted,
Okay.
but not with Ethan's law.
So the case is being prosecuted against an adult or the
Correct.
child? So what would you're saying that the current law isn't enough? What is the adult being
I think
prosecuted?
a lot of the parents in our town knew that Ethan's law had been passed. And so they were looking for it to be applied and were disappointed and confused why it couldn't be applied in this instance, because there was not the result of injury or death. So a safe storage law that was developed to keep kids from not accessing guns in homes where maybe they don't frequent currently, it wouldn't be applied. And also if there's no injury or death, it wouldn't be applied.
But I'm just trying to understand, if the law presently isn't enough, do you know what an adult is being prosecuted for?
It's not for the safe storage law, which I think is
Okay, so
confusing
but
to a lot of people.
I thought you told me the safe storage law wasn't enough in this case of being prosecuted.
It wasn't applied. So I think it's confusing when we have a safe storage law in our state to keep kids from accessing guns, but that law can't be applied when this child accessed a gun because there was no injury or death.
Right, so you're telling me it's still being prosecuted, but they're not being prosecuted for the safe storage, but,
That's correct.
okay. And it's in Summers? What town?
East Granby.
East Granby. All right, I'll perhaps talk to Senator Kissel. Thank you.
Representative Jablonski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, I'm sorry, did I get it right that that in the scenario you gave with the person who ran to the bedroom to get the gun, was that a police officer?
No, this was just a friend at the time. She was a
Okay.
legal gun owner. And because she didn't have kids yet, there were no kids frequenting or living in her home. Therefore, her gun was not secured. And
Gotcha.
when kids then entered, she forgot.
Okay, I guess I just misheard. The other thing is you said that Connecticut has some of the toughest gun laws in the country, and that's the reason why our firearms death rate is so low. Did I get that right?
Right, similar to what we heard earlier, the 5 states with the strictest gun laws also have the lowest instances of, I forget if it was gun homicide or gun violence, but that's one of the reasons why we moved to Connecticut, because we
Okay.
are safer here than
So
elsewhere.
you're making that correlation.
I think it's, I have a visual and I forget who ran it, but it is ranking the states from most stringent to least in terms of their gun laws. And equally I forget if it was violence or homicide deaths. And it is an absolute inverse relationship where those states with the strictest gun laws seem to have a correlation of
Is
decrease
that
in death.
total numbers or per capita?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but Mr. Stein might know that.
Okay. Do you have, now that's a.
I do believe it's, I'm sorry, I do believe it's per capita, but I don't
Okay,
want to misspeak.
So that's a correlation. Do you have any evidence that there's actual causation, that one causes the other?
I think it's implied. I don't have
Okay.
I don't have a because of this law, therefore not this death or crime.
Okay, because we hear that a lot, we have the toughest laws and therefore, one causes the other. And I'm trying to find if anybody's got any empirical evidence whatsoever to show that there's causation. I've not seen any.
I guess I would say similar to what was said before, those states with the loosest gun laws have the highest and vice versa.
That's just a straight
I
correlation.
think-
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yes. And obviously I think there are certain inferences that can be drawn. I think that's the point the witness is trying to make. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, ma'am. Very briefly, I was interested in the exchange that you had with Representative Fishbein. And as somebody who often, puts charges on cases, it's not always exactly cut and dry. But there is a statute that requires that if a minor is likely to have access to it, you have to keep it stored. And then if you don't, it's not like a crime there, it goes to another crime. So it's a bit convoluted. I am interested in drilling down and fixing that. But I have one question for you. The bill would require someone, say a single person who lives in a 1-bedroom apartment by themselves, to make sure that firearm is secured all the time. And you may have heard me say earlier, but that's where I sort of have hesitation. What's your take on that?
I would say that's sort of where my example came in. This was a woman who didn't have kids. Kids didn't come into her house regularly. Her husband was in Iraq. She was essentially a single person living alone, and that's why she left her loaded, I think it was a 9mm on her bedstand. But when it's left to gun owners 100% of the time to, as soon as someone steps in their door, know if they might be, suicidal or have a previous felony where they shouldn't be able to access that firearm or have children, in my instance, that failed. She didn't, as a gun owner, think immediately that she needed to go lock that gun. And that's where unintentional shootings can happen.
So your argument is basically, say I'm single, and I'm not, but if I were and had my apartment, I would be, complacency isn't the best word, but it'd be so, I would have it so used to being there that if my nephew were to come over, I wouldn't think to it. And that's why your argument is if we do it consistently and forced to be done consistently, that it would alleviate that. That's your point?
I think that that would have been prevented in this instance where
Okay.
it could have been tragic.
Okay, and I understand it. And I thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Philip Briganti. Philip Briganti. Robert O'Connell. Robert O'Connell. Patrick Tudyk. Is that a motion, Senator Kissel?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Go ahead.
This is Patrick Tudyk. Again, good afternoon. My wife and family and I live in Trumbull with our 3 children. And like all of you, our family's safety and our community safety is paramount in our thinking. However, that being said, I absolutely oppose HB 6667 and 6816 because these really don't move the needle on public safety or making our communities safer. Essentially, if you're a legal gun owner in Connecticut, you've already proven through numerous tests, so to speak, to get your permit that you're following the law and that you're a law-abiding citizen. So trying to make individuals like myself and others behave even better to outweigh criminals just doesn't work. We really need to focus on, for example, HB 6817 and further prosecuting existing laws that are on the books. One area that specifically I found to be problematic that's being proposed is a ban on body armor. If someone wants to purchase something that's purely defensive to prevent them from being able to do that just makes no sense to me. I don't think there's any evidence to show that body armor is being used in commissions of crime. It's more of a solution in search of a problem. So in sum, not to retread what many have already said, HB 6667 and 6816 really do nothing more than punish people who follow the law, who want to do the right thing, who in an extreme circumstance might need to use their weapon to defend themselves, their families, or others, and puts them at a disadvantage. So I would ask you to carefully consider before you prevent law-abiding citizens from being able to defend themselves and others, and instead really focus on moving the needle for public safety by enforcing existing laws. Thank you.
Sir. Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you being with us. James Koprusik. James Koprusik. Joseph Potter. Joseph Potter. Thomas Devaney. Thomas Devaney. Sister Marianne Mueller. Sister Marianne Mueller. Vin Scolo. Vin Scalo. All right, looks like we're up to Jason Levy.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I want to testify in firm opposition to 6667 and 6816. These bills do nothing to address gun violence at all. I recall from the campaign, the governor, since this is his bill, said that you can't be tough on crime without being tough on guns. Connecticut is already tough on guns, as we have heard repeatedly today. We are not tough on crime, especially with guns, considering that roughly 70% of gun charges in this state are not prosecuted. They're simply dropped. I don't know why that's never been addressed by the legislature. These bills target people who are not a problem and do nothing to address the overwhelmingly majority of people who cause the problems, the repeat offenders who just get their charges dropped or get low bonds and are back out on the street doing it again. With regards to microstamping, it's completely ineffective. Even if it were technologically achievable at the moment, it's incredibly easy to defeat. Anyone who wanted to remove the microstamping needs 15, 20 minutes in a metal file, and that goes out the window. Again, I testify every year for the last several years on bills like this, and I don't know why they keep coming up. The landscape is different after the Bruin decision, and it's my feeling that the legislature should be bringing our laws into compliance with the decision. I don't understand why we aren't doing that. You may disagree with the Bruin decision. That's okay, but it is still the law of the land. Failure to bring our laws into compliance and to pass more laws that are not in compliance with the Bruin decision will simply result in the state spending millions and millions of dollars defending lawsuits that they lose and paying out millions of dollars to the groups who brought the lawsuits. I don't think that's acceptable. Lastly, I want to touch on the open carry issue real quick. I don't open carry. I've had my permit for over 10 years. When I got my permit, I was told explicitly by the issuing officers that if anyone should even see a print or a handle of my firearm incidentally, and they get a call, that I would be on the ground with their gun against my head before I even had a chance to explain it. So why we are talking about making this illegal now, when it's going to be inviting violence against innocent civilians, I'm not sure.
Thank you, sir. That's
Yeah.
Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate being with us today.
Have a good day.
Eddie Blue. Oh, I'm sorry. Jonathan Steinberg first. Is Representative Steinberg here? Okay. Eddie Blue. Oh, Representative Steinberg is here. Representative Steinberg, you're up.
Apologies for keeping you waiting. I'm State Representative Jonathan Steinberg, the 136th District, Westport. I'm here to testify in support of the governor's bill and the committee's bill. I am pleased to see that after many years of making some important changes to our gun reform statutes, that the governor has embraced the concept of going even further and has taken a very bold approach, a very comprehensive approach to tighten our regulations. I wish to speak today primarily on handguns. I know there are parts of the governor's bill that focus on assault weapons, but given the problems we have in our cities, an attempt to be responsible about the ownership and the use of handguns is particularly critical. The open carry restriction, I think, is appropriate and long overdue. I think the concept of only being able to purchase one gun a month and having a waiting period are prudent ways in which to make sure that people who own guns are responsible. And I particularly like the section that refers to education and training. This is something that used to be central to the NRA's focus on gun ownership, which was education and responsible use. I think that this is an effective way for Connecticut to make sure that people who own guns understand the responsibility involved and are prepared to take care of them effectively. I will pretty much leave it at that, other than to say that I'm pleased that this committee has chosen to entertain wide-ranging changes to the laws, because if Connecticut is going to remain in the forefront of those with sensible gun reform, these various proposed initiatives are all warranted. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the committee? Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Representative. I just want to go through those topics with you. The first one, open carry. I forgot what area do you represent?
Represent the town of Westport.
Okay, and in the town of Westport over the last, let's say, 2 years, how many times if you know, has somebody complained to the police about somebody openly carrying?
I have not asked our police department for any records as to complaints, so I would not know that, sir.
Okay, so have you yourself viewed someone somewhere in Connecticut openly carrying?
I have. There was one isolated instance. I can't even remember which community I was in, but I have seen it once.
Okay, and about how long ago was that?
Pre-pandemic.
Okay, and what did you do as a result of that?
I'll say that I was very careful to stay on the other side of the street and conduct my business as far away from that individual.
Okay, and did you know that individual?
No, I did not.
So could that individual have been a police officer?
Person was not a police officer.
How do you know that?
I don't know that for a fact.
Okay. The one gun a month situation, understand if somebody's dangerous, you shouldn't have any guns, right? You would agree with me?
Yes, I would.
So if I go today and buy a firearm after I've done all the stuff to get background checked and all that stuff to be a permitted person, do I become more dangerous or less dangerous because I could buy a second gun the next day?
I'm not sure I can answer the question in the way you intend, but I would say that somebody who owns a lot of guns has a greater challenge in maintaining control of them. And one of our big concerns are the number of guns, legal or otherwise, that end up in the hands of criminals in our cities. So generally having a lot of guns may lead to the possibility that those guns may be misused.
So I own I own a lot of guns, and I've owned a lot of guns for upwards of 20 years. None of my guns has killed anybody, thankfully. What I'm hearing is that I'm a danger because I merely own a lot of guns?
I would say that the risk of a gun being mislaid or stolen increases with the number of guns that anybody holds.
Okay, I guess I could say the same thing about tanks of gasoline. I mean, you own more gasoline tanks, more can explode.
Not sure we have a gasoline crisis in our inner cities where people are being killed en masse.
Gentlemen, there's still a bunch of people who want to testify. You guys have plenty of time to debate on the House floor.
The waiting period, are you aware of, and I don't want to get personal, I'm just testing knowledge here. Are you aware of, if I'm not a permitted person, what I need to do to be approved in the state of Connecticut to purchase a firearm?
I may be generally aware. I'm not sure based upon, I'm aware. Do I know all the specifics? I think I might fail a test on that.
Okay, so what is your knowledge as to the proceed? I mean, I let's just assume I have no permit. How do I buy a gun? Do you know?
Typically, people buy guns from gun dealers, either at a store or at a show. And there's a process that one needs to go through. You have to fill out forms. You have to demonstrate residency and a few other things, I imagine. And then obviously you have to go through some sort of background check process of some nature.
Okay, we don't sell guns at shows in Connecticut. I just want to correct you on that.
Then my mistake.
Okay, and in order to purchase a firearm, there's a lengthy process to be approved. I'm not going to go down that road, but I understand where your acumen is in that. Now, you indicated that the training aspect you're in support of. So what training does one need to do now under our current statute?
I could not answer that, but the idea of expanding it, making sure that there is a relatively rigorous training process that everybody has to go through sounds sensible to me.
Okay, and it's going to be an argumentative question, and I'll make the statement. It's difficult to say that something is appropriate when you have, with all due respect, don't know where we are now. So
Respectfully disagree.
Okay, well, okay, that's your testimony. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments? Representative Trubisky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for coming in. You said that you are in favor of one gun a month. Are you aware of any other place that has that law?
No, it's been considered in a number of states. I don't know the current status.
Okay, so as far as you know, nobody else has imposed that type of restriction?
As I said, I know it's been considered. I couldn't tell you the current status of any bills in other states.
Okay. What about the training provision requiring additional training and fees for a handgun permit? Do you know any other jurisdiction that's imposed something like that?
My understanding is the training we're talking about would be a change to our existing. So if you're asking me, is there any sort of baseline training that is offered in every state? I'm not aware of such a thing. My understanding is each state may have their own basis for how they qualify somebody to be well educated in the use of ownership of weapons. So I imagine it does differ state to state.
Okay. Now you said you were in favor of the one gun a month provision. What was the other provision? There were a couple of them that you mentioned.
About a half dozen. If you can be more specific, sir.
Well, I'm asking you.
I'm glad to enumerate if you'd like.
Yeah,
I referred to the open carry, the one gun per month, the license for gun dealers. I alluded to strengthening storage and the education piece.
Okay. With regard to licensing of firearms dealers, do you know any other state that does that?
I have not done a review of all the other states.
Do you know of any state that's done it?
I don't know.
Do you know of any other jurisdiction that's imposed any of the gun control provisions that you're here supporting?
You know that there are restrictions on open carry in some states.
Okay. Do you know if those restrictions have done anything to reduce crime?
I am not familiar with statistics. I'm sure there are other people you could address this question to who may have more background than me.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments? If not, Representative Steinberg, thanks for being with us.
Mr.
Eddie Blue.
Thank you to all members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm here in opposition of HB 6667. I'm a gun instructor. I teach the Connecticut Pennsylvania class. We cover Connecticut gun laws. We cover safe storage. We cover how much alcohol needs to be in your system to receive a misdemeanor charge, which is 0.1 on a breathalyzer test. My biggest issue with 667 is me as a minority. I'm an avid hunter. I've been since I was 13 or 14 years old. I've personally had law enforcement call on me a half a dozen times for taking a legal shotgun out of my car, covered in blaze orange, 400 inches around me, to go into the woods and hunt, to be met by the police when I came out from hunting, or stopped before going in to go hunting, saying they got a phone call from an anonymous person saying they saw a black man walking into the woods with a shotgun. Obviously, I wasn't trying to hide. I had 4 inches of blaze orange visible from the front and the side and from the back. And I was hunting during the legal hunting season. I was carrying a legal firearm for hunting. A lot of people have already said what I kind of feel, but there's one last thing I want to just close on. One of my clients who took my class, which state of Connecticut has to be 8 hours, has to do live fire, did live fire, learn universal safety rules, safe gun storage, etc. Did everything that the state says she had to do. Got a permit, had her gun secured properly, and had a situation in her home. And because she could not get away from her attacker to her firearm that was locked up the way it was supposed to be, she lost her life. So I'm all for gun safety. I'm all for safer gun laws, but they truly have to be common sense gun laws. And I think I'll just close on that. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Blue. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you for coming in. One of the things that sometimes gets lost in the discussion about tightening gun laws or making it more difficult for people to possess guns is the counter argument of the consequences on those that can't get access to them. You just mentioned one, and do I interpret it correctly that in your capacity as a firearms instructor that you have encountered a number of these situations?
Yes, sir. 2 people I know that were legally armed citizens and running from where they were, their location, to get their secure firearm, lost their life. One a male, one a female. I attended one of their funerals. It was a very tough day for me because she did everything right. She did it the way the law said she's supposed to do it.
Okay, well, it's, we've heard a lot about various tragedies today, and certainly that's one of them. And I certainly hope this committee realizes that restrictions also have their consequences. Thank you very much for coming in. Very much appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, Mr. Blue, it is good to see you. Sure, we'll probably see each other at the kids' school sometime this week. Next, next we will hear from David. I'm not sure if that's Iomi.
If you can hear me, it's Iomi.
Yes, may testify.
Thank you to the Judicial Committee for permitting me to testify. I have submitted written testimony opposing HB 6667 and HB 6816 and supporting HB 6817. Given the short time, I'll focus my comments on opposing Bill HB 6667. I'm a legal gun owner and have a concealed carry permit. I legally own several firearms, including what is known as a Connecticut other. Like many have testified, I feel that the part of Section 1 that would prohibit legal concealed carry in restaurants is illogical and should be removed. The bill is also being promoted as closing loopholes in current law. What it actually and intentionally does is to change arbitrarily the definition of an assault weapon to make as many firearms as possible illegal to law-abiding citizens. As an example, my Connecticut other firearm is currently legally owned. For it to be legal, it had to be purchased with a forward pistol grip. Under this new law, the same exact firearm with the same exact forward pistol grip is now made illegal, and possession makes me an instant Class D felon. Where has it been shown that owning a CT other is a problem? The part of the bill dealing with a ban on open carry is problematic and should be removed. Banning open carry and then defining open carry in the bill as being able to notice a firearm with more than a fleeting glance is vague terminology. What does more than a fleeting glance even mean? Under the bill's new provisions, the slightest imprinting of a legally owned firearm under clothing opens the legal concealed carrier to harassment from anti-gun activists and overzealous police officers. Worse, the complaint can cause the loss of his concealed carrier's permit, For these reasons, open carry should remain legal. Lastly, I object to the part of the bill in Section 7 that now forces me to make all my firearm purchases only through an FFL, adding additional cost and time to me. In conclusion, HB 667 is bad bill for many reasons, as the Judiciary Committee is being aware of through testimony today. Hopefully this bill, as written, will not move out of committee. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there a comment or question from members of the committee? Is there comment or question? If not, Mr. Iommi, thank you very much for joining us today. David Jagros. Okay. Chief Jacobson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Winfield and Representative Strathstone and distinguished members of Judiciary Committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. I'm Carl Jacobson. I'm the Chief of Police for New Haven. And since my senator likes numbers, I'm going to try to give him a couple numbers, but I am a chief, not a mathematician, so I'll do my best. The way we combat crime in New Haven here is we look at a small number of people that are committing violent crime. It's something about 0.06%. If you look at that in a city this side, you're looking at 80 people out of 130,000 approximate city residents. And what we do is we offer them services, we offer them a way out. And then if they don't take that way out, we need some teeth, because if you do pick up a gun, is what we say, we want you safe, alive, and out of jail. But if you do pick up a gun, there'll be consequences. And what we've seen over the years, the consequences have diminished a little. So I'm speaking just in support of HB 6834, the acts concerning serious firearms offenses by repeat offenders. In 2022, the New Haven Police Department arrested 39 people for murder or non-fatal shootings. Of those people, 40% were on probation, 6% were on parole, 16% were on pre-release. If you look at those numbers, and I did it mathematically to see how this bill would affect them, it would affect about 15 to 20 of those 40 people, which in fact, if they were in jail, that would be 15 to 20 less people shot or murdered. Still a very small number, but still saving lives. I want to give you one example of recent tragedy. LaQuivia Jones, who spoke with us the day we were at the State House, she lost 2 sons to gun violence senselessly. But the second one is interesting. The suspect in her second son's murder is a New Haven male, age 21, and I don't want to say names because it's an active case. He's currently incarcerated on a charge of intimidation of a witness. He's a suspect in the murder of Jorge Delgado that happened in April of 2022. And detectives have submitted a draft warrant for this incident with him as a suspect. After this incident in April of 2022, he was involved in several domestic disputes and was arrested with a gun. Those warrants were served and he bonded out each time. The bonds were $150,000 to $500,000. He was in for several months and bonded out in December of 2022. The 21-year-old suspect is now when he bonded out in December, he's our main suspect in the murder of Dante Myers, her second son, which occurred on January 1st, 2023. After the murder, the intimidating witness case was served on him. Detectives are currently investigating this incident, but this party has over 10 previous arrests with charges ranging from gun charges, assault second, assault third, violation of protected order. I truly believe if this was in effect, this tragedy would have been avoided. So I wanted to give you one example. The other thing we did as a police department was we looked at our data over the last 3 years of gun arrests, simply gun arrests. We had 486 people arrested since January 1st, 2021 till today on gun charges. Of those people, yes.
Your time has elapsed, so could you finish your last sentence for us and we'll get to questions?
Sure. Well, the bottom line is of the 486, 50 would be affected by this bill, which 50 people being off the street of the worst that are shooting would therefore save lives in the city of New Haven.
Thank you, Chief. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chief. Thank you for coming here today. Chief, I want to ask you, in the bill that you're here testifying on 6834, lines 15 through 115 through 119 describe a serious firearm offense. Are you familiar with that language?
Yes.
And I'm having I think I understand the intent of it, but 2936 is already altering a serial number off a firearm. You agree with me?
Yes.
But then the law says that a serious firearm offense means a violation of 2936 involving a firearm that is altered in a manner that renders the firearm unlawful. What's the difference there? I don't think there is a difference.
I think, no, but I think it's lumping those charges into a category of repeat offender status to initiate the rest of the bill related to, 30% of a bond and the other things that are in the bill. So I think it's just adding a category to it.
But how can one be convicted of violating 2936 without altering the serial number on a firearm?
No, I mean, that's just one of the categories that could place the person in the repeat offender category.
Understood.
Not the repeat offender category, but the category under the bill.
So
I mean, it might be, yeah.
If one is merely convicted of violating 2936, then they would have already been found to have been involved in the altering of a firearm in violation. I'm just questioning why we need, I don't see the difference. It appears that it's 2936 and it has to involve, and I'm trying to get to the, I'm hearing from the chair. Okay, I'll leave it. I'll leave that be. We'll talk about it afterwards. The other portion, and I'm once again focusing on that portion of the law. Shooting a firearm while threatening another person. Is there a statute? I mean, I guess that could be various things, right? Attempted murder, I guess, could be that. I'm just looking at, if a judge convicts someone or jury, the process convicts someone of a crime, would they have to make an express finding that because that particular crime involves shooting a firearm while threatening another person, that it becomes this serious firearm offense?
Well, we see that type of offense just put under unlawful discharge. We don't see attempted murder as a charge from the state's attorney's office. So I think the spirit of it is that they're not just shooting the firearm like it's just being shot in the air or something. They're shooting it in a manner that's threatening someone's life. So it puts them into the serious firearm offense. I understand there are other laws that cover this in some instances, like you're saying, but I think that was the spirit of the bill.
No, I totally got the spirit of the bill. I just think this section needs a strong massage, because I do not feel comfortable when it almost becomes subjective. When a court says you've been convicted of this, but then you have to look behind the facts, because we are not carving out, the legislation before us is not carving out a particular crime known as serious firearm offense or serious firearm crime. It's saying if you've been violated of existing statutes, and then there's an element of those convictions that involves certain use of a firearm, then it's a serious firearm offense. And that's, I totally support where you're trying to get here. I just think that some work has to be done in that area. So I thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chief, for coming in. We've heard a lot of numbers over the last few hours. One we heard was that 98% of guns used in crime are either stolen or illegal. In your experience, is that about right?
Yeah, I mean, illegal to be used by the person that used it.
Yeah. That's,
Yes, sir.
if it's stolen from somebody who purchased it legally, and then it becomes illegal. Is that what you mean?
Or if it's a convicted felon who uses the firearm.
Right. Either way, it's illegal. Okay. Now you mentioned that, I think I got this right, 0.06% of the population is the problem, and it's only a few dozen people. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I was doing numbers like 137,000 residents in New Haven. That would be 80 people. So we're not trying to put everybody in jail. We're just trying to put specific people that pick up these guns and commit offenses over and over again.
Right. And of the 137,000 people in your city, only about 80 of them are the real problem. Is that what you're saying?
That would be an approximate from the data, yes. And then the other number I used was of the 486 people arrested with guns over a 3-year period, it comes out to like 152 that would be affected by this. So that's only 50 a year, which is right along line with the 80 from the 137,000.
All right. So around 50 a year.
And that's just an estimate. I'm saying from the data I have.
Sure. I'm not asking to hold you to exact numbers. In your view, then, is it best to focus the attention on in order to reduce crime, on the 0.06% of the population as opposed to the 99.94%?
Yes, and that's what I was talking about. Through programs like Project Longevity, we offer services. We sit people down and talk to them. We say that you're at risk to be shot or do a shooting. And then the other part of it is if you do pick up a gun, there are consequences. And I think this bill is very important to show the consequences of that small percentage picking up a gun.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Chief, question for you. Did you hear my questions earlier when the other chief was here?
No, sir.
Okay. So when I look at when I think about what you all are trying to do and the small number of folks you're trying to deal with, I am concerned that the way this definition is written, given the reality on the street, that you're talking about more folks than you intend to speak of. So let me ask you a question. The people that you know, whatever they're doing on the streets, that may not be the worst of the worst as you characterized it, many of them possess a gun. Almost none of those guns are legal. Is that correct?
Yes, I would say. Well, it depends on the person, what their situation is, whether they have a permit, whether they are convicted felon. But of the 0.06%, yes, they're all mostly not legal.
I'm speaking specifically beyond just the 80 individuals. I'm speaking specifically about many of the young men who are on the streets, right? My understanding, and you know, I have some background dealing with these young men. My understanding is that many of them, even if it's just for protection from their perspective, are in possession of a firearm that is not legal. Am I misunderstanding that?
No, you're correct, especially younger because they're unable to have a gun because of their age.
So then per the definition here, those individuals would be captured as well if they, for instance, deal drugs or anything, but maybe never shot the gun.
Not under the age of 18, not the ones that I was kind of thinking of when you were just saying that.
Well, let me ask you a question about the bill where it talks in, do you have the bill with you?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
There's a section of the bill that, particularly when it talks about bail and it lists off offenses, that there's a trigger if you're the SFO. It seems to me that some of these people would be caught up in that who might not be the type of people, but more important than that, in that section, this is the question I asked earlier about if you had 2 offenses in the last 5 years or 1 in the last year. So if you had 2 convictions in 5 years, 2018, and it could happen, you could be convicted of 2 of these things at the same time, you would potentially be someone who we're dealing with in this section of the bill. If you had 1 in 2022, which was last year, you would be one of these people. You could have had 2 in 2018, still feel you need that gun for protection, right? Not be necessarily doing the stuff we don't want you to do, except for having the gun. But if you have 1 in 2021 or 1 in 2020, this doesn't capture you. I don't understand how that makes sense.
Well, it also depends on what happens with the first offense. So say it's a first offense, they have no other criminal history, and that offense is not end up as a felony conviction. Then the second time they have the gun would be like having it the first time again. So if it was a couple years from then, it wouldn't be falling into this.
Let me clarify the
category.
situation. Let me clarify the situation. So so given the way the bill works, I'm talking about an actual conviction, right? Because otherwise there's nothing to talk about here. There's a bill says, go ahead.
I have it in front of me now, Senator. What page was
Okay,
it?
so go to the line starting on 346, but specifically in line 352, which is B, or 2 or more convictions in the last 5 years, or 1 conviction in the last year for a violation of certain subsections is presented before the Superior Court. That's the trigger, right? And so what I'm trying to figure out is, if I had 2 convictions 5 years ago, right? They both happened in the same year. Am I actually worse off than somebody who had a conviction a year and a half ago, 2 years ago? Because if we're concerned about getting these people who are bad, I don't understand the logic of the bill.
Well, I think a lot of it has to do too with what the situation is related to the courts and police talking to each other. You know, if you're talking about somebody that's never fired a gun, not a suspect in any shootings or murders or anything, and has that gun strictly for protection, I don't think they get caught up in this.
But they do, according to the definition. Because it's a possession. It's not whether it doesn't suggest whether you fired it or not. It suggests that you possess it.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I don't want to prolong the committee, but I think listen, I think that what you all are trying to do makes sense to me. I'm just not sure that the language of this actually targets in the way that some of us think it does, the people we're talking about. I think it's broader than that. And I also think it leaves out some of the people that if you're trying to get somebody from 5 years ago, you should be getting somebody from 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and 4 years ago. I just can't wrap my head around why that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to, again, I don't want to prolong the committee. I put that there because my hope is that people continue to work on this. If we're going to have a conversation about this and get it so that it works. Representative.
No, I understand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you actually, that dialogue, Chief, I want to ask you this. Do you know how many people you arrest in New Haven that are in possession of a firearm illegally, but have not committed any other offense? Do you happen to have that number? I know it's on the spot. I'm sorry. Or could you get it to me? So we're not prolonging this. If you could.
Yeah, I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. I'm curious to that number. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Sorry, it's important that we get this right.
No, I understand.
Thank you. And thank you for your work, by the way. Comments or questions from other members of the committee? Comments or questions? If not, Chief, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Rebecca Powell. Rebecca Powell. Cornell Lewis.
I would like to thank this committee for allowing me to speak today. My name is Cornell Lewis. I'm a resident of Bloomfield. I'm also an activist in the Hartford area. I am in support of Bill number 6817, and I put forth testimony to that degree. I also organized the Self-Defense Brigade some years ago. If you don't know it, you're going to know it now. I've organized many of the protests that you've seen all over Connecticut over the last 5 years, especially after George Floyd's death. I have also organized legal armed self-defense groups to accompany us on marches. The fact that we are able to possess legal firearms effectively stopped Nazis, white supremacists, and domestic terrorists from attacking us. I'll give you an example. Last April, there was a rally here at the state capitol. Before we got here, a week before, the Proud Boys and other groups contacted us and said they were going to attack us. The FBI called our organizer and said, you need to be careful. We came with our weapons. We talked to the people here at the state capitol and informed them that we were going to have a peaceful rally, but we were going to defend ourselves. When the Proud Boys showed up, I walked up to them with a contingent of 8 people, shook their hands, which was captured on the front of the Hartford Courant, and explained to them that we come in peace, but if we are attacked, we will defend ourselves. And at the end of my monologue, I said, capiche? And they said, capiche. They stood in the driveway of the state capitol for 2 hours. If we were not armed, we would have been attacked. All over Connecticut, there are people who are wanting to attack us for no other reason than we promote social justice ideas. We've never had to take our weapons out. We've never threatened anybody. So what I'm saying is this: it is very important for people like myself and others to be able to possess legally weapons. And if there are more laws tacked on to existing laws, that will effectively curtail our ability to protect ourselves. Last week in Shelton, after rally, white supremacists tried to run us off the road.
That was good, very good. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. West, for coming in. Now,
Lewis. I'm not as smart as Dr. West.
Lewis, I apologize. Many people know the history of the civil rights movement.
Yes.
And how a lot of African Americans were forced to defend themselves against the Ku Klux Klan, et cetera.
Like my grandparents, yes, in Georgia.
As you know, I have a lot of friends who have told me stories of their relatives as you just have, but few realize that this is still a situation, and it happens to this day. When you see bills like the governor's bill, which in many instances would curtail the ability of yourself and others to protect themselves, how do you think that would help or hurt in our society in Connecticut?
I'll be honest about it. If elements of the governor's bill were to be passed, it would hurt society, and it would also hurt people like myself who are trying to advocate for social justice. You would have actual violence against us if we could not carry our legal weapons to vigils, prayer services, in designated areas, or at demonstrations. And we think that the passage of certain aspects of the governor's bill would actually be a detriment, because these groups are adamant about their dislike for us. They are diametrically opposed to the very shadow that we cast on the ground. The only reason you have not had more attacks in Connecticut from white supremacists, neo-Nazi groups, and others at people like myself is the fact they know we're armed, and they know I'm not joking when I say, if you attack us, we will defend ourselves. They say, can you expand on that? I say, no. And then I leave it like that. They look, they wait, but they never do anything. So if the governor's bill, elements of it are passed, it will put us in danger, and there will be horrific consequences for people like myself and for those that attack us.
Well, very often the best self-defense is never having to show or do anything. And,
Yes.
And I appreciate you coming out and giving your testimony, and good luck with your organizing.
And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lewis,
Oh.
good afternoon, sir. Welcome. I
Thank you.
appreciate your testimony. Appreciate you being here. You testify you're in favor of HB 6817.
Yes.
You're not obligated to answer this question, but do you mind my asking if you have a pistol permit?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. And do you recall what you paid in total fees to obtain your pistol permit in the state?
Let me see. I
By
think
the time you paid
I
for your-
remember 3 money orders for 75, 75, and 75.
That's about right.
Yeah, yeah.
And then did you have to pay for a class in order to do that?
Yes, I did. I went to the Urban League and had to pay for a class in which I sat from 9 o'clock in the morning until I think 4. And then I had to go to the pistol range in Burlington, I think it was.
Remember what you paid for that class?
Might have been $90, I believe.
All right, so we're at somewhere around $240 so far. Then you had to pay another $70 when you actually got your permit from the state police, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're up over $300. Do you think that sort of those sort of fees to exercise your right to defend yourself as guaranteed in our Constitution could stand in the way of someone who may not have the
Yeah,
means
I
to
think
do it?
they're excessive, and I'll be quite honest, Black, brown, and other groups of people, LGBTQ, complain about the excessive amounts of money they have to pay in order to get a permit. I was able to do it because I have the finances, but it does pose a problem. Yes.
The U.S. Constitution and the state constitution guarantees us a set of rights. They're varying. There's several of them. Are you aware of any other rights in our Constitution that anybody in Connecticut has to pay a fee to exercise?
You got me on that one, not right offhand.
Well, there isn't one. That's sort of a trick, but I did it on purpose. But I think I made my point. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, Mr. Lewis, it is good to see you.
Thank you.
I know you've had some issue with even using the rights that you have.
Yes.
I'm happy to have helped make sure that you can access your rights. And I'm sure the other member of the committee who was involved in that is as well. It's good to see you. And thank you for the work that you've done to allow certain people who have had a lot of issues in this state to be able to exercise their right to free speech.
Thank you very much.
Next, we will hear from Jamie Ward.
Hello, can you hear me?
You may testify.
Hello, my name is Jamie Ward from Bosworth, Connecticut. I'd like to thank the committee for giving me an opportunity to give my voice on opposition for 667 and HB 6816. I do support HB 6817. I had a whole thing written up, but we've kind of beat a dead horse. I just want to touch on a few things. District of Columbia and DC versus Heller. It was the Supreme Court ruled the Second Amendment is an individual right. It's not something that the state controls. So, and under that as well, the bear arms was to wear, bear, or carry upon one's person or in one's pocket or clothing. armor and stuff like that is protected as well. McDonald's in 2010 reaffirmed the Second Amendment. Yet here we are again, trying to restrict more and more stuff. It seems always never ending. We have a bunch of gun laws and we just keep on adding in more and more. When it comes to like common use, stun guns are protected too. And it's not just common use in this state, it's common use across the country. So we have to think about that. Let's see. I did pick up some notes during our chats. When it comes to like increasing the age to buy firearms, I don't think of any other rights that we would be willing to increase the right on, the age for. Would you be guys willing to increase the age to vote to 21? I don't think so. I wouldn't. So I don't understand why it would be this okay to do it to buy a firearm already. Connecticut's gun laws are not equal protection. You have one group that's they can do whatever they want and buy large capacity magazines, whatever weapons they want. Then you have the common folks who are subject to all the laws. You exempt certain groups of people from all the laws, but everybody else has to abide by them. If the gun is dangerous and unusual, nobody should have it. But you guys continuously alleviate the police, the military, all that. If it's not dangerous and unusual, everybody should be allowed to have it. We keep talking about gun deaths and all that, but nobody really brings up the defensive gun uses. CDC came out in like 2013, it was 2.5 million uses a year, firearms used in defense, whether it was using them, or just showing them, or having it with them. Let's see, I don't want to be doing everything. As far as doing the waiting period, does anyone know how long it takes to actually get a permit? Adding another week, you can't buy ammo, you can't buy a firearm, you can't buy anything without a permit. It already takes you a long time to get a permit, period. But on top of all the money, adding a week on top of that does what? It makes no sense. All right, that's it. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions, Representative Dubisky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in. You mentioned the time it takes to get a permit. What do you believe is the average time for somebody to get a pistol permit?
8 weeks, and some towns it's 6 months.
6 months. So that's
Yeah.
from when you put your application in?
Yeah. Not all towns are as fast as others. Let's put it that way.
I'm sorry, you broke up. Can you say that again, please?
Not all towns are as fast as other towns. I know some towns, like my town is Basra, relatively fast turnaround. I know other towns are very, very slow.
Okay, so it depends on where you live, how long it takes.
I think Middletown's probably one of the longer waiting periods.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Ward, for joining us. Bob Bradley. Bob Bradley. Brian Mezek.
Hi, Senator Winfield, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and other members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm Brian Mezek. I'm a state marshal. I've been here before. I'm president of the State Marshals Association of Connecticut. Here to give testimony on, I forget the title, it's the Body Armor Bill 6816. We don't take any position on the public ban or purchase of body armor, but we just want to let the committee know that state marshals do utilize body armor in their functions that they do for the state. We're sworn public officials and peace officers under the general statutes, and the enforcement function we have for the state of Connecticut. There's a couple things. We perform all the civil arrests for our state courts, what's called capias warrants. We arrest individuals in the community, detain them, turn them over to the judicial marshals or to the Department of Correction. We also serve all the state's restraining orders and civil protective orders. Those can be very contentious, particularly when there's a temporary restraining order that puts someone out of a home or they possess firearms. And we also perform all the evictions and enforcement of evictions. And those are civil matters, but we have the right to enter the home and obviously open the home up. The police departments don't assist us with those matters. They consider them civil matters. So those have been particularly contentious. And there's also some sovereign citizen groups that get involved with evictions and mortgage foreclosure ejectment. So we do have some situations where we do need to wear body armor for our protection. So we have concerns regarding sections 6 and 7 of the bill, as it would directly impact our ability to not only purchase new body armor, but to possess and utilize the body armor we already own. I do own body armor myself, and this is also of a personal concern for my members, because one of our state marshals was shot in 2009 serving a capious arrest warrant for the state of Connecticut in Bridgeport. So if the committee moves forward with this legislation, we would simply ask that you include state marshals in section 6 and 7 under the exemption provision. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are state marshals typically armed when they perform their duties?
We can be armed if the State Marshal Commission gives us permission and we complete the requisite training, which is done at the Police Academy in Meriden. So there is a contingent or a subsection of state marshals who do have that permission.
Okay,
and
but
are
most are not.
correct.
Okay, and you would like to see state marshals be able to wear body armor when they perform their duties?
Well, we currently are wearing body armor. I mean, I own it. I'll tell you, I've had rise to use it maybe 10 or 12 times in my career. It was some particularly contentious things. And the reason why I purchased it was because I had a temporary restraining order I was serving where the gentleman who was going to be put out of the home was alleged to have a lot of firearms, and the local police department came with me. They said, you should put on your body armor. And I said, what body armor? So at that point I purchased it. And then throughout the rest of my career, I had reason to use it. So we can purchase it, I guess, as members of the general public right now, because the way the statute's written, you have to purchase it in person. But from my read of the bill, it looks like only those exempt classes that can not purchase it in person are going to be able to possess and purchase it in the future if the legislation was to go forward. So we're just concerned that we're not included in that exemption provision. I didn't see the word peace officer in there, so we read it that we wouldn't be able to legally possess the body armor we already own and use.
Okay, now the instance that prompted you to purchase body armor, there was a person that had a restraining order against them?
Correct. It was a gentleman in the town of Guilford, and his wife and the wife on behalf of the minor daughter filed a temporary restraining order because they had come in from Illinois, alleged that he had 25 firearms, some of which were unregistered. He was abusing animals. He was drunk all the time. It was down a long driveway. So our function is to serve the order. So even if the police were involved or came with us, we still have to be there, which puts us at risk.
Okay. Perhaps you have no opinion about this, but don't you think it would be a good idea to allow the wife to be able to get body armor too?
Well, the wife in this instance, we advised her to stay away from the property until this incident was done.
Right, but the whole point of a restraining order is you're trying to keep the bad guy away from the innocent people, right? And restraining orders all the time, they have people break them and go and shoot their victims, right?
Yeah, we've seen that even this year has happened.
So in the perfect example in this instance, why the victim should be able to have body armor.
I think there's probably lots of other classes of individuals who need and can utilize this. My purpose here is just to speak for the state marshals.
Understood.
And our group.
Thank you. I appreciate
You're
that.
welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Fishbauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Nice to see you again, Brian.
Hi.
You touched on another aspect of what state marshals do that I think is a little bit more dangerous, but please correct me if I'm wrong. A capious. What is a capious?
A capious is a civil arrest warrant issued out of our civil courts, typically for failure to appear. Many of them come out of the context of child support or custodial parent cases where there's a contempt motion served and the person just doesn't show up again. So the inherent authority of the court is to bring them in. And they're also issued in other civil cases for depositions, or it's to enforce the inherent authority of the court to bring the person in for not appearing in court.
So in a restraining order situation, you're delivering documents essentially. You may explain to the individual that you have to leave here, that you're allowed to take your possessions with a police escort, that kind of stuff. But with a capias, you're actually, as a marshal, arresting someone.
Correct.
You're taking them, and in the scenario is that person didn't already appear for court, because that's the condition precedent to a capias. So I think that's even a more dangerous situation that marshals step into.
That's probably the most dangerous function that we have.
In fact, I think your standard operating procedure is that it isn't a single marshal that effectuates a capias. There's a team.
Correct. We would always go 2, sometimes more.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment, question? If not, thank you very much for joining us. We are getting to know you well.
Thanks.
Chris Bytel. Oh, there you are. You may testify.
All righty. How's everybody doing? Let's see. My name is Chris Patel. I'm from Middletown, Connecticut. I'm here to in support of HB 6817. I'm here in opposition to 6816, and I'm mainly going to talk about that I oppose in opposition of HB 6667, an act addressing gun violence. Every measure in this bill, in my opinion, is wholly unconstitutional. It is my take by reading this. It looks like it's rampant with government overreach coming from a vindictive governor who is very spiteful over being challenged in federal court on the merits of current state statute. Simply proposing a blanket ban of both others and pre-bans quite literally contradicts not only the Supreme Court decision from Bruin in July, but the Heller decision from 2008 as well. You talk to virtually every new gun owner in Connecticut every new gun owner in Connecticut that arrives at a gun store, their first 2 purchases are a pistol and an other. Therefore, this measure involves the very act of banning items in common use, which is prohibited under Heller. Excuse me. Furthermore, the requirement to now serialize and register a homemade firearm is an additional violation of court precedent. Homemade firearms and hobby creation of firearms for personal use is an act that predates the U.S. Constitution. There is no record of any such regulation of said firearms until one day in 2019, the Connecticut State Legislature demanded that all homemade firearms needed a serial number. The fact that this had never been done before, and there is no record of said regulation in text, history, and tradition, is another clear violation of the Bruin precedent from last July. Of all the things listed, however, perhaps the most inflammatory is the de facto ban on open carry. A ban on open carry will lead to aggressive printing laws and thus complicated interactions of the police and the general public, where we have seen time and time again, an officer may overreact because they thought they saw a gun. We can all assume how things like that end up. So all of this begs the question, what authority does this legislative body have on banning open carry, or better yet, any of these measures at all? The Second Amendment was not written for hunting. It was not written for muskets. It was designed so the common man could neutralize any threat violating his life, his liberty, or his property. Those rights are declared in the Constitution. They did not come from government, therefore they cannot be taken away. As Charlton Heston once said, it's that sacred stuff that I'm finishing up. It's that sacred stuff that resides in the wooden stock and that blued steel. It's something that gives the most common man the most uncommon of freedoms. Last sentence. When ordinary hands can possess such an extraordinary instrument, that symbolizes the full measure of human dignity and liberty.
I have cut off other people, and I don't.
Sorry, sir. All done.
Yeah, I get it, but I don't want to be
No
different
problem.
with you. Comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question for members of the committee? Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
Ronald Freight. Ronald Freight. James Jeter. James Jeter. Martin Pods.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you may testify.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the committee, and I'd like to thank you for the time given to me for this testimony. Try to make it brief and to the point. I'm opposing Bill HB 6667 due to the fact that prohibiting the bulk purchasing of handguns to discourage straw purchases. We currently have 30,000 gun laws regarding basically firearms on the books. And the funny thing is that once again, a law for this provision already exists. The Gun Control Act of 1968 requires FFLs to send a report to the ATF when there is a sale of multiple firearms to the same purchaser within a same time period or within a certain time period. Licensees must report the sale of 2 or more handguns if they occur at the same time or within 5 consecutive business days of each other. No statistics have been introduced prohibiting Connecticut residents from purchasing 1 firearm a month is going to significantly impact straw purchases. In fact, most data shows that firearms are commonly straw purchased in states other than Connecticut. Data also shows that most common action for a straw purchaser is to report the firearm stolen. This is why the data on stolen firearms is incorrect. Straw purchasers are not prosecuted in any significant numbers, although they are the root of the problem. In 2018, the United States Government Accountability Office released data. It's under GAO 18-440. It was basically data collected between 2011 and 2017 that dealt with NICS checks, which is the background checks for firearms. There were 8.5 million checks done. Out of those, 112,000 were denials. Out of those, ATF investigated 12,000 of those, but only 12 prosecutions were launched from all of those denials of possible straw purchasers. On top of that, closing the loophole in the state's assault weapon ban is not going to affect crime because these are not firearms that we commonly see used in any kind of firearm crimes. It didn't do anything in the previous ban. When we banned them in 2014, gun crimes pretty much stayed exactly the same, and they will if we close this particular loophole, basically doing an all-out ban. I guess it's a matter of priorities is what we're looking at. Carrying in an establishment that serves alcohol. I mean, nowadays, most restaurants, including Shake Shack and certain Taco Bells in the state, serve alcohol. This poses a severe restriction on law-abiding citizens who are not part of the problem that this bill attempts to address. I would like to see the statistics on legal gun owners and crimes committed in these establishments. That's it.
Thank you. Comment or question, Representative Fishbein, followed by Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, I'm looking at the list. It indicates that you're a detective. Where are you a detective?
Correct. I would rather not say if I don't have to.
Okay. So,
but in a large city.
So you're a sworn member of law enforcement.
Correct, sir.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative Howard.
Thank you. Detective, what kind of work do you do?
I do detective work. Out of the 15 years I spent in law enforcement, about 12 of it was dealing with the crimes that this bill is attempting to address.
All right, so is that without blowing any cover for you, sir, is it fair to say you work in something around perhaps gangs, narcotics, crimes of violence?
Yeah, I did. Yes, most of my work was done around that, and it also included gun trafficking cases. Correct.
Okay, so you have relevant knowledge, and in your experience, how often do individuals who commit offenses with firearms legally own their firearms?
I would say almost never.
So if that's the case, then how would further restricting legally licensed firearms stop any crime in this state?
It actually would not. It would make more victims.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it anytime an individual who has experience on the road dealing with this stuff comes before the legislature. And I certainly can appreciate why you won't divulge where you work. But I certainly appreciate your service and thank you for being there.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none. Thank you for joining us, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Mr. Perlow, you may testify.
Thank you, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Jonathan Perlow. I'm the Communications Director for Connecticut Against Gun Violence. I am testifying in support of the governor's bill, in particular, the measures to require no exceptions, secure storage of firearms, and to make Connecticut's ban on ghost guns more enforceable. I first got involved in gun violence prevention after the Sandy Hook school shooting. It became clear to me that unless ordinary citizens got involved, nothing would change and thousands more Americans would be killed by guns each year. When I attended the March for Change rally at the Capitol on Valentine's Day 2013, about 1,500 Americans had been killed by gun violence since the Newtown massacre. Now, 10 years later, another 400,000 Americans have died, including more than 1,700 in Connecticut. While Connecticut lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have passed meaningful life-saving bills in Connecticut, we need to do more. One opportunity concerns secure storage of firearms. In 2019, the legislature made Connecticut safer by strengthening firearm storage laws, but it didn't go far enough. It didn't create the incentive needed to ensure that firearms in the home are always securely stored when not in the owner's immediate control. Allowing firearms to be left unsecured in the home increases the likelihood of gun theft. It's a problem in Connecticut with an estimated average of 12 guns stolen every week from individuals. The ATF reports that theft is a significant avenue through which firearms are legally diverted from lawful commerce and ownership into criminal hands. This is not hypothetical. In 2005, my friend's parents were both killed during a robbery in Fairfield with a gun stolen from a home in Greenwich. There is a simple remedy: require gun owners to secure their weapons when not in their immediate control without exceptions. To those who believe the government shouldn't be telling them what to do in their own home, the argument isn't persuasive. Unfortunately, not all gun owners are responsible, and their negligence is killing people. Or getting people killed. A no exceptions firearm storage requirement addresses another weakness in the current law, not always knowing when someone is at risk of suicide or violence to others. Although sometimes there are warning signs of suicidal intent, mental health experts agree that's not always so. Since current law requires secure storage when the owner knows or should know that an individual is at risk of imminent harm, it's easy to see why suicide by firearm can happen to someone other than the owner. Again, this is not a hypothetical situation. A few years ago in my hometown, a high school sophomore shot and killed himself with his father's shotgun. His sister later told reporters, "We had no idea. He didn't show any signs." Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Perlow. Comment or question, Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, sir. I'm just trying to figure out, and I believe you were here, I asked somebody earlier, what is the flaw in our current law that you're seeking? I mean, is there a particular scenario in which the current law was insufficient?
Yes, thank you for your question. The current law requires secure storage of the gun owner's firearm if there's an individual, a minor in the home under the age of 18 or present, if the owner knows or should know that somebody else residing in the home is at risk of imminent harm to himself or themselves or others, and if the owner knows or should know that somebody else in the residence is prohibited from owning firearms. And that's just the one example I showed. Many times people don't know that a close family member is at risk of suicide, and therefore if that person wasn't a minor, they wouldn't be obligated to securely store their firearm. And there are plenty of suicide by firearm by young people, not necessarily under 18, but young people with firearms. So that's one example.
Well, I mean, there's suicide by firearm with adults too, but
absolutely.
Is there a particular, when I ask you for a scenario, is there a story? You know, we heard earlier about the East Granby situation, right? And I was led to believe that the safe storage law was insufficient in that case. And I looked up the case. And given that set of fact, and what we were presented with is that a youth appeared at school and had a couple of firearms. And what we were told was that the law didn't go far enough. But then I look up the case, and the owner of the firearms was apparently arrested for reckless endangerment in the first, risk of injury to a child, and failure to store firearms in violation of 2937I. So what I was told before was that it didn't apply, but I'm looking at the charges, right? Can you give me some scenario, some case in Connecticut that the law was insufficient as presently codified?
Right. Well, I think if firearm owners in Connecticut were required to always securely store their firearm when not on their, within their immediate control, then the current statute wouldn't have listed 3 conditions under when they are required to store a firearm. So by implication, there are situations, for example, when nobody else is in the home, that the firearm does not need to be securely stored. And that's why I am supporting the governor's bill.
I understand your answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. If a woman has a restraining order against somebody who she believes is going to be trying to attack her, and she lives alone, and she's afraid that somebody's going to break into her house and try to kill her, how should she store her firearm?
Well, for one example, there are biometric safes that you can open within seconds. And I think reaching for a gun within seconds probably is sufficient to protect herself.
What makes you think that?
Because 6 seconds is not very long time to grab something.
And that biometric safe, like the one that Mr. Stein had with him?
Yes, something could be like that, yes.
Such a safe can be easily taken out of the house, can it?
If it's unsecured, yes, but it might be less likely to be stolen than a gun lying on a coffee table.
Okay. So it's your feeling that a woman in that situation should secure her firearms so she can't get to them immediately. Like, for example, if she's asleep, she shouldn't have it within reach.
Well, as I understand the law, it's when it's not under your immediate control. So if it's under her pillow, it would be, I'd say, within her immediate control, and therefore she wouldn't be required to securely store it.
Got it. And if she went down to the kitchen, she'd have to take it with her.
By implication, yes.
Okay. Or if she got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, she would have to take it with her.
By implication, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining.
Thank you
us.
for your time.
James Daigle. James Daigle. Taylor Nicholas. Taylor Nicholas.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Can you hear me?
I hear you. You may testify.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. I thank you for your time. I do apologize beforehand if I do become impassioned. I don't know if you see the uniform over my shoulder. These are topics that I find I take them very much into consideration, primarily because I am a veteran. I stand before you today in opposition of HB 6667, HB 6816, and I do have issues with HB 6834. However, it's primarily 6667 and 6816 that I will primarily be talking with. I am in support, though, of HB 06817. Excuse me. When I was 18 years old, I took an oath of office. My oath, though different from yours, to the state, in fact, I'm going to read it. I, insert your name, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear truth, faith, and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me, according to the regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. Now, the reason I bring that up is because today, there are many bills being proposed by this legislation that on their face alone have been proven unconstitutional. And again, I'm beating a dead horse, and I do apologize for this. Most importantly, and the case that I'm referring to is the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin. Now that case is the most prevalent, and since that ruling, many states that are very pro-gun control, they've been losing case after case after case. Oh, excuse me. The idea and the fact, I do apologize. I'm trying to surmise both my statements, both of which I did submit as well. Let me see here. The idea that the state government has the right to approve and deny a law-abiding citizen and a taxpayer one of their constitutional rights is unconscionable and appalling. I don't remember signing a form that allowed the state of Connecticut to deny or limit my constitutional rights as a natural-born citizen. And again, referring back to my oath of office that I took when I was 18 years old, I willfully sacrificed and basically gave up certain rights when I served as a United States Marine. I'm very proud of earning my title as a United States Marine. So again, to just hear legislatures speak as though this right is a secondary right, I can't wrap my mind around that.
Mr. Nicholas.
And
Mr. Nicholas, your time has expired. So
okay, no problem, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I will answer any questions. Oh, sorry, sir.
Okay, no, we're gonna move to questions if there are any. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon and offering your testimony.
Quick question, sir. May I also address that upon no, it's nothing about the
Sir, your time has expired. Todd Lizotte.
Yes.
You may testify.
I'm here. Hello?
Yes, you may testify.
I'm here. Hello? Okay. Hello. Thank you for giving me this time, an opportunity to provide testimony about microstamping technology. I am Todd Lizotte, co-inventor. The technology, which we call IFM, which is intentional firearm microstamping, has been under development since 1994, about 29 years. I'll hit key points. Its cost is between about 75 cents if the industry would implement it. It's upwards of $5 to $8 if the state has to do it. The same type of technology is actually something that's implemented across consumer goods and things of that nature. So it's an inexpensive technology. I always like to say it's it's not $200, and it's actually stuff like it's supplied to in your pantry for laser marked food products. There's no such thing as $1,000 cereal or $500 tubes of toothpaste. This type of similar technology is actually implemented within the firearm industry and to be compliant with the military requirements of unique identification or individual unique identification on military hardware or firearms, specifically machine guns. there was a need in which to implement this type of technology in terms of laser technology. The second was to produce actual serial numbers on components. So it's a technology that the industry is used to. As for testing, TAC Labs, which is a company that owns the technology, or the stuff that we do, has upwards of 10,000 rounds on our test vehicles, which is what we call our firearms. We have an in-house tool which conducts accelerated lifetime testing on firing pins, which have over 20,000 cycles on a variety of semi-automatic handgun firing pins. And all this information is on our website at World Wide Web, TAC or TAC-labs.com. As for implementation, I'd like you to please note this. All firearms currently microstamp cartridges. So if you just make sure you understand all firearms microstamp currently. But this the technology is what we call UFM, which is unintentional firearm microstamping, which is the basis of firearm tool mark analysis, which is also the basis of the NIBIN program run by the ATF. Those microstamps are unintentional microstamps, which are geometric structures that are remnants of the manufacturing process currently within firearm manufacturers' facilities. As far as what this technology is and what it isn't, this technology is a law enforcement technology, which is gearing towards forensic intelligence. The idea is to have the ability to identify a firearm that's found at a crime scene without recovering the firearm. And why is that important? That's a data point in terms of firearm trafficking.
Your time has
And
elapsed.
that's the key. All right, that's fine.
Thank you very much. Comment?
Yep.
Question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none. Thank you for joining us. Julian.
Excellent. Thank you.
Pull it. Julian Collett. John Lott. John Lott. Brooke Cheney. Brooke Cheney. Don't see Brooke. Kristen Song. Kristen Song. John Olink. John Olink. Robert Lawrence.
Okay. Well, can you hear me?
There's John. Okay.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. You can testify.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Thank you. Whoops. Okay. Sorry, I had to rewrite it relative to what I sent in earlier, but we'll rip through it quick here. All right. I'm speaking in support of House Bill 6817 and to oppose House Bills 6667 and 6816. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. We've heard from people speaking to various specific details of the bills in question, and I've submitted written testimony that briefly mentions a few specifics as well. No doubt the real meat and potatoes will be found in the written testimonies that have the luxury of deconstructing these bills line by line and presenting detailed substantiating data if they get read. Much as I would love to say my written testimony did this, I thought I had to be able to read it in 3 minutes or less. But having heard the discussion today, I'd actually like to add perhaps another perspective, because I'm deeply troubled by the fact that we continually seem to be talking past each other on firearms legislation. All of us want to see violent crime reduced. All of us treasure the lives of our children. Yet our public discourse keeps resulting in deeply flawed proposals like these that target responsible gun owners while ignoring the root causes of violent crime and other gun deaths. I believe this is because we have yet to agree on an objective reality as the basis from which to build rational proposals. These bills must not just be discarded. We must figure out how to become grounded in reality with valid analysis and rational discourse to move forward productively. In college, I became a victim of violent crime. At that point, I became fully aware of the conflicting, mutually exclusive narratives on firearm ownership and gun violence. I'm by nature a skeptic, and as an aerospace engineering student, I was blessed to have the ability and tools to perform my own research and analysis to assess the relative accuracy of the competing claims. That was 30 years ago. We now have access to the knowledge of the ages in our pockets, yet I'm still seeing anti-self-defense narrative on display here that relies on propaganda terms like assault rifles and weapons of war and does not reflect objective reality, the accurate and valid use of statistical analysis, or substantiating data. The misapplications of statistics are too many to discuss exhaustively, but I'll quickly note a few. Anti-self-defense advocates routinely cite gun deaths to conflate suicides with homicides, but these deaths obviously have different causes and if considered rationally, must pursue different solution paths. We saw a discussion today of a relationship between state gun laws and gun death data, implicitly promulgating a false narrative with this statistic, presumably unwittingly. The common citation of firearms as the leading cause of death of our children deliberately conflates the tragic accidental deaths of a very small number of young children with homicide deaths in the 15 to 19-year-old cohort resulting from criminal use of firearms in urban areas, which overwhelmingly dominates this statistic. Citations of international data routinely cherry-pick the countries whose data will supposedly prove the desired point that the US is an outlier in gun violence, driven simply by gun ownership rates. But that's not how legitimate analysis is done. In reality, the US is typically around 30th in annual global homicide rates.
Mr.
But due to
Oleg,
the large number,
your time has expired. So we are going to see if there are comments or questions in relation to your testimony. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us and offering us your testimony today.
thank you for your time.
Robert Lawrence. Robert Lawrence. Jenny Hamilton. Jenny Hamilton. Luke Bronin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon.
Chairman Holder Winfield, Chairman Staffstrom, members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today. Although I will be submitting testimony in support of a number of bills that are under consideration today, I wanted to testify this afternoon in support of House Bill 6834. As you know, House Bill 6834 reflects the recommendations of a task force convened by the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities that included the mayors and police chiefs from 4 Connecticut cities, which together account for approximately 80% of the gun deaths and incidents of gun violence in our state. These recommendations were put together to address the specific issue of the fact that a substantial number of the gun violence incidents that incur in our communities are committed by individuals with an extensive history of criminal activity, including a violent crime. And as my testimony cites, in Hartford, 39% of those arrested last year for shooting somebody were out on bail when they shot somebody. If you combine bail, probation, and parole, nearly 60% of those who shot somebody were arrested for shooting somebody last year were in one of those 3, similar statistics in other cities. The recommendations try to address this specific issue of serious firearm offenses by those with extensive history. The bill would establish a definition of serious firearm offense that results in increased accountability when committed by someone with a serious criminal history, would require individuals with a history of certain offenses to post a higher percentage of their bond when arrested for a new serious firearm offense, would increase accountability for those who commit serious firearm offenses while on pretrial release or on probation or parole, would strengthen the consequences for criminal possession of a firearm, and would strengthen and streamline the adjudication process for serious firearm offenses. I want to stress that the coalition that developed these proposals recognizes that these proposals are just one element of a necessary, broader, comprehensive approach to reducing gun violence. And each of the communities that participated in this process have made significant investments in community-based violence interruption efforts, hospital-based violence intervention, reentry support, and a great deal of other community-based partnerships to try to break the cycle of violence. those efforts are necessary, as are many more. We need to invest more in our Department of Corrections to ensure that those coming out receive adequate reentry support and preparation for successful reentry when they come back. We need to make sure that we invest more heavily in communities in which most of this violence occurs. And I'd be happy to talk about my views on that subject as well. But we also believe that it is necessary that we make the changes.
And we're
Thank you.
going to move to questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Comment or question from members of the committee. Representative Howard.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor. Thank you for being here. Can you just give us sort of a sense, the gun crime that's going on in your city? I know you gave us some statistics, but do you happen to know in your particular city of Hartford, how often are gun crimes committed by people who legally possess the firearms that they are committing the crime with?
Very rarely.
Very rarely. So with restricting or adding to our already robust procedure to obtain firearms and our robust restrictions in this state have prevented any of the violence in your city in your best estimation?
Representative, I believe you're asking a question that pertains more to some of the other bills under consideration by the committee today, although I'm obviously happy to answer that. Many of the guns that are used illegally in our community were originally purchased legally, whether in other states or in our states. And so I do support measures that would make it more difficult for those guns to be either left unsecured or purchased by straw purchasers and find their way to our streets. I also think that the provisions that are under consideration with respect to ghost guns and high capacity magazines are necessary because the difficulty of enforcing the current laws hampers both law enforcement and prosecutors as they try to make those restrictions have consequence.
So you think that the reduced rate of prosecution of those gun offenders is a result of unclear laws?
So again, I think that you're asking about provisions that are in other bills than the one I'm testifying on. However, under the current law, I believe it is difficult for law enforcement or prosecutors to distinguish between a ghost gun that was ordered or acquired after the law went into effect and before, and that makes it more difficult for them to enforce that law effectively. And that's the loophole that the current proposals in other bills under your consideration seek to close. But again, that's not the bill that I just summarized.
Understood, and I apologize. So let me keep on the bill that you're speaking of. Do you have any concerns that the lack of enforcement that we're seeing that's allowing dangerous criminals to continue to come out to our streets, and specifically your city of Hartford? Do you have any concerns that that'll continue even if we pass this by state's attorney's office subbing in substitute charges and whatnot to avoid some of these things? Because I think that's part of the underlying problem.
I can't really speculate on that. What I would say is that there is an extensive backlog in our criminal courts today. And I think that addressing that backlog by providing additional resources to the judicial branch as a whole would benefit us as it would potentially allow both prosecutors and the courts to give the time that is due to each of these cases and determine when it's appropriate to settle out lower charges and when not. But that's also beyond the scope of the bill that's been proposed. What I would say is I certainly don't view this bill as a cure-all. There will, of course, still be gun violence if this bill were passed, but I do believe it would give both law enforcement and prosecutors and our communities an important tool to help save lives.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. We may not be in agreement on some of the bills that you're not testifying on, but I do appreciate very much so and respect your willingness to come forward and put responsibility on criminals. I greatly appreciate that. And I thank you for being here.
Representative Dubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for coming in. We've heard a lot today about percentages and statistics and things like that. We heard that approximately 98% of guns used in crime are stolen or illegal. Do you think that's about right for the city of Hartford?
Well, when you say stolen or illegal, I think that's the covers a lot of different categories. I can't speculate on the exact percentage, but I would say, as I mentioned in response to the prior question, that the overwhelming share of incidents of gun violence are committed with guns that are not illegal, that are not legally owned by those using them.
Okay.
But that said, again, I think that one of the reasons for some of the other proposals that are under consideration is to make it less likely that guns make their way illegally into our community and into the hands of those who will use them illegally.
Sure. Does 98% sound about right?
Again, respectfully, I can't speculate on a precise percentage.
Okay. Chief Jacobson from New Haven said that about 0.06% of the population of his city were the big problem, and that it really is only about 50 to 80 individuals in any given year out of 137,000 residents. Is that pretty much the same in your city?
Again, I don't know that I can responsibly speculate on a precise percentage. I would say that I agree that it is a relatively small number of individuals who are actively involved in driving the vast majority of gun violence that occurs in our city.
Okay, and you said that about 60% of those arrested for shootings are either on probation, parole, or pretrial release. Is that about right? 60%?
That's correct. In 2022, that was the statistic, 58%.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question, Chairman Staffstrom.
Hey, Mr. Chair, and, good to see you, Mayor.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mayor, just a couple quick questions for you. This task force that CCM put together, in addition to the mayors, the police chiefs, I believe you mentioned the state's attorney, were there any other participants in the task force?
The task force, again, included the mayors of the larger towns, included those police chiefs, representative of the state's attorney's office, as you mentioned, representatives from the Board of Pardon and Parole, and of course, all of the participants, myself included, worked in consultation with other stakeholders in our communities as we put these ideas forward.
Did you consult with the judicial branch at all with respect to these proposals?
We did not during the process of putting them together.
Okay, because I mean, you referenced the backlog, and I think the branch would probably dispute that there's much of a backlog. I think there are still a number of folks awaiting trial, but that I think we actually heard testimony of this committee last week that a large function of that is a lack of prosecutors and a shortage within the ranks of the state's attorneys. So I guess I'm wondering where the statement that we have this backlog in the courts is coming from.
So, Mr. Chairman, I agree with you that part of the problem may be insufficient resources for our state's attorneys. But I don't think it's disputable that there are a significant number of cases that have not yet been adjudicated in our criminal courts. I believe that the number in GA-14 alone is in the order of 4,000 cases that are pending, and that includes hundreds of cases that involve illegal gun possession or gun violence.
Right. My point is, most of those are cases where someone has pled not guilty and is awaiting trial. I mean, I'm not aware of a significant delay in bringing folks forward for arraignment or for getting folks in for plea hearings, etc. The issue is where you have someone who has said,
Sure,
have not committed the offense and are awaiting a jury trial.
No, I don't dispute that, Mr. Chairman. Again, citing that, I was addressing the question that was posed to me about whether prosecutors would choose to settle cases or plead out cases at lesser offenses. And although I am not a prosecutor, and speculate that the prospect of taking a case to trial when there is such a significant drain on resources and such a significant backlog might provide an incentive to do that. But I don't disagree with you.
Understood. And I think, won't you agree with me that in fact, when you heighten penalties, oftentimes, particularly where penalties get so high, that there is actually pretty good criminal justice data that suggests that cases are more likely to be pled down the higher the offense by prosecutors, because the mandatory minimum or the sentencing guidelines tend to be out of line with what you would expect for certain types of offenses.
I think that's possible, Mr. Chairman. I don't think that the bill that's under consideration would likely produce that effect. I would also say that I think that providing prosecutors with the ability to make that determination is not necessarily a bad thing.
Okay, let me and I can appreciate that. What I really wanted to ask you about is, have you had a chance to review the judicial branch's testimony on this bill?
I have seen some parts of it. I was able to skim it briefly, and I saw one part of the testimony that concerned the provisions regarding probation, violation of probation hearings.
Right, and there is a concern flagged by the judicial branch, which I'll be honest with. It seems to me like they're likely correct, that at least a portion of this bill would run afoul of the current constitutional provision we have in our Connecticut Constitution that allows that says basically everyone needs to be afforded bail.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, I did consult with the state's attorney's office about that part of the judicial branch's testimony. And while I would defer to others who are more knowledgeable, it's my understanding that the Connecticut Constitution's provision with respect to bail does not apply to violation of probation hearings. It applies to new criminal prosecutions. And therefore, there is a statutory provision that bail is allowed under in violation of probation hearings, in violation of probation cases, but that is merely statutory and could be amended by the proposed bill.
Did your group consult with the public defender's office at all?
No, not directly.
I'm just wondering, you said you checked with the state's attorney as to their interpretation of the Constitution. I'm guessing the public defenders are not going to agree with that interpretation.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't know that that is although I can't cite it for you, I think that that's a question that would be easily answered. It is either constitutional or it's statutory. And I believe I cannot give you, my expert knowledge, but I can pass along what I have what I learned today, which is that it is statutory, not constitutional.
Okay. All right. I'll leave it at that. I will just say, and hopefully you'll come back and testify, we will have a proposal later in the legislative session that I've put forward to look at changing the Constitution, because I believe our current constitutional provision on bail is too restrictive to the legislature's ability to enact certain policy changes, including, frankly, the proposal you're making here today. But I guess we'll leave that for a later hearing. Dave.
Mr. Chairman, may I address that briefly?
Sure.
I share your view that we should seriously consider an amendment to the Connecticut Constitution's provisions regarding bail. One of the problems with the current constitutional provision is that it does not allow for risk-based determination to be made that an individual poses such a threat to the community that he or she should not be granted cash bail. The proposal being put forward here today was the task force's best attempt to address a very real issue that's resulting in lives lost, lives devastated, and communities traumatized, given the constraints that we have today. But I agree with you that we should be taking a look at that constitutional provision, and we should potentially seek to amend it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Staffstrom. Comment or question from other members of the committee. Mayor Bronin, just for clarification, Chairman Staffstrom asked you if you had consulted with the public defenders. You said not directly. What does that mean?
Well, that means that I think those who were part of the task force, I can't speak for every member of the task force. There was not direct representation from the public defender's office, but there were a number of stakeholders involved who may well have had conversations with public defenders along the way.
So for my clarification, to your knowledge, it didn't happen.
I did not consult directly with the public defender's office.
Yeah, thank you. on the definition of serious firearm offense, have you heard the conversation about that was going on earlier?
I've heard some, Mr. Chairman. I haven't been able to listen to all of the testimony today, but I have heard some.
Yeah, so it has been, and maybe I'm wrong and I'm happy to be corrected, but it's been suggested to me that we're trying to deal with a smaller subset of people who are doing the types of things that go on the streets of many of our bigger cities. My reading of the definition is that, and this comes from my understanding of how you have to be in order to be out on those streets. My reading is that, though, the vast majority of folks who are out there, whether they're what you would generally think of as a serious firearm offender, would qualify under that definition. Do you read the definition differently?
I suppose if Senator, if what you're saying is that majority of people who are in possession of weapons, maybe in possession of stolen weapons, then that may be true. But I think what may have been missed in prior testimony, and what I think is the most important point, is that the definition of a serious firearm offense only has relevance in this statute if you also have prior serious offenses. So a first-time offender who is guilty of one of the crimes included in the definition of serious firearm offense will not be subject to any of these provisions unless they have a prior criminal history of certain offenses delineated in the proposal.
What kind of offenses are we talking about?
So those, Senator, those are all listed out in the bill. It includes prior illegal possession of a firearm, prior possession of high-capacity magazine assault weapons ban, prior possession of a stolen firearm.
So can we stop there for a second?
It also includes. I'm sorry, Senator. I didn't hear you.
I don't want to forget what you're saying, so I'm not trying to cut you off. I just want to make sure I'm hearing you. So a prior possession of a firearm you're not allowed to have, and a subsequent possession.
Correct. In other words, if this is your second firearm possession offense, and it falls into the category of serious firearm offense, then the provisions here would be triggered.
But we've just both basically agreed that the majority of the people who are out there are going to have a gun that's not legal. So if you catch me twice, I'm probably going, regardless of whether I'm shooting people or not, I'm going to have the illegal firearm, which makes me a serious firearm offender.
Well, Senator, I would say if you are arrested twice for illegal possession of a firearm, I do believe that on the second time you should be subject to heightened consequences.
What person on the streets of Hartford who's spending time out there, or who's in a neighborhood who used to spend time out there, doesn't have an illegal firearm?
Senator, I don't know how to answer that. There are many people in my community who are not carrying illegal firearms.
My question is not about everybody in your community.
Right.
My question is about the type of people who, if you were driving up and down the block, who might be out on the block, as we say, who might be doing things we don't want them to do, but are not the people that are shooting up the community. We know those people. I would assume as the mayor of Hartford, for as long as you've been in Hartford, you know what I'm talking about.
Sure, but I'm not sure.
Those people are caught up by the definition of this bill, but it seems to me that it's been suggested to me that those are not the people we're trying to catch up.
Well, Senator, I don't know. I think what I would say is, this committee is considering a range of proposals to tighten Connecticut's gun laws. If we don't believe that the violation of those laws repeatedly should carry consequences, then I think those provisions are empty gestures. And so I think my view is, if you have been previously arrested for illegally possessing a firearm, and then you are caught once again with a firearm that is perhaps a ghost gun or with a high capacity magazine, I do believe that you should post a higher percentage of your bail, which would be the only provision that would be triggered in that circumstance.
First, there are penalties already in place, whether you do it once or twice, right? So to suggest to ask questions for clarification, because that's what the suggestion is implied, to suggest that to ask questions for clarification would indicate that one is not concerned. My house has been shot. I have bullet holes in my house.
I understand.
Now. My children who are 5 years old know to duck on the floor because of the neighborhood they live in.
Right. I appreciate that.
I am trying to understand when it is suggested to me that what we are trying to do here is to catch up a small subset. And I say to you and point out, hey, the way this language is written, it catches a whole bunch of people. In fact, it's going to catch the majority of people who aren't the people who are doing those things in the neighborhood. They're doing other stuff. Yes. And I think when they get caught, they should go to jail. Absolutely. But I'm saying to you, this language catches up people. You say to me, well, if we don't care about, I don't understand.
Well,
what are we doing with this bill?
Senator, again, my response to that is I don't necessarily disagree that, well, let me, with respect to your precise scenario, which is if somebody has been previously arrested and convicted of illegal possession of a firearm and is subsequently arrested again for what's defined here as a serious firearm offense, that they would be subject to the heightened bail provision. That is accurate. I cannot disagree with you. I suppose the question is whether we believe that that would contribute to safer communities, and I believe that it would.
And on the, did you hear the other question I asked about the 5 years versus the 1 year, the 5 years and the 1 year versus?
I did, sir, and I think it's an absolutely valid question. There's, as you know, in crafting bills like this, there is never any magically precise answer. I think the short answer as to why that the 5 year and 1 year proposal was included was the concern that if a single offense that happened longer time in the past was sufficient to trigger these heightened consequences, that legislature might reasonably believe that that cast too wide a net. So as an attempt to find an appropriate balance, said if within a 5 year period there are multiple serious firearm offenses, that could constitute the predicate crimes that would then trigger the heightened consequences here, or if there's an offense within the last year which is suggestive of ongoing activity, that an offense within the last year coupled with a new serious firearm offense should also trigger that those heightened consequences. I certainly would not be opposed to the committee taking a look and asking in its own judgment what would be the appropriate balance. That was our best attempt to strike that balance that captured those who had either more extensive records over a longer period of time, or those whose criminal activity appears to be ongoing given its proximity in time.
Just one more, I think just one more question. The way that I have framed that both convictions could have happened in the same year, do you see that as a possibility here? I get what you're saying, but it is
a possibility. Yeah, I do see it as a possibility.
Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Kyle Driscoll. Kyle Driscoll, followed by Marty Isaac.
Good afternoon, I'm here.
You may testify.
Thank you, Senator Winfield, Representative Statstrom, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Martin Isaac, and I live in Trumbull. I'm a board member with Connecticut Against Gun Violence, and I'm here to testify in support of the governor's bill to HB 6667, specifically the measures to require no exceptions, secure storage of firearms, make Connecticut's ban on ghost guns more enforceable, and to invest in community violence intervention. Before I do so, however, I would like to thank you, all of you, for what you have done over the past number of years to improve gun safety in our state. Your actions have saved lives, and we're grateful. Connecticut has one of the lowest gun death rates in the country, yet sadly, our work is not done. How can it be, after all the tragedy we have experienced in Connecticut, that it remains permissible to leave guns unsecured? The horrific events that follow lax storage practices are not accidents. They are foreseeable acts based on owner negligence. While I believe the vast majority of gun owners are responsible gun owners, I also believe we need to be more aggressive with how we deal with irresponsible gun owners. The good news, I believe most people follow the law, and if we change the law, most people will change their behavior. That's why I agree with HB 6667. It requires gun owners to securely store firearms that are in their home when not under their immediate control, regardless of who else lives in the residence. Thankfully, this topic appears to be one we can all rally behind. On the NSSF website, it states, when not in use, firearms and ammunition should be secured in a safe place, separate from each other. It is your responsibility to prevent children and unauthorized adults from gaining access to firearms or ammunition. Even the NRA states, store their guns so they are not accessible to unauthorized persons. While the gun theft report from unsecured guns is a serious issue, and according to the recently published ATF report, more than 1 million guns were stolen from private citizens from 2017 to 2021, I am particularly concerned about the risk of suicide associated with unsecured guns. The Veterans Administration website puts it concisely. Increasing the time and distance between a person in suicidal crisis and their access to lethal means can reduce suicide risk and save lives. Contrary to popular belief, if a person experiencing a suicidal crisis can't access the method they plan to use, they generally do not seek out other lethal means to attempt suicide. Simply stated, if guns are stored securely, lives will be saved. Regarding ghost guns, our current laws are not satisfactory. The ghost guns are being used to shoot people right here in Connecticut. The law 6667 proposes some critical improvements. It eliminates the provision that exempted pre-banned ghost guns from being registered within the state. It is virtually impossible to determine if a ghost gun was purchased before or after the 2019 law. And eliminating that exemption will better enable police and prosecutors to enforce the ban.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Question from Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, you come to us in what capacity?
I'm a board chair with Connecticut Against Gun Violence.
Okay, so do you have any experience in investigating gun crimes?
No.
So what is the basis by your statement that it's virtually impossible for one to tell when a firearm was manufactured?
It's what I've read and what I've understood from others testifying.
Have you spoken to any member of law enforcement with regard to their efforts with regard to the investigation of those matters?
Not. I've relied on others, but that is my understanding that it's extremely difficult to understand the difference between those two.
Okay. And what in particular have you read other than a newspaper that would support your position?
I've just looked at it from looking at things. I can't point you to a specific article. They seem very distinct. I don't understand personally. Maybe you could explain it to me. I don't understand personally how you would identify before and after that date. So that makes sense to me. It seems problematic. And I think it's all clear. I think we can all agree. We've heard testimony that ghost guns are a growing issue. People are being shot here in Connecticut. I think we've heard a number of pieces of testimony that it's a growing threat.
Okay, can you give me any case where a ghost gun in Connecticut was blamed for shooting someone?
Yes, I can. A ghost gun was used by a patron to kill the owner of a Motel 6 in Vernon in June of 2021. An East Hartford man was arrested after shooting and injuring a woman during an argument using a gun assembled from parts without a serial number. In 2019, a ghost gun was used by a convicted felon to kill his girlfriend's 2 teen children in a domestic violence incident after an argument about smoking in the Watertown house. The shooter then died by suicide using that same gun.
And in all of those instances, the implement of the firearm was recovered.
I can't speak more to the statements I've just read. If you want more information, I can have that provided to you by Connecticut Against Gun Violence.
Okay, and you also said that the safe storage laws now are insufficient. What is your understanding as to what our law is now?
My laws now, it primarily applies to people at risk or if you have minors in the household. So from my perspective, and I think others as well, what we've heard is it's very unclear, and I'll focus on the suicide piece, not the million guns that are stolen, which I think others have testified on that. But from the suit, and I'm not an expert on this, I'm just from people that may commit suicide, it is often a fleeting issue. And if the means to take out that act are not accessible, they won't commit suicide.
Okay, so I was asking you particularly about our safe storage law as it presently, I mean, we've had people come here today that claim that, leaving a handgun on the coffee table when there's kids in the house is allowed under our laws. And I'm just trying to figure out what your understanding is of presently of our law that you're asking us to change the law.
Well, I think, we're all familiar with the Ethan Song case and how tragic that was and awful it was. And he was a minor, but I can easily envision that occurring to somebody that's not a minor, that's 18, 19, or 20, and the same situation occurring, that I think we should do better and not enable that type of situation to exist.
Okay, so is it that and I'm not trying to be argumentative, sir, but I've asked you twice about the current status of the law.
It would apply to anybody. I don't mean to cut you off. So as opposed to the limitations, I just think as the law states, or as I commented, that should be the practice regardless if you have a minor in the house or not.
All right, thank you for coming here today.
Thank
Further
you.
questions or comments from the committee? If not, thanks for being with us. Alex Moscow. Alex Moscow. Brian Donahue. Brian Donahue. Stephen Duhame. I apologize, sir. I'm sure I got that last name very wrong. If you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Members of the committee. Colt, Remington, Winchester, Stag Arms, Mossberg are only a few of the firearms industry leaders that used to call Connecticut home. Connecticut used to be a mecca, a hub for manufacturing, like cities in Bridgeport, New Haven, and Hartford at the forefront. There were well-paying jobs in middle-class homes. We were a state that used to have one of the most skilled workforces in the world. This is no longer the case due to bad policy and hollow-made promises by elected officials. One might ask why this is relevant. My name is Stephen Duhame, and I'm the fourth generation to call Shelton my home. I'm a firearms owner, and I am the owner of a business that operates inside the firearms industry. Again, one might ask, why is this relevant in today's hearing? Simply put, Connecticut is my home, and I'm proud of that statement. When speaking to anyone from out of state in a professional or personal capacity, I'm always prompted with questions as, why do you live there? Can you own a gun? Are you going to move your business to Florida or Texas? The answer remains the same. No, this is my home. I, as a Connecticut gun owner, support good policy that empowers responsible gun owners. I support heavier penalties for the illegal use of firearms. I would even support reasonable taxes pertaining to the advancement of firearms education. We fear what we do not understand. We think back to the first time you drove a car, and now you're probably much more confident because you have learned and been exposed to driving for some time. The same goes to handling and being around firearms. If you are now an elected official, stop and ask yourself, have I been taught about firearms? Have I ever shot a rifle, a pistol, an AR-15? Do I constantly go to the range and practice shooting? If not, then why are you proposing a bill to a space you do not understand? If you want change, then be the effect that causes change. Endanger our rights, and we will be the cause that affects change. I oppose HB 6667, and I oppose HB 6816. I support HB 6817. Thank you for your time. And I will take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you being with us. Jordan Shunas?
That's John.
John Shunas. I
Yes,
apologize.
no problem. Mr. Chairman, honorable committee members, good afternoon. My name's John Tunis. I live in Rocky Hill, Connecticut. Have submitted written testimony, and I will summarize my concerns here. Most of the basis of the recent U.S. Supreme Court Bruin decision, where they stated that regulations must be evaluated in the historical tradition of firearm regulation. So for House Bill 6667, I oppose the banning of open carry of firearms. When our forefathers created the Constitution, they did not distinguish between open carry or concealed carry. It was simply the right to bear arms. As a matter of fact, open carry was the norm. Many people today have large frame revolvers which are unsuitable for concealed carry. Denying the right to open carry would be a violation in the historical tradition. I oppose the banning of carry in restaurants. This is an open invitation to muggers to chase down people after they leave, now knowing that they are defenseless prey. I oppose the provision of making a gun owner a felon if somebody breaks into his home, illegally steals a firearm, and then commits a crime with that gun. I think that's totally absurd. I can understand that we should not leave firearms out in the open if minors or other people who cannot legally possess firearms either live in the house or are invited guests. Our existing laws already address that situation. I also oppose the restrictive regulations on so-called assault weapons. Our civilian forefathers had the same muskets as the British Army. As muskets were replaced with cartridge fire rifles over time, no distinction was made back then that more restrictive regulations should be imposed on the rights of the civilian population. But today, the rifles that are called assault weapons are not even military rifles. They just look like them. Banning a rifle because of its looks or false classification as a military rifle is contrary to the intent of our rights granted by the Constitution in the historical tradition of firearm regulations. Furthermore, as the recent report of Connecticut mayors has determined, the surge in gun violence is not due to open carry, not due to firearms not being locked up, or assault weapons, but due to chronic repeat offenders who, because of soft on crime policies in the state, are allowed to walk free after committing a firearm crime. House Bill 6834 addresses that, which I support. House Bill 6817, I support the right to carry in state parks, many of which are isolated woodlands. People should be allowed to protect themselves from both four-legged as well as two-legged attackers. I also support permit to carry reciprocity with other states.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate you being with us. Jordan Hirschman.
Hello. Hello, distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for having me. My name is Jordan Hirschman, and I'm a resident of New Haven. I'm here today in support of HB 667 because the bill would put in place several critical common sense changes to Connecticut's existing gun safety statutes to improve the safety of each of the state's citizens, particularly the most vulnerable. The addition of a 10-day waiting period requirement, the automatic disqualification of perpetrators of domestic or family violence from holding a state gun permit would be instrumental to ensuring the safety of the survivors of the state. During the 2020 to 2021 academic year, I interned with a legal nonprofit organization that served survivors of human trafficking, domestic violence, and sexual assault. And though I'm immensely proud of the work we did to provide legal support and protection for the survivors we served, I also know that legal services alone are not enough to protect them. Nothing we could do would be enough to provide survivors of domestic violence with the security and peace of mind to enter their homes at night without fearing for their lives. Preventing perpetrators of family violence from holding state gun permits would go a long way toward quelling that fear, and instituting a 10-day waiting period would go even further to prevent the exact types of heat of the moment, impassioned acts of violence that claim the lives of survivors far too often. Domestic violence victims are 5 times more likely to be killed by their abusers if those abusers have guns. By ensuring known abusers cannot access firearms and imposing a 10-day waiting period to prevent the abusers we do not know about from impulsively taking the lives of those they abuse, we can help some of the most vulnerable members of our state live with less fear and more security, saving lives in the process. But beyond protecting survivors of family violence, the bill would help keep all of this state's residents safe by establishing more sensible open carry laws and keeping dangerous assault weapons off the streets. Generally, banning the open carry of firearms in public would go a long way to reducing gun violence and helping all of the state's residents feel safe. But additionally, regulations to specifically target and prohibit grandfathered and modified assault weapons currently on the market as a result of loopholes in the state's assault rifle ban would help prevent the most tragic and heartbreaking instances of gun violence from occurring. There have been no mass shootings in Connecticut since the original passage of the assault rifle ban in the wake of the Sandy Hook shooting, but we can never forget what happened that day, and we must always remember that if we are not careful, it can happen again. We must close these loopholes and take these assault weapons out of stores and off of streets. The safety of the people of the state depends on it. Even one life lost to gun violence is one life too many. And in the state of Connecticut, firearms claim an average of 191 lives and wound 576 more every year. Clearly, we can and must do more to keep the residents of this state safe, and the measures outlined in this bill would go a long way toward accomplishing that goal. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, sir.
Good
In what
afternoon.
capacity do you come before us today?
I come before you as a student and a resident of New Haven.
Okay, so as a student, part of your testimony had to do with known abusers possessing firearms, and are you saying that if somebody's convicted of a domestic violence crime in Connecticut, that they can go buy a firearm?
I understand that they legally cannot possess a firearm, but I understand that also according to state statute, they're able to hold permits, state gun permits. And I think it's important that we remove that distinction and not only prevent them from legally obtaining firearms, but also prevent them from holding state gun permits, both because it prevents costly hearings and also because it helps survivors actually feel more safe if they know that their abusers can't hold those permits.
Okay, and what is the basis of that knowledge?
The basis of the knowledge is I read the governor's bill on addressing gun violence, and he addressed the fact that under the current existing statute, even though according to federal law, perpetrators of family violence cannot possess guns, they are still able to hold state gun permits.
Okay, so if I was to tell you that those that are convicted of a domestic violence crime in Connecticut are not able, under our current law, to maintain a permit, would that be of solace to you? Would you still be advocating for that portion?
I would still be advocating for the specific provision that automatically disqualifies anyone who has been convicted of family crime for holding the permit. I think that's a sensible policy to have in the bill, regardless of the existing statute.
Okay, well, they're already disqualified, but thank you. Thank you for coming.
Representative Jablonski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in and testifying. Much of your testimony appears to have been focused on this 10-day waiting period.
Mhm.
Are you familiar with how that's worked out in other places around the country?
I am aware of the fact that, generally speaking, waiting periods have an effect of reducing rates of suicide and violent crime.
And can you point me to any instance where that's happened?
Do you mean specific anecdotal instances or
No, in any
quantitative?
state or any city or any place in the country where it's actually reduced any type of violence?
Well, I can point to a study on RAND.org on gun policy in America that has established that the effects of waiting periods don't increase any source of gun violence, but may decrease rates of suicide and violent crime.
I'm sorry, they don't decrease what?
They don't increase any types of gun violence, but having additional waiting periods may decrease rates of suicide and violent crime. It's a study conducted on RAND.org.
Did you say may or does?
Well, in statistics, there's no certainty, but there's evidence that they decrease rates of suicide and violent crime. And I think it would be important that we act on that evidence to protect the citizens of Connecticut.
Okay, are you aware that a number of states have repealed their waiting periods over the last few years?
I would say that some states moving in a backwards direction is not reason that we as Connecticut should not be moving forward towards policies that protect the members of the state.
Okay, would you change your opinion if you saw evidence, saw actual scientific studies that show that in every single place where a 10-day, where a waiting period, I'm not saying 10 days, but a waiting period has been implemented, violent crime has gone up every single time?
I mean, I would always be willing to listen to scientific evidence, but the scientific evidence that I have consulted has pointed in the opposite direction. And I think that logically makes sense that if people commit violent crimes when they're impassioned, if you institute a 10-day waiting period so that they're no longer impassioned to the point to which they get the gun, then that would likely have the effect of reducing acts of gun violence.
Okay, well, what about a situation such as when an abuse victim needs a firearm to protect herself and is told that she can't protect herself for 10 days, and there's an abuser out there that is bent on killing her? Don't you think there should be some way that she could protect herself during those 10 days?
I think that would be a very regrettable, unfortunate situation. But I would also say that the evidence points in the opposite direction. The evidence points that that doesn't really happen. And it also points to the fact that even if the abused individual themselves is the person who has the gun, their likelihood of dying increases if there's a gun in the situation at all, because they're not actually likely going to be able to protect themselves. It just increases the risk of danger even more. So, policies like this policies that remove 10-day waiting periods don't actually prevent violence against survivors of domestic violence. It just increases the likelihood that they'll die as a result of the violence.
Now, you said there's scientific evidence to that. Can you point me to that?
I don't have a specific article on hand, but it's been documented that if there is a gun involved in the equation, regardless of who has the gun, victims of domestic violence are more likely to die as a result.
Okay, but you don't have anything you can cite.
Representative, I think he answered it. I think you've asked a couple times and he's answered to the best of his ability at this point.
You mentioned something about rand.com, is that right?
.org, yes.
What was the site, the website you said there was a study on?
If you want the URL, rand.org/research/gun-policy/analysis/waiting-periods.html, if that'd be helpful for you.
Rand.org. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us, sir.
No problem. Thank you for having
Next
me.
up will be Aaron Barthel.
Yes, that's correct, Aaron Barthel. Dear chairs and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Judiciary, my name is Dr. Aaron Barthel, and I'm a resident of Avon, mother of 3 children, and a pediatric oncologist at Connecticut Children's Medical Center. I'm here today to testify in support of Governor's Bill HB 6667 on behalf of the Connecticut chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, as well as on behalf of all children in Connecticut. A pediatric oncologist is a doctor that treats children with cancer and other serious blood diseases. Cancer is tied for the 3rd leading cause of death among children ages 1 to 19 in the state of Connecticut. While the overall pediatric survival rate for cancer is 85% at 5 years, there are still too many children dying from this disease. There's no one cure for cancer. Each pediatric cancer is treated with specific therapies that attack unique targets. Doctors and researchers continue to work tirelessly to find new therapies before this disease takes another child's life. Unfortunately, outside the hospital, firearms are still killing our healthy children. In the United States, firearms are the leading cause of death among children and teens. And in Connecticut, it's the 2nd leading cause of death among children and teens. In our state, an average of 15 children and teens die by guns every year, of which less than 20% are suicides and 81% are homicides. This is unacceptable. Children are dying a preventable death. Today, you can do something about that. Like cancer, there is no one cure for this problem. The governor's bill provides you with specific actions that can attack unique targets of the problem. The goal here is to implement layers of protection with multiple interventions to make it more difficult for youth to access firearms. This bill does not impede the Second Amendment, but rather attempts to make firearms safer in our community. Many opponents state that guns are not the problem, but rather the criminals that use them. Unfortunately, children who are not criminals are also accessing guns and harming themselves unintentionally and dying by suicide. The American Academy of Pediatrics supports a comprehensive approach to preventing gun violence and supports measures such as a background check on every gun sale, increasing purchase age limits, purchase waiting periods, evidence-based safety training for buyers, prescriptive storage laws, extreme risk protection order laws, and high-capacity magazine and assault weapons bans. For all our children in Connecticut, I urge you to pass HB 6667. You, too, can do something to decrease childhood deaths. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us, ma'am. Joseph Sperry.
Hello.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, co-chairs Winfield and Safstrom, vice chairs Flexer Quinn, and ranking members Fishbein and Kissel, and to all the respected members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Joseph Sperry from West Haven, Connecticut, and I write today in support of House Bill 6817 and strongly oppose House Bills 667, 6667, and 6816. As many others before me have mentioned, I believe House Bill 6667 and 6816 are unconstitutional, and I want my testimony to reflect that without rehashing the same talking points that the committee has already heard. However, I would like to bring up something that I think we all can agree on, and that is there is a crime problem in Connecticut. I would like to see more energy, money, and programs flow into the mental health and poverty crisis that affects the state. Lack of attention and action to this crisis is why crime happens and continues to happen. Government has a poor history of uplifting lower income residents. Proof of this can be obtained even from our own Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee on February 14th. At the 620 mark, Chairman Fonfera states, "We in our budget every year allocate millions of dollars for addressing poverty in our state, but virtually none of it's directed into high poverty, low opportunity census tracts, where much of our characteristics we read about every day sadly take place." I strongly believe we need to address the mental health and poverty issues to help reduce all crime. Reduce all crime. Connecticut received over $2.6 billion from the American Rescue Act in 2021, and this money is allowed for various programs. Currently, Connecticut has allocated $62 million for tourism, travel, and hospitality, and only $50,000 for community violence intervention programs. And in my testimony that I put online, you'll be able to see the numbers. But for instance, we've allocated 0%, which is a $350,000 to early childhood environments. Substance use services, we put 100,000. Education assistance, we put 100,000. There's no big money being put into these programs. But anyways, Connecticut is funding such small amounts to what I believe is the biggest area for additional funding. Additionally, Congress has added over $500 million to new invention root cause programs through grants over the next 5 years. Has Connecticut tried to capture any of those money? I believe if people have a strong family component, religion, and a goal in life, crime may not be an issue for anyone. Idle hands are the devil's workshop. Stop attacking constitutional rights and find ways to address the root causes. Thank you all for your time. I am available for questions.
Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us. Andrew Badeau. Andrew Badeau. Sean Barrett. Sean Barrett. Mr. Barrett, are you able to unmute yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was muted. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sean Barrett. I'm a member of the Liberal Gun Club, CCDL, and several other groups that revolve around the firearms industry and the owners clubs. I thank the committee for listening to my testimony today. In summary, I oppose HB 6667 and HB 6816. Specifically on 6667, I had written a number of things that they can actually talk about, but that seems to have been covered pretty well. I think the bill overall should die like it did last year in committee. It doesn't really do anything for the citizens of Connecticut, and it's just providing additional opportunity for the criminals to take and run crazy. Regarding Bill 6816, microstamping is proven not to work. They don't have a way of doing that today. And I just see that being more of a challenge for the prosecutorial process when numbers don't match and criminals pull things out and everything else. kind of along the lines of, somebody stealing a license plate before they steal a car to go commit a crime. I think it's a solution that's not going to meet the problem. Specifically on body armor, it's protected by the Second Amendment. It's purely defensive in nature, and I wouldn't understand why the state would remove a passive form of defense from law-abiding citizens. It doesn't make any sense to me. And then finally on that bill, ammunition sales to adults under the age of 21, it's just flatly unconstitutional and the wrong thing to do. I joined the military at age 17. In Norwich, I would buy 22 caliber bullets when I was a 12-year-old kid. I granted maybe the nature of things are a little bit different in the big cities, but I don't see where depriving a tax-paying, law-abiding, voting adult member of society a constitutional right is worth taking that step. Specifically on HB 6834, I really support this bill. I think that that's a very good idea. I will ask that the committee consider prosecutorial guidelines and consequences for judges and prosecutors that don't help the police do their job. Criminals are being given a catch and release program, and stated by an earlier presenter, 60% of the gun crimes are committed by repeat offenders, felons and the like. So why are we as law-abiding citizens being asked to pay the bill for what they're doing? I don't think that's fair. And I think 6834 will help with that problem. I think prosecutorially, we've had some family issues that, the state has a terrible history of prosecuting. My cousin's been trying.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Questions or comments from the committee? If not, appreciate being with us.
Thank you.
Are trying to be imposed on us today that don't add any new security to people like me and my family. I worry that the new laws or the new bills that we have here today are going to protect me in any way. So I have concern. I speak to you like this now, open-hearted, because what I was going to say today was already covered. So I'm not going to rehash all this. Okay. And I do respect everybody that's been here, pro and con, to the gun bills. I respect their opinions. Okay. And I understand. I believe in the First Amendment. I believe in everybody's opinion. And I hope everybody understands me and my concerns. So with that, so it's on the record, I do oppose HB 667, HB 6816, and I support HB 6817. It's the bill that when I was a youngster, I was used to. And crime back then was not an issue. I used to be able to park my car in the garage, in the driveway with the keys under the mat. Okay, there wasn't a problem. Today, all of a sudden, there's major issues, and yes, there's a problem. You know, I go to the school to go walk the track, and I worry, is there somebody out there on top of the hill with a gun? Okay, my kids go to have a softball game at the park. Is there a nut out there, okay, with a gun? I got my grandkids, my son's out there, my wife's out there. I worry, okay? Going to a restaurant, my wife asked me, do you have your gun on you? And when I go to a restaurant, my back is to the wall so I can see what's going on around me. Is this the life I gotta live? I only ask this,
Thank you,
please
sir.
do your job,
Thank you, sir.
do the right thing.
We appreciate it. Questions or comments from the committee? If not, appreciate you being with us. And I just want to, sir, just housekeeping thing, I think that kind of came up during testimony. I know we're sort of 7 hours into this. A lot has been covered. So if folks are coming up and the points that have been made have been addressed to the committee, feel free not to take the whole 3 minutes. I'm sure the folks behind you would appreciate it. Feel free to just tell us if you're in favor of some bills, you're against the other bills, and what you wanted to address has been addressed. That's perfectly appropriate. Thank you, sir. Yes, appreciate it. Joseph Bartozzi.
Thank you, Chairman Winfield. Thank you, Chairman Staffstrom, and members of the Joint Committee on Judiciary. My name is Joseph Bartozzi. I'm the president and CEO of the National Shooting Sports Foundation, which is the trade association for the firearm, ammunition, hunting, and recreational shooting sports industry. We have more than 10,000 members, which are manufacturers, distributors, firearm retailers, shooting ranges, and other organizations. I'm here today to speak in opposition to Governor Lamont's Bill 6667. Bill 6667 is an extremely expansive piece of legislation that does little or nothing to deter criminals and will only impact law-abiding gun owners. I will limit my comments to 3 specific areas: the 1 gun per month provision, the licensing of retailers, and the 10-day waiting period. The 1 gun a month section seeks to prohibit law-abiding citizens from purchasing more than 1 handgun a month and hinders lawful commerce in the state, particularly that of small mom and pop businesses. It further rations a federal and state constitutional right, reducing it to a mere privilege. If the goal is to reduce straw purchasers' ability to illegally obtain firearms, I think there are more effective approaches than 1 gun per month provision. The next section of major concern would be state and local licensing of federal firearm dealers and the grounds for revocation. It's important to note that retailers are the first line of defense against illegal straw purchase and other transfers. Connecticut firearm retailers already must comply with numerous state and federal regulations in order to conduct business. State licensing will only add another layer of bureaucracy and another cost of doing business in an already difficult environment. The enumerated list of violations that could lead to the revocation of license is arbitrary and extremely punitive. We're very concerned about the fact that there are potentially competing state and federal regulations with regard to owning and operating a firearms business. So it puts a federal licensed retailer in a no-win situation. So we're very much opposed to this. The last area I would like to cover is a 10-day waiting period. The current law requires an individual to possess the appropriate permit in order to purchase a firearm. The process to obtain a permit is quite extensive, including working with local police department, submitting fingerprints, and going through a background check, all even before beginning the process of purchasing a firearm. Creating a 10-day waiting period simply adds another layer of exercising a constitutional right. The proposed arbitrary 10-day waiting period is unnecessary and puts a burden on law-abiding citizens and FFLs. The instant background check system indicates that a purchaser is not listed as a prohibited person and therefore legally eligible to possess a firearm. So why add another burden of waiting 10 additional days? In conclusion, we respectfully ask you to oppose Bill 6667. We must all work together to help prevent those who exhibit reckless disregard for human life and values access to firearms for criminal purposes. But we must also preserve the constitutional rights of tens of millions of law-abiding Americans to safely and responsibly own, store, and use firearms for personal protection, hunting, and recreation. Thank you very much.
Questions or comments from the committee? Okay. Representative Howard, I saw first.
Thank you, sir, for being here. Just a couple of quick questions. Based on your knowledge of gun sales in the state of Connecticut, in order for somebody to walk into a gun retailer and purchase any firearm or any ammunition, haven't they already gone through a process that generally takes more than 10 days anyways?
Without question. You have to have a permit to get a handgun. You have to have a long gun permit to get a long gun. It's a very onerous process all the way around. It takes, in many cases, many months to get a permit for a handgun. You can't even buy ammunition without such permits. So the process is already long and drawn out. I mean, myself, it took me more than 6 months 40 years ago to get my pistol permit. And I don't think much has changed in those ensuing decades.
It's a little faster now because of modern technology, but the other question I have for you, we heard testimony earlier, and I'm completely befuddled by it, that an individual who has a domestic violence conviction can have a carry permit. I was under the impression that in order to get a carry permit in this state, you can't have certain statutory disqualifiers, one of which being that you are disqualified under 18 U.S. Code 922, that specifically prohibited anybody who had been convicted of a misdemeanor domestic violence offense from having a carry permit. Is that your understanding?
It is. Well, I know it's a prohibiting factor for purchasing a firearm at retail, of course. In Connecticut specifically, I believe that has been the law for some time now. And in fact, like everything else, it's an issue of enforcement. If someone is convicted of such a thing, it's incumbent upon the state to go ahead and repossess that permit and those firearms.
Which happens every day, right? So if somebody were to get to have a pistol permit and then they get arrested for a domestic violence offense, generally they have a protective order, which would render their permit revoked, right?
Exactly right.
All right. Thank you for that. Again, befuddled by some of the other testimony I heard. And then can you just speak, if we already have this process that you have to go through to purchase firearms in this state, what would be since you've already gone through a timely process before you can even walk in there to pick the thing up, what's the value? Obviously, you've testified that the 10-day waiting period is detrimental to the business. What would be the value?
Well, I'm not sure there is any value. As I think someone pointed out just a few moments ago, if someone has reasonable fear for their safety and security, they may want to possess a firearm sooner rather than wait 10 days. So I think you add, aside from the fact that it's a constitutionally guaranteed right in both the federal and state constitutions, aside from that detail, of course, there are many opportunities where people want to have a firearm timely rather than waiting. I recall during certain periods of civil unrest, people going to try and buy firearms only to be turned away. So come back in 10 or 14 or whatever it was in those particular states. And they were befuddled by this and frankly left unprotected during that time of unrest and crisis.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up. I had in my community during a time of civil unrest in a pandemic, many people reach out because they felt scared and wanted to purchase firearms, but they couldn't because they'd yet to go through that first process. So in effect, we sort of have a waiting day period already, don't we?
It is. It's quite a process. People think you can just walk into a gun store and come out with a gun. I mean, I hear all these comments all the time, very derogatory, slanderous comments about, well, it's easier to buy a gun than it is to buy fresh vegetables or some ridiculous thing that some politicians would say. It's absolutely untrue. Go ahead and try and do that. You'll be turned away. And if you're unlucky, you may be even prosecuted for such a thing.
I thank you for clarifying that, not only for myself, but for my colleagues. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments, Representative Fishman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I about 5 years ago, somebody made that comment to me. I went to a bank and I got $1,000. I gave it to the person. I said, go buy a gun. At the end of the day, they came back to me, can't do it. So, yeah. Looking at section 4, which you testified about the license for these sellers. Presently, to sell a firearm in Connecticut, does the merchant need a license?
Yes.
And what kind of license would they need?
Specifically, the number of the license and what specifically is, I'm not sure, but you must have that license to operate a business in Connecticut, whether you're a manufacturer in Connecticut or whether you're even a retailer in Connecticut. And furthermore, the ATF, which issues federal firearms licenses, one of the first questions they ask is, are you duly licensed in the state in which you're going to operate? That's a prerequisite to even getting a federal license to operate a business in Connecticut or anywhere in the country for that matter.
So to sell a firearm in Connecticut, you need at least a federal license presently.
To be a retailer in Connecticut, you must be a federal firearms licensee. That is correct.
And in the governor's bill, they create this additional license. You recognize that in section 4, I believe you testified to that. And there's a provision with regard to revocation of those licenses. And one of the, I don't know if you saw this, is an adverse administrative decision or delinquency assessment from the Department of Revenue Services.
Yeah, I saw that. I was frankly stunned at just one more layer of punishment for an otherwise law-abiding, lawful business for selling a constitutionally protected product. I mean, when you pile on all of these things, it seems punitive. It seems unfair and frankly unreasonable.
Because when somebody doesn't pay their taxes, there's a penalty or there's a fine. Here, the governor is proposing to remove the ability of the business to operate at all, is the way I read it. I don't know if you read it differently.
That is exactly how I read it. And the people that are running these stores, they many times have invested their life savings. This is their life business, their family business. They're to be shut down on such a I don't say minor, but certainly have to pay your tax. I get all that, but there's like just one more layer of punishment for operating a business that seems to be in disfavor by this legislature and the governor.
And it also provides an adverse administrative decision by DRS. So, you know, procedurally, those administrative decisions are appealable. And I don't see it, maybe you see it, but I don't see any language that you have due process and you're allowed to, you know, it's not a final decision. It just says an adverse administrative decision.
Which could be anything, correct?
Yeah, and well, I thank you for coming here to testify.
Thank you, Representative Fisher.
Further questions or comments, Representative Drabitsky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to continue on that same section that you just were discussing with Representative Fishbein. Other reasons why a business owner, a licensee could lose their license on line 500 is false, misleading, or deceptive representations to the public.
It's very interesting you bring that up. I saw that very thing, and it smacks of the whole First Amendment. You can't market firearms in certain ways. I mean, social media, you can't market firearms at all. It's another way of silencing people that you don't agree with. So yes, I was stunned to see that. Although I shouldn't be stunned, I was disappointed and surprised to see such a thing.
Well, I could see something like, you know, this is the best holster ever. Well, that's a matter of opinion. Is that a false, misleading, or deceptive representation to the public? Maybe in somebody's eyes.
Exactly.
Well, you know, who gets to make that decision? The other one that jumped out at me was the failure to cooperate or give information to the department, local law enforcement authorities, or any other enforcement agency upon any matter arising out of conduct at the premises of the license. Any matter. So if there's a squabble between patrons in a let's say in Cabela's, something that has nothing to do with the firearms section or firearms at all, if the licensee fails to cooperate and give information to the department, local law enforcement authorities, or any other enforcement agency, they could lose their license.
Exactly. And you know, with regard to Connecticut privacy laws, and especially now the new one that's going to be coming out soon, I mean, you put a retailer in a no-win situation. Do I keep my license? Do I violate this? Do I violate someone's privacy potentially? I mean, there is simply, again, poorly crafted, perhaps legislation, perhaps intentionally. I don't know. I don't want to cast aspersions, but it is certainly concerning that there is a no-win situation, to catch-22 at all angles on this thing, and have someone who worked for all 4 decades in the firearm industry, and including very closely with ATF for many of those decades. I even see amongst different ATF branches differences in opinion. So you are literally at the mercy of whatever agency you happen to be talking to at that moment, whether it be now state, put a state component on top of that, it's even more troubling and problematic.
So currently, firearms dealers are licensed federally, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and under this bill, they would also need both a state and a local, a local permit and a state license. Is that right?
That's how I understand it, sir.
Okay, so in order to run a business, they would need a local permit, a state license, and a federal license.
Correct. And the federal license has to be renewed every 3 years as well.
And each of these presumably costs money?
Without question.
And each of these entities now has authority to do inspections
Yes,
and issue directives,
definitely.
and those directives could be contradictory.
That's the concern, is there is this tension between one set of regulations, maybe perhaps on the state or local side, and then what the ATF is telling you. Who do you follow? Who do you, and believe me, I've been in this very situation. So it's not theoretical, it is actual.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Further questions
Thank
or
you.
comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? Seeing none, thanks for being with us. David Bicknell. So just hit that microphone in front of you, please. There's a button. You gotta press the button, turn it on. There you go.
Hello, my name is David Bicknell. I live in East Haven, Connecticut. I represent CCDL, the Branford Gun Club, Guilford Sportsman's Association, and the Amateur Trap Shooting Association. I'm here to oppose Bill 0667. I have to ask, where in this bill are we addressing gun violence? Seems to me that we're missing a mark. Why are we not strengthening laws to give people more time in jail for carrying illegal guns and ammo? The state of Virginia years ago has or had signs and billboards saying possession of an illegal gun equals 5 years in jail and a year for every bullet in that firearm. I believe if we posted this or put this on billboards, okay, all over the state, people might think twice about carrying a gun without a permit. Now, as far as storage of firearms in the home, why is the government trying to invade my privacy? Not trying to be a jerk, but unless you're paying my mortgage and paying my taxes, please stay out of my house. Criminals are not just stealing firearms when they steal. They're getting in your house and they're stealing anything they could get their hands on, okay? I truly believe this kind of law enforcement would work great. I believe both sides of the gun issue could actually come together and make something happen, okay? Let's educate the public by letting people know that we mean business. Sending them up the river for 5 years for possession of a firearm, an illegal firearm, I think would be great. No more plea deals either. As far as raising the age to buy ammunition from 18 to 21, if they have the permit, well, I got to ask, what about the 18 to 20-year-old kids that actually hunt or shoot trap or ski or any of that? I'm a teacher I'm in the Hall of Fame for trap shooting. Okay. I teach college kids how to shoot clay targets. I write letters so kids could get college rides to go to school for free. They ain't doing nothing wrong. And I'm telling you now, I can't afford to buy their ammo all the time either. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions or comments from the committee? No, appreciate being with us. Stephen Liska.
Thank you, members of the Judiciary Committee, for letting me speak today. I'd like to preface my comments by saying I lived in Hartford, 4 blocks from here, for 30 years. I spent the majority of my life in Hartford through the gang wars and everything. I oppose Bill 6667 and 6816. I'm a machinist. For 6816, it's called emery cloth. It works. And I am in full support of Bill 6817. I'm appalled in the reading of HB 6667. From the reading, I can only conclude it is a direct and overreaching attack by the legislature on our Second Amendment rights, on the Second Amendment rights of the citizens of Connecticut. HB 6667 is an outright ban on many firearms platforms in common use by and in lawful possession of the citizens of Connecticut. As I was reading the word salad that is Bill 6667, there is a great deal of difference between a select fire firearms platform and a semi-automatic firearms platform. Before proposing further laws on firearms, I suggest take the requisite time to find out the difference between the two. As I was reading through the bill 6667, ergonomic features to firearms appeared to be prominent in classifying what is acceptable for the public to own and what is not. A pistol grip or fore-end grip, adjustable buttstock, arm brace, etc., do not lead to a firearm being more or less dangerous to the public. Who happens to be behind the trigger is more important than ergonomics with firearms. As we all know, criminals do not obey the law. So whichever bill such as this that you try to enact into law, it will not be obeyed by criminals. Body armor should be allowed. You heard testimony as to range safety. It would be a great help in a home invasion, even if the home invasion perpetrator was not armed with a firearm. Body armor stops knives rather well. The classifications of others is a unique one to Connecticut. To legally purchase another, you must have a state of Connecticut handgun carry permit. To obtain a state of Connecticut handgun carry permit, you must be thoroughly vetted by the state.
Thank you, sir. Questions, Representative Jablonski?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. When you started out your testimony, you said emery cloth, it works. What did you mean by that?
Microstamping, I'm a machinist. If you want to get rid of a small number, emery cloth, rub it enough. I'm sure that law enforcement has encountered firearms with the serial numbers removed. All right.
Mhm.
So it's not that far of a stretch for microstamping.
Okay. Thank you
Okay.
very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments on the committee? If not, thanks for being with us, sir. Justin Elicker is next.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me on. I'm here to testify in support of HB 6834, an act concerning serious firearm offenses by repeat offenders. I also did want to express my support for HB 6667, but my testimony is going to focus on 6834. I want to start by saying that the most important way that we can address gun violence is to invest long-term in meaningful ways in struggling communities with youth, jobs, housing, mental health support. And the city of New Haven has invested tens of millions of dollars in the last several years in just those things, and the state is doing a lot of work in that area as well. At the same time that we do that work, however, we need to do other work to ensure the safety of our community. In New Haven, we're very strategic about it. We have a multi-pronged strategy to address violence, and I wanted to talk about a very small but very important component of that we need your help with. We see in New Haven and many other large cities that the overwhelming majority of violence in our community is caused by a very small number of people. A large share of the gun violence that occurs in Connecticut cities is committed by individuals with a significant history of prior offenses, including individuals who are out on bail and or are out on parole and probation. Just an example, from January 1, 2021 until today, 32% of our gun arrests were people on parole or probation. 49% of gun arrests were people with previous gun arrests. One of the biggest challenges we face is a cycle where individuals who are arrested on serious gun charges easily post bond because they're only required to post a very small fraction of the bond that the judge sets, or they're sentenced and get out on early release. And that's why we're asking for your support on 6834. Which is narrowly designed to only impact those individuals. I want to finish by an example. Ryan Moore, 2004, charged with assault in the first degree. 27, charged and convicted for criminal possession of a firearm, sentenced to 5 years in prison. He served 2 years with 34 months probation. 2021, he committed a murder of Tyshawn Matheny in Hamden. 2023, he was arrested with criminal possession of a firearm. 2023, he made the $750,000 bond. 2023, arrested again with another gun, and again made an $850,000 bond. And then most recently, about a week ago, he was arrested on the 2021 murder. Ultimately, we stand together to confront gun violence, and we need to do many, many things. And this small step is a significant step to keep the most dangerous individuals that repeatedly offend off the streets, so that we can have a cooling down period and ensure that our communities are safer. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Representative Javitzky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for coming in. You indicated that a very small number of offenders do the vast majority of crimes, and previously Chief Jacobson also testified that it's approximately 0.06% of the population. Is that a number that you agree with?
Chief Jacobson and I have discussed that number, and if Chief Jacobson said that, then I do agree with his assessment.
Okay, and what about, we've heard a couple of times from several different people about a study that says 98% of guns used in crime are either stolen or illegal. I know the chief agreed with that one. Do you agree with that as well?
So I'm not familiar with that specific statistic, but I can say that 52% of the guns that we seized in New Haven in the year 2022 were ghost guns, stolen guns, guns reported lost, or guns with the serial number obliterated.
Okay. All right, and is it, based on your support for this bill, is it your feeling that the focus should be on that very small percentage of offenders as opposed to the very large percentage of people who don't do anything wrong?
So the way that you frame the question indicates how you feel about this. But as you recall, in the beginning of my testimony, I said that I was going to dedicate most of my testimony towards supporting HB 6834, but I am also supportive of HB 6667, if that's what you're getting at, Senator.
Why?
Why? The example I gave about the number of guns. Every gun was legally purchased at some point, and because they are stolen, ghost guns, guns reported lost, 11% were registered in Connecticut and not reported stolen. I believe that HB 6667 increases accountability and ensures that there's more safe managing of guns by gun owners. An example is ghost guns. Currently, because of the existing law that passed in 2019, we are unable to identify whether a ghost gun was purchased before or after 2019. So it makes it more difficult for our police department to make an appropriate arrest for someone that, in my view, if they have a ghost gun, are likely not interested in being tracked.
Would the 10-day wait period that's in 6667, would that in any way affect the 0.06% of the population that is recidivists in criminals?
You know, potentially, it's hard to say, but potentially, if someone wished to purchase a gun quickly, I think it's more designed for people that may be impacted by emotion and quickly purchase a gun to do some wrongdoing. And I would suspect that that's more of the focus of the 10-day waiting period rather than the 0.06% that you're discussing.
Okay, so it's designed to affect the 99.94% that are not involved in crime.
Yeah, I didn't exactly say that, Mr. Dubitsky.
No, I just did.
I know you did.
And I'm asking you to either admit it or deny it.
Yeah, I don't think it's that simple, sir.
Okay. What about the one gun a month? Is that directed at the 99.94% of people who are not recidivist criminals?
Well, it seems to me curious why anyone would need to purchase more than one gun a month, sir. And the fact that such a high percentage of our guns that we seize are stolen or lost is concerning to me. And if there's that many more guns available that could potentially be stolen or lost, that is concerning to me. I'd add that 47% of the crime guns seized in 2022 were purchased out of state. And the bulk of those were purchased in states that have very lax gun laws for the very reason that it is easy for people to purchase guns in those states rather than purchase them in Connecticut, which has strong and, in my view, should have stronger gun laws.
Not a single one of those guns would be affected by the 10-day waiting period or the one gun a month provision, would they?
I mean, clearly the guns purchased out of state would not be impacted by a change in state law, in Connecticut state law.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you, sir.
Questions or comments? Further questions or comments, Chairman Winfield?
Thank you, Chairman Stafford. Good evening, Mayor.
Hey, Senator. How are you?
Have you been listening throughout the day? Have you heard the questions I've asked on this?
A little bit, but it's been a busy day.
So you and I had a little bit of conversation about this in the past, and my concern has been about who's actually covered under the bill. As I read the definition of serious firearm offense, it seems to me that the group that we talk about is not the only group of folks that get captured under this bill. Do you understand the bill differently?
Yeah, I did have a chance to listen to the back and forth you had with Mayor Bronin, and the definition of serious firearm offense is in the serious firearms are someone with a ghost gun, a legally high capacity magazine, a stolen gun, an altered weapon that exceeds what is allowed by current law, being a felon in possession of a firearm, shoot or brandishes a weapon while threatening to shoot another individual. Those are all very, very serious things, and a strong indication that someone is potentially creating a very, very dangerous situation for other people. And so, in my view, with multiple offenses in that category, people should be held accountable.
Well, people can be held accountable currently, right?
I gave one example, and what this proposed bill does is make it so that there is a higher bail for people that engage in repeated serious firearm offenses. And I think it's important to note that the bail that the judge sets is not the bail that people pay. People pay a very small fraction of what the judge sets. And so this is simply increasing the fraction of what the judge sets so that it is more likely that people are not able to post bond that are a clear risk to the community. I'd add that I think, the spirit of your questions that I heard when your discussion with Mayor Bronin aligns with the spirit of the task force that and the work we did. Repeatedly, we talked about trying to dedicate or to design this in a way that narrowed the impact to the most violent offenders in the community and did not impact people that were not causing a risk to the community.
With all due respect, I'm not sure that actually answered the question I asked you, but I'm gonna move on to see how you understand things. You're the mayor of New Haven. We have a crime issue. We have a lot of young folks who are on our streets doing things that they're not supposed to do. Clearly, that's a reality. We all should be aware of it and trying to deal with it. There are young folks who are out there who, for their sense of protection and for other reasons, have a gun. I don't think any of those guns are legal. If they get in trouble 2 times with that gun, they fall under this. They don't have to be the people that are being described here, right? All day long, I've heard people talking about these really bad scenarios that I think are important for us to understand, but you don't have to be those people to be caught up by this bill. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I guess going to the list of what's categorized as a serious firearm offense, ghost gun, high capacity magazine, stolen gun. If someone is arrested and convicted and then arrested again, that to me indicates that a higher bail should be a threat, that's a risk to our community. I mean, we have created laws in our community for people to follow, and this is a very, very serious offense by someone that, if it's a stolen gun, if it's a ghost gun, if it's a high capacity magazine, I would be very, very concerned that person is potentially interested in harming others. And again, it's a repeat offense.
Right. Mr. Mayor, how many of the people on the street percentage-wise, do you think don't have a gun?
Yeah.
Remember, they're all.
I heard you ask a similar question to Mayor Bronin, and you and I both know, we can't speculate on that. But again, the goal here, and if you have suggestions on how to appropriately narrow the language, I think we're all very open to that. The goal here is to focus on the people, the 0.06%, as Chief Jacobson referenced, and not on other people that are not engaging in violence.
I'm pointing out that there is a way in which this bill focuses on a lot more people, and I hear you suggesting that I should focus on a solution. I would have been glad to have done that last year when this bill was being talked about, but this bill is in front of me, and quite frankly, we don't have that kind of time. So I'm trying to be careful about, when we get to a vote, what it is we're voting to do. And I think we're voting to do, whether by intention or not, more than is being suggested. Again, you and others have come to us today and talked about these really important and bad situations. And it's bad that anyone has a gun, but I think we all know, particularly if we've been in a New Haven or one of the other cities, that a lot of the young people who aren't going to shoot anybody, who are out there for whatever reasons, and we could go down a list of things that some of us have a role in perpetuating, are going to carry a gun just for protection. If they get caught twice under this, they're a serious firearm offender. And everything that has been said to me suggests that's not who we're trying to catch. And my question to you, as one of the people involved in the conversation, is it or isn't who we're trying to catch?
Senator, so 2 things, Senator Winfield. One is, if someone has this list of guns, that a gun that's within this list of serious firearm offenses is arrested and then gets a second gun and is arrested again, that's in these categories, it's not a legal gun. It's not a legally purchased gun. Yes, I believe that is a person that potentially could engage in violence in the community. The second thing, you're more familiar with legislation than I am, but from everything I've seen, these bills frequently get amended. You and Chief Jacobson and I had a meeting 2 months ago where we discussed this as well. It's not like this is a big surprise. I'm happy to work with you, and our team is happy to work with you. We can hone the language more, but I stand by this language.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? If not, thanks for being with us, Mayor.
Thank you all.
Next up, we'll hear from John Sember.
Subject,
Oh, not yet. John Sember first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If not, then Ray Beavis. Senator Winfield, Representative Stastrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein. My name is Ray Beavis from Woolkit, Connecticut. I'm here speaking in support of HB 6817. I want to point out that section 1 and section 2 codifies in this bill, it codifies the rights that the rights to carry a firearm shall be granted unless the issuing authority finds the applicant does not meet the requirements. It also, and more importantly, removes the bias of suitability based on the issuing authority's geographical area, political demographics, or the leadership agenda. This places reassurances that a resident in Bridgeport has the same opportunity as a resident in Stonington to get their carry permit. I stand in strong opposition to the governor's proposed bill 6667, an act addressing gun violence. Over the years, Legal Firearms have come before this committee and testified on their concerns about slippery slopes. They were told that the legislator was not looking to ban target rifles, hunting rifles, and here we are just in this bill going after those rifles and those firearms that were reassured that they weren't going to go there. Over the last decade, the Judiciary Committee has drafted numerous gun legislation, and some would even argue the strictest and most extreme gun control legislation in our nation, all in the name of preventing gun violence. Yet once again, we're here with more gun control, and the approach doesn't seem to be working. That actually, it doesn't even address the actual problem. I got into firearms when my wife at the time had a stalker over 20 years ago. When I went for my first renewal, this was the firearms regulations that were on the books that were given to us by DESP. When you got your renewal, you were able to take this. 10 years later, this is the firearms regulations that were on the books. The state has refused to even update this because it got too erroneous, and they were unable to even print it because it got too big. So the state's attorney's office just refused to update that. And now we're asking, also in that bill, asking firearms instructors to teach this for 2 hours. So I ask you to oppose 6816, an act concerning microstamping. A lot has been talked about microstamping, but I just want to point out that studies have found that the probability of armed criminals wearing body armor and getting in an altercation with police is remarkably small. Proposing sensible bills to address gun violence now we're hearing a bill that actually removes the ability to wear protective equipment. So thank you. Questions, Tiffany? Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Ms. Bevis. Nice to see you. You said your wife had a stalker at one time. You know, one of the concerning parts of this bill to me, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. You know, I feel an obligation to protect my family when we're out. We like to patronize, the businesses in our district. Many of them are restaurants, and many of them have liquor permits. This bill would prohibit, well, maybe not me, but the average pistol permit holder from going to those restaurants when they go with their families. Can you speak to how that would affect you at that time?
Sure. I appreciate that question. And you bring up a great point. My wife at the time had a stalker. There was 13 temporary restraining orders. He violated 9 of them. That's why we got into firearms. That's why we chose to protect ourselves with handguns. If this law was in place at the time, every time we went to a restaurant, we'd have to disarm ourselves. Go to a local diner. There's a lot of stores, a lot of places that do have liquor licenses. And you heard from someone earlier today that, tragically she lost her husband because of a law that was in place. And I also find it interesting that, we passed the vehicle safe storage law a couple of years ago. And this is a bill that to me would encourage people to leave their firearms in their vehicles versus on their persons. Unfortunately, sometimes we go to a restaurant
we assume they don't have a liquor license, but you walk in and you see the liquor menu or that they do. So.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I appreciate your testimony and all the work that you do. And thank you for the shout out. I'm proud of the way that my community handles things. And I hope every city can follow suit, because that particular town takes it serious and they do their due diligence. And I appreciate you recognizing that. Thank you.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? If not, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Okay, John Zabork?
Zabchik.
Sorry about that, sir.
That's okay, sir. Good evening. I want to thank you very much for this opportunity to speak in front of you. My name is John Zabchik, and I live in Connecticut. I oppose the bill 6667 and 6816 and support HB 6817. You have my testimony in front of you, so I'll just surmise what I'm going to say. I oppose these bills because they don't address the root cause of violence and gun violence in Connecticut. They put a burden on people like me. Well, who am I? I'm a member of the Civilian Marksmanship Program, the CMP. I participate in rifle competition throughout Connecticut and New England. Part of the mission of the CMP is to teach young people how to handle firearms and shoot, and to instruct good citizenship through marksmanship and promote safety in practice. These bills are expensive. They limit the age limit. They limit the type of rifle you can use, and they increase the cost of participating. I know in the last 10 years, with all the current bills, gun bills in Connecticut, participation in Connecticut has really dwindled to a small amount of participants, especially young people, can't afford it, and they can't no longer can buy a certain type of rifle for competition. So again, I support, or I oppose 6667 and 6816. Thank you very much, and I'll take any questions you have.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate being with us.
Thank you.
Enrique Ochoa. Enrique Ochoa. Irene
Scribilo. I'll forgive you for not saying it. Hi, my name's Irene Scribilo, and I'm speaking in support of HB 6667. I also support HB 6816, specifically legislating that pistols contain a microstamping component. Now remember, the microstamp is actually microscopic. So anyway, I just thought I'd mention that. I'm speaking in support of HB 667, in particular the measures that require no exceptions that secure storage of firearms and investing in community violence intervention. I'm asking for the elimination of the provision of the 2019 exception of pre-ban ghost guns from being registered with the state. Safe storage is critical for public safety. Every stolen firearm was once a legal firearm. The argument against safe storage laws by gun advocates is basically that the bad man breaks into your house, a trigger lock or gun in a locked cabinet renders the weapon useless for self-defense. That's simply not true. Vendors have designed trigger locks and gun safes that users can quickly access. Unsecured guns are much more likely to be fired accidentally or used in a suicide than they are in self-defense. Unsecured firearms in the home are more than likely to be stolen in a burglary. In fact, gun thefts from cars, homes, and gun dealers are a main source of black market gun sales, according to the FBI incident-based data 2011 to 2020. Of course, enforcement's an issue, and often law enforcement won't know that the storage law has been violated until someone dies, which is unfortunate. But in adopting such laws, society sends a message about the behavior we expect, and it will hopefully save lives. Now, as long as Americans insist on owning firearms, it's reasonable for the rest of us to insist that they do so safely for themselves and for us. Now, I've heard gun owners say, just a couple of guys who testified ago, I don't want the government in my home when speaking about gun sense legislation. Well, The government's already in your home and in your life. You get mail delivered to your home. Some people receive Social Security benefits. People eat safe, non-toxic food. Folks can drive a car on roads paid for by the government. Safety glass, it's better than being decapitated in a car crash. You breathe clean air and you have police protection. I'm testifying on the internet, which was created by the government in the 1960s. The government is in your home and it can work to protect the public. In passing HB 6667 in a timely manner and without delay, the safe storage law can keep illegal guns off the streets and save lives. Thank you for your time.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Jerry Rothman.
Hi, good afternoon. Chairman Winfield, Chairman Staffstrom, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Jerry Rothman. I live in Greenwich. I'm a supporter of Connecticut Against Gun Violence. I'm not going to repeat all that you've already heard during this long day of testimony. I just want to state to you that I'm testifying in support of the governor's bill, HB 6667, particularly the measures, as the last speaker noted, to require the no exceptions, secure storage of firearms, as well as close the loophole on Connecticut's ban on ghost guns, and also critically invest in community violence intervention. I'm just going to note, I've heard a lot from people who are opposed to this legislation, and the fact that the people who live in the urban centers in Connecticut are subject to tragic gun violence, a lot of it as a result of being caused by stolen guns. I think that I would ask the committee in its wisdom to work out their differences and come up with a law that will help make us all safer in the long run. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? If not, thanks for being with us. Winston Campbell. Winston.
Yes,
Campbell.
Chairman Winfield and Co-Chair Stratsom and Judiciary Committee members. I'm Winston Campbell, a retired professor of obstetrics living in Bloomfield, Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my opposition to House Bill 6816. I agree with all the prior testimony about microstamping and will just make a few additional comments on that. This bill is specific to semi-automatic pistols. If a revolver is microstamped and used in a crime, the cases are manually removed from the cylinder, pocketed, and not left lying around for the police to find. So I don't see how this is going to be beneficial. If a fired case is reloaded and used in a different pistol by a different person, there can be multiple imprints on the shell casing. This may not help to solve a crime. A person who commits a firearm-related crime could pick up fired shell casings discarded by a legal firearm owner at a gun range and then leave these at the scene of a crime, thus causing innocent people to be suspected of a firearm-related crime. Microstamps can wear down over time and not be useful. After legal purchase, a microstamped firing pin can be replaced with a firing pin that is not stamped, and the breech face can be altered to obscure the microstamp. The majority of firearm-related violence in Connecticut is committed by repeat offenders. They cannot legally purchase a firearm, but they can obtain a firearm purchased in another state that does not require microstamping. In regards to changing the age of ammunition sales, there is no need for a specific statute to raise the age of ammunition sales. There's already a law requiring a certificate to purchase ammunition. You would just need to revise the age of issuance of this certificate. And in regard to possession of body armor, there's no reason to restrict the sale and possession of body armor. There has been no data presented to indicate that people committing firearm violence use body armor. Thus, how would this restriction reduce firearm violence? In fact, there's a benefit for the public to have body armor. It can protect them from injury if they're involved in a firearm-related incident. Thus, being able to possess body armor can reduce injury and death related to firearms. And lastly, in regard to a straw purchase, which is part of Bill 6667, the legislature should have data on how often straw purchases occur in Connecticut before assuming this is a problem in Connecticut. Thank you for your attention. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us. Paul Arildson? Paul Arildson. Laura Orban,
Yes, I'm here.
go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you so much for your time. I live in Brookfield and I am testifying in support of HB 6667. A friend said to me not long ago that everyone has been affected by gun violence in some way. And it really wasn't until she said that I realized how true it was. My family is no exception. My husband's grandmother asked for a divorce and her husband shot her in her sleep and then turned the gun on himself. And so I am involved and testifying because I want a safer society for everyone. We should require all firearms to be secured and stored safely in homes, not just the ones where there are specific people in the homes. People have guests, they have pet sitters, service providers, and a whole host of reasons why someone might come in and out. So I think that safe storage is a common sense requirement. I also am in support of this bill because I think that ghost guns should be registered regardless of when they were made. I just find that there's no logic in a society that tries to increase requirements for people to register and vote in some communities, while at the same time saying that similar measures to manage gun violence in those same communities infringes on people's constitutional rights and just wouldn't work anyway. So I support this action and I support investments towards making all communities safer. Thank you to the committee for your time and for your diligent efforts on behalf of all of Connecticut.
Questions or comments from the committee? If not, thanks for being with us, ma'am.
Thank you.
Colin Denton. Colin Denton. Holly Sullivan. Holly Sullivan. Oh, okay.
All right. Hi, can you hear me? All right, very good. Dear distinguished chairman and joint members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Holly Sullivan and I'm the president of the Connecticut Citizens Defense League. Our organization proudly advocates for the rights of hundreds of thousands of law-abiding gun owners in this state and 43,000 members in our organization. Membership to CCDL is and has always been free. A previous testifier stated that she was speaking on behalf of all children in Connecticut. And I will be clear that only myself and my daughter may speak on behalf of our small family of 2. And today I am here in opposition to HB 6816. School safety is a non-negotiable in 2023. Yet we all know that all Connecticut schools still have not submitted their safety plans almost a decade following Sandy Hook. We know that only a handful of school districts have implemented the Connecticut Department of Education firearm safety curriculum. Yet we talk endlessly about getting to the root cause of gun violence without implementing the things that have already been before this very committee. The use of body armor is a means of protection and something that many of us use every day. I have with me today, this is my 4th grader's backpack. And inside, my daughter carries purple ones today, but today I took the outer space ones. This is what we're talking about. This is body armor. My daughter has it in her backpack and it keeps her safe. This is body armor. It is small. It can fit in my purse. And there's many women like myself that buy brands of purses like Asphalia that's actually manufactured with body armor panels right in the purse. And we know that despite layers of additional legislation year after year, shootings do happen, and most shootings in Connecticut by individuals who are unlawfully in possession of a firearm. And I cannot comprehend why we would want to prevent all individuals from protecting themselves from any form of violence. And while perhaps proponents of this bill did not intend to further make women and children like my daughter and I less safe, that is yet another unintended consequence of the legislation before you. And I'm also in opposition of HB 6667. And while there are components to this bill that you have heard are problematic, I will share with you a personal example. When my father passed away, my mother, newly widowed, was not comfortable having his firearm collection in her home. We took the correct steps and we called DESPP and received an authorization number for each and every one of those firearms so that I could lawfully take and possess them. The impact of one gun a month is not just sales, but all transfers, and would impact those looking to relinquish firearms to a trusted individual of a personal crisis. Our Lieutenant Governor assured the people of Connecticut in a January 27th press conference, we are not worried about the guns. So I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative, okay, all right. Little like a Christmas tree here. Let's start with folks who've not asked questions before. Representative Labriola, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have the great honor of representing the town of Southbury in the General Assembly, and Holly, thank you for coming up. We appreciate not only your advocacy on behalf of CCDL, but also your involvement in the local government in Southbury. So thank you for all that you do. I guess my only question would be, did you want to continue your testimony?
Representative Labriola, I know you haven't been with us most of the day, but we're actually asking specific questions on the bill today in order to keep moving in fairness to the others. So if you have specific questions on the bill, feel free, but we're not allowing the go on for the next half hour and talk about what you want to talk about question today.
What other point did you want to make regarding House Bill 6667?
I just wanted to really underscore that it has unintended consequences. And I would implore that the committee begin a genuine dialogue with the actual people who own and possess not just firearms, but all defensive tools. We truly are the subject matter experts on how we use them and the reality of how life will be impacted by the laws that you're seeking to pass.
Thank you, Holly. Thank you, Mr.
Representative Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming up today and testifying. I just was wondering if you could get into a little bit about this body armor, because I wasn't aware that this was really available, and I've been involved in this type of business for years and years. So can you enlighten me a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
So for those of us that are kind of attuned to self-awareness and what's going on around you, it is something that many of us choose to own on a regular basis. My family, my daughter and I, we use them daily. In the state of Connecticut, it would have to be a face-to-face purchase. So that person that's selling it to you actually, you don't order it on the internet. You purchase it in person, or you can purchase it out of state and bring it back. And it's a safety device. Why would we not want to allow our children, whether it's walking down the street or in our schools, why would we not want to give them that layer of protection, particularly when crime in general is on the increase?
I certainly couldn't agree with you more. Thank you for coming out. It's always nice to see you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being. Seeing none, thanks for being with us. Charles Allen.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Legislative Committee, Judicial Committee, I'm here to speak out adamantly against House Bill 6667 and House Bill 6816 and for House Bill 6834. My name is Charles Allen. I'm nobody from East Granby, Connecticut. At the ripe old age of 63, I'm disappointed that once again, we're considering legislation that negatively affects law-abiding citizens. Allowing us to speak is not the same as listening to us speak. Connecticut residents have spoken. We've reached the highest level of gun sales in Connecticut history. You have to ask yourselves why. What we know is that we have some real problems in Connecticut. We have funding for mental health, fentanyl addiction, distracted and drunken driving. These are all real things that Connecticut residents are concerned about. If we look at other issues, bump stocks, arm braces, and red flag laws, these are all in danger because of constitutional challenges. You have a responsibility to address the real problems in Connecticut. And if I still have 30 seconds, I was asked by Everton from the Britain to please ask you to consider that the people living in our inner cities don't always have an immediate response from police they're often forced to be their own first line of defense. And he asked me to ask you to please consider his feelings and his thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate being with us. Tara Volpe.
Hi. Distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Tara Volpe. I am the Outreach Director for CAGV. I've also been a resident of Connecticut for 20 years and testifying in support of the governor's bill, HB 6667. Middle school graduation, 5 summer vacations, the birth of 1 nephew and 2 nieces, freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior year, a first date, learning to drive. These are all some of the things that Clinton Howell will never experience because, as you heard earlier, at the age of 12, Clinton was shot and killed while sitting on the front steps of his home in Bridgeport. His brother Jamel has given me permission to talk about Clinton in my testimony today. Clinton was a straight A student, never caused any trouble, was the apple of his mother's eye. And Clinton was killed by a stolen firearm. It is for Clinton and many others that I support no exception, safe storage for firearms. According to the Department of Justice, 90% of those incarcerated in state and federal prison who had possessed or used firearms during their offense did not obtain those firearms through legal purchase. In Connecticut from 2012 to 2017, more than 3,700 firearms were stolen from individuals. Safe storage of firearms is a reasonable expectation of gun owners. This practice reduces the possibility of theft and keeps people, especially those in Black and brown communities where these guns often end up, safer. I also support updating the ghost gun ban. It's impossible for law enforcement to determine if a ghost gun was purchased or assembled before 2019 because they are unserialized. This creates an enforcement issue for law enforcement. Bringing the state's definition of firearms in alignment with the Department of Justice's new rule supports our law enforcement professionals because it eliminates confusion. And finally, I support investment in community violence intervention programs in Connecticut with state dollars. This invisible work is saving lives across Connecticut cities. The people doing this work are sometimes in very dangerous situations and they're being paid too little, often no more than $25,000 a year. This is specialized work that very few people can do. They deserve better. Additionally, ongoing state funding ensures that these organizations are sustainable and can expand their work. Respectfully, I feel strongly that if community gun violence impacted municipalities like Greenwich and Fairfield the way it impacts Hartford and Bridgeport, this funding and a serious statewide plan would have been provided long ago. During COVID, we saw how the state mobilized to save lives. We need to start responding to the slow mass killing of our Black brothers and sisters, Black and brown brothers, sisters, and neighbors in the same way. I strongly support all the provisions of HB 6667 and ask you vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Vitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. Is CAGV, are you speaking on behalf of them?
So I work for CAGV. I'm here with CAGV, but I am also here speaking as a citizen of Connecticut.
You're an employee there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it one of the larger gun control organizations in Connecticut?
So I'm going to defer to my boss, who really would know the details about all of the other gun organizations in Connecticut. He would be the best person to ask.
Your boss is who?
Jeremy Stein.
Okay. Okay.
Representative, you have specific questions on the bill. Let's get to those. I think you know who CAGV is. Let's get to the bill.
Okay, I will. This bill, you testified that you're in favor of funding the funding portion that's in the governor's bill, right?
Yes.
Okay, and CAGV is likely to receive some of that money?
Nope. No, we are not a service provider. So
Sorry, you're not a what?
we are not a service provider. We do not provide, we do not do on the street direct service work with people who live in impacted communities. It's a different kind of work than what we do. So no,
So-
we would not be receiving any of this money.
So who do you envision will get this money?
Organizations like Compass Peace Builders, Street Safe, these are organizations that do work in gun violence prevention and intervention.
Okay, which CAGV does not do any of that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments on the bill? Questions or comments on the bill? If not, thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much.
Thomas Bernier. Thomas Bernier. John Powers.
Thank you for my time. My name is John Powers. I'm from Milford. I'm a husband, father, longtime gun owner, and a competitive shooter. I'm here to support HB 6817 and oppose HB 6667 and 6816. These bills are punitive against lawful gun owners of Connecticut and our constitutionally protected rights. I feel HB 6667 and 6816 are an attack on legal gun owners. As a licensed gun owner, I shouldn't be limited to one purchase or transfer a month. I have sold one firearm to buy a different one on the same day. Since I'm licensed to have, since I'm licensed and have gone through all of my background checks in multiple states, why do I need a 10-day waiting period on firearms? I also disagree with banning carrying of firearms where alcohol is served. It's just another way to restrict the rights of legal gun owners. I don't think the government has the right to tell me that I have to look up my firearm, lock up my firearm while I'm in my own house. I do like how HB 6817 encourages people to buy a safe and receive a tax credit. Although they're not foolproof, I had a safe fail on me. What is an assault weapon? An assault weapon is a made-up name to help vilify a firearm and make it seem way more scary to people. That way it's easier to ban. The word assault is a verb. If I assaulted someone with a golf club, would that make it an assault weapon since I use the club as a weapon? With that said, adding 22 rimfire rifles to this list is ridiculous. The 22 rimfire is a great low-cost firearm to purchase, use, teach, or compete with. It is the main firearm that me and my family use at competitions, and this bill would deem it to be illegal. Stop punishing lawful gun owners for crimes of others. Gun control groups and politicians love getting in front of cameras after a situation happens to push their agenda by blaming a piece of plastic and metal instead of looking at the real problems. They should be looking at mental health, criminals, and gang violence instead of blaming the guns. I am against the unlawful use of firearms offensively and aggressively by criminals as much as the next person. But I also know that the world is a dangerous place. Life is difficult. People are unpredictable and criminals don't obey laws. These bills only serve to punish good law-abiding citizens and good law-abiding gun owners. It would do nothing to stop violent crime. Let those who commit the violent acts pay for their evil deeds, not good citizens who have done nothing wrong. Thank you for my time, and I'm open for questions.
Questions or comments from the committee? Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony today. What were the circumstances that your gun safe failed?
It was a biometric safe that was in my nightstand. We were woken in the middle of the night by some weird noises. I said to my wife, "Did you hear that?" We heard a noise again. I went over, punched in my code, it didn't open. Punched it again, it didn't open. I had to go find the key, which is a backup for the one I have. I was able to unlock the safe at that point, load my firearm, and check the house. Luckily, something had just fallen off the wall. So luckily, there was no one breaking in that I needed to use my firearm.
Is that a common issue with biometric safes?
I'm not an expert on that. I unfortunately don't know. When I talked to the company, the battery didn't have enough power in it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? If not, thanks for being with us, sir.
Thank you.
David Pusino.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is David Pacino. I'm the Deputy Chief Counsel with Giffords Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence, which is the legal arm of the gun violence prevention organization founded by former Congresswoman and gun violence survivor Gabby Giffords. I'm primarily here today to testify before the committee in support of HB 6667, but first I want to start with a comment about body armor. One day in May of last year, a man donned some body armor. He posted online about his plans for the day, and then he left to go to a grocery store. At that grocery store, he took out a rifle and he murdered 10 people. The first of those people he murdered was Aaron Salter Jr., who was employed as a security guard at the grocery store. Mr. Salter confronted the shooter. He fired on the shooter, but the shooter was wearing body armor. The shooter was carrying a high-powered rifle, and he killed Mr. Salter, and then he killed 9 other people. So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about body armor. We're talking about something that turns a person who has offensive acts in mind, who intends to do harm to others, the ability to do that despite being confronted, in this case, by an armed security guard. And I think that's important that we keep that in mind. Now I want to highlight in HB 667 a few things that I think are particularly important for the issue of gun trafficking, which is central to the nexus with gun violence. We often talk about guns being trafficked from out of state into Connecticut, the Iron Pipeline. And it's true the majority of guns come from outside Connecticut, but the largest supplier of crime guns in Connecticut is Connecticut. So we need to talk about interstate gun trafficking, and we need to do more to stop it. And there are 3 ways that this bill will do that. It will address the sourcing of guns through straw purchases, the sourcing of guns through theft, and the sourcing of guns through ghost guns. The prohibition on bulk purchase of firearms requiring a simple 1 gun a month purchasing requirement will make it much more difficult for gun traffickers to source their guns through straw purchasers. And what we've seen in states that have enacted this policy is that the number of trafficked guns goes down, the number of crime guns goes down. And that's because we know that a gun that was purchased in bulk is much more likely than a gun that was purchased one-off to be used in crime. Second, the prohibitions, or excuse me, the expansion of the safe storage requirements will reduce the likelihood of theft of firearms from homes. And as well as the dealer licensing requirements will strengthen dealer procedures, because we know that a major vector for gun theft is from gun dealers. And finally, strengthening the ghost gun law will take important steps to make sure that law enforcement has the full ability to prosecute these crimes, because as we know, ghost guns are not stamped with the date that they were manufactured. So in order to fully be able to bring forward logistical cases here, we need to have this expansion to simply require registration of those guns that are subject to the legacy provision. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify before you today.
Thank you. Questions from the committee, Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, sir. In what capacity do you come to us here today?
I come representing Giffords.
Excuse me?
I represent Giffords.
Giffords. And where's Giffords out of?
Giffords is a national gun violence prevention organization. I myself am located in New York, but I was a longtime resident of Connecticut. I grew up in Harford County.
Okay, and you testified that bulk purchases, there's a direct correlation to illegal guns in cities. Did I hear you correctly there?
Yeah, that's correct. So as many as a quarter of all handguns that are recovered in connection with a crime were originally part of a bulk purchase. And a handgun that was purchased as part of a bulk purchase is 64% more likely to be used in crime than one that wasn't. Okay, and we've also seen in states that limit bulk purchases that there are reductions in crime guns that follow.
Okay, and when you characterize bulk purchase, what is your definition of a bulk purchase?
The bulk purchase as defined here is more than 1 gun purchased in a single transaction.
Okay, so you're saying that a quarter of what of these, let's say 2 or more purchases end up with bad things happening? Yeah, so if you look at the universe of guns that are recovered in connection with crime, so law enforcement is seizing this gun because it was involved in crime, you will find that a quarter of those handguns that are seized in that circumstance were purchased initially in a bulk purchase. So a very substantial number. And also that the risk is much higher. So if you're looking at the full universe of handguns that are recovered as crime guns, 64% more likely for that gun purchased as a part of a bulk purchase to be within that set. And where did you get those Connecticut statistics from?
So those are not Connecticut specific statistics, but this is research from the Journal of the American Medical Association, as well as from the National Institute of Justice. And I'd be happy to share those studies with you.
No, while I sometimes aspire to be in Congress, it's irrelevant to me. So do you have any data making this connection with Connecticut?
So with respect to the study that has shown that the reduction in bulk purchases leads to a reduction in crime guns, of course, that can't be Connecticut specific because Connecticut hasn't enacted this policy. And frankly, Connecticut is behind its peer states in that regard. With respect to those, I'm not aware of a study that looks specifically at the origin of Connecticut guns with respect to bulk purchases. I don't know that has been researched, but I don't think there's any reason to believe that these national studies don't apply applicably to Connecticut as well.
Okay, but you said that Connecticut has not adopted this policy, but Connecticut has adopted a policy, yet we allow an individual to go in a gun store. I mean, I've done it and bought more than one gun. Right. So you're saying that although that happens, that you don't have any data, Connecticut specific, having to do with any correlation to those transactions and illegal guns being in our community.
So just two different categories of studies here. And sorry, I misunderstood your question initially. One category of studies I'm talking about are circumstances where you look at guns that were purchased as part of a bulk purchase and what happened, what % of them were involved in crime guns. Now, those statistics are something that you could gather for Connecticut, though I don't believe that has been done. The second category are looking at states that have enacted this policy that limit bulk sales. Specifically, a study of Virginia, after it enacted such a policy, found that there was a reduction in the number of crime guns that followed.
Okay, so how can one ascertain if I bought 4 guns over a 4-month period, or I bought 4 guns, let's say today, how do you claim Virginia was able to link that up?
So the Virginia study was of the other category, but in that first category of cases where you're studying the bulk purchases of firearms and their likelihood to be used in crime, because you're going to be filling out the form 4473, you're going to have a data set reflecting the purchasing of guns. You're going to have that date of the purchase available. So that information set lives in the world.
Okay, thank you. Just shifting on to the ghost guns, you understand that a prohibited person in Connecticut in possession of a firearm, whether it has a serial number or not, is already unlawful.
Yes.
Okay, so what is the reasoning? You said that this ghost gun change would reduce bad firearms in the stream of commerce, was what you said. How?
I'm not sure that I used those exact words, but let's say you're a law enforcement officer and you've encountered somebody in possession of a ghost gun. Now, this could be part of a broader ghost gun trafficking ring or not. But you're encountered somebody who's in possession of a ghost gun. Under Connecticut law, if that gun was manufactured after 2019, that person is committing a crime. However, if you're charged with prosecuting that case, you now have the responsibility of saying what year was that gun manufactured? And because it's not readily apparent from the gun itself, that becomes a very substantial hurdle for a prosecutor to go forward. So essentially what the existing law does is it's a loophole that allows for certain people who have criminal possession of a ghost gun, they're legally not allowed to do it. It's prohibited under Connecticut law, but they're able to potentially get away with it, or at least make a harder time of their prosecution because they can simply claim that they purchased it before, they manufactured it before 2019. And so what 6667 would do is simply have those people step forward and say, I have this gun. So then if subsequently they're found by law enforcement to be in possession with it, they can't make this bad faith claim and saying, oh, it's actually from 2019 when it really wasn't.
Okay, but I'm trying to, so you want to strengthen the mere possessory aspect, because in the scenario that you just gave me, the firearm was not used against anyone else, because otherwise it would be potentially murder, illegal discharge of a firearm, those kinds of things. So you are more going after the mere possession, even though the implement was never used. Is that
the illegal criminal possession?
Well, illegal criminal possession, person's already, it doesn't matter whether it has a serial number or not.
It does. Under Connecticut law, if the gun was manufactured after 2019, then they're required to get it serialized.
No, but whatever. All right, thank you. Thank you
Further
for coming.
questions or comments for this witness, Representative Howard?
Thank you. And thank you, Attorney Pacino. I hope I said that right, for being here. Are you familiar with Connecticut laws regarding firearms, specifically what one has to do to legally purchase a firearm in this state, and also how our registry works?
I have some familiarity, yes.
You have familiarity. Okay. So knowing that in order to go in, and I'm going to ask you questions specifically around the straw purchases or the bulk purchases, to use our terminology. If we know that individuals to walk into a gun store in this state have to go through this rigorous background check first, and they have that sort of pedigree with them. And then if I also tell you that in the last 9 years, 76 people have been arrested in this state for illegally transferring a firearm to a prohibited person, which would be those straw purchases. And of those 76 arrests, 73 of them have been nollied or dismissed. How can I reconcile to the law-abiding citizens in Connecticut? We're going to put you through this rigorous process to make sure you're a responsible gun owner. And once you're done with it, then we're going to limit your right to buy firearms when you want to down to 1 a month, even though we're not going to prosecute the people who do this illegally. How do I reconcile that with citizens in this state?
Well, thank you for the question. I think it's an important one. I'll say in the first instance, to the second part of your question, I do think that straw purchasers should be prosecuted. I think that it's a very important thing, and I think that people should be held accountable to the full extent of the law. So I'm in full agreement with you there. Regarding those folks that you're characterizing who have gone through the licensing process, what I'll say is that for the straw purchaser, if you're recruiting a straw purchaser as a gun trafficker, you want somebody with a clean record. You want somebody who's going to be able to go in, and that could be in any state. That could be in Connecticut, where we have a strong licensing law. It could be any state where there's a background check, which is of course every state if you're buying from a licensed dealer, because you need to have somebody with a clean record to go in there and make the purchase, to be able to pass the background check. So the straw purchasers are recruited from the pool of people who are not prohibited. They're recruited from the pool of people who are legally able to purchase firearms. I understand that there might be some circumstances in which an individual wants to buy more than one gun in a 1 month period. But I think it's a question of weighing that interest against the interest in preventing gun trafficking. And I think it is a small burden on the purchaser and is a substantial benefit to addressing gun trafficking.
Thank you. And my second and final question is this. In our state, when you purchase a firearm from a dealer, that dealer contacts, in our case, it's a special licensing and firearms unit of the state police. And that registry happens. It's behind, but it happens. And then we also funded last year in this state, the statewide gun trafficking task force, which is a division of the state police. So as you're aware, the state police has access to the state police's own records. So again, when we tell law-abiding citizens that we're charging them all this money for permitting to, over $400 to execute their to use their constitutional rights, and then we're taking that money, we're funding this trafficking task force. So in theory, they should be able to know, well, Greg Howard's buying, 7-8 guns at a clip every couple of weeks. Maybe we should just launch an investigation. But instead of having them do that, we're just going to tell people they can't buy more than 1 gun a month. How do you reconcile that?
Well, I would say that the data that we have shows that those bulk purchases are the highest risk. And while it is, of course, very possible that law enforcement is able to identify trafficking patterns and disrupt them, they've got a lot of work to do, and this is a very high risk circumstance, and it's something that we can do to greatly reduce the risk of gun trafficking. And so we can do that on the front end instead of relying on law enforcement to catch every potential instance, which is a tall order. And obviously no one's perfect. And so while we can have really fantastic law enforcement officers, folks in the task force doing this work, we make their job harder when we allow for high risk transactions like this to go through instead of easier. And I think it should be easier.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments, Representative Trubisky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. If I already have a gun, I've already got like a pistol. I've already gone through the whole process of getting a local permit, then going through the additional process of getting a state permit. And it's taken me, let's say, 6 months. So I now have my permit in my hand. What is the benefit of making me And I already have a firearm. I've already gone and bought one. And I have it and I've had it for years. What's the benefit of making me wait 10 days to buy a second one?
I think that there are a couple of different benefits. I've been speaking largely this evening about trafficking. So I'll note that building in the 10-day waiting period is a potential opportunity to disrupt the straw purchase or transaction, because the individual who is walking into the gun dealer to buy the gun to then hand off to the trafficker isn't able to walk out with it. And we know that oftentimes these kinds of straw purchasing transactions happen. Somebody will walk into a gun dealer, hand it off in the parking lot to the trafficker. It's sometimes these are long-term relationships, but often they're very short relationships in which the transaction happens very quickly. So that's one item. The second item is that while that specific fact pattern that I think you've laid out, you've suggested that the individual is already in possession of a gun, I would note that there's a large variety of potential uses and capabilities of weapons. If somebody is, for example, bent on committing an act of violence in an impulsive way, they might want a weapon with higher offensive capabilities in order to carry it out. So that's a circumstance where that could be helpful. So I think that those are the two main points. But I think the broader point I would make about why this law is so important is because of the problem of suicide as a vector for gun violence. So I'll give you a scenario. Somebody is experiencing suicidal thoughts, and they've had a gun in their possession. They are worried, though, that they might do something horrible with it. And so in a moment of clarity, they give it to a loved one for safekeeping. They surrender to law enforcement for safekeeping. They then have a moment of crisis the following day. They don't have the firearm on hand, but they have the ability to go out and get another one. That's a scenario where you could have a tragedy result, despite the fact that that person would fit within the fact pattern that you laid out.
Do you have any evidence of any instance where either of those three scenarios took place in Connecticut?
Either of those three scenarios took place in Connecticut. Well, I don't have that offhand for you, sir. I might suggest, though, that I'm not sure that you have evidence of the fact pattern that you laid out having taken place in Connecticut.
Oh, absolutely, I do. Virtually every person in Connecticut who buys one gun and then later wants to buy a second one, under this bill, they would have to wait 10 days.
I suppose that's fair. You're correct, sir.
Moving on to body armor, you gave an example of a bad person doing bad things and wearing body armor in the process. Would you acknowledge that most people who have body armor don't commit crimes with it?
I don't have any data on that. It wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. But for folks who don't have a professional need of wearing body armor, I don't think it is a thing that should be in civilian possession for exactly the fact pattern that I laid out.
I'm sorry, you said you would be surprised that most people who buy body armor don't commit crimes?
That wouldn't surprise me, sir, that most people who buy body armor don't commit crimes, but I don't have any data on that. I'm not aware of any.
Okay. Did you see Holly Sullivan testify a person or two before you?
I did. I would note that the backpack that she noted actually wouldn't qualify as body armor under my reading of the statutory language.
Why would it not qualify if the child wore the backpack on her back, that's wearable, and it was designed to prevent penetration of projectiles? Why would that not qualify as body armor?
I believe because it was placed in the backpack rather than directly on the body, that it wouldn't fall within the statutory definition.
So if it had sleeves, it would count. If it doesn't have sleeves, it doesn't count?
That's my reading of the statutory language, yes.
Okay. Well, I think your interpretation is mistaken. Let me ask you another question.
Representative Dubitsky, we're not debating. He asked him a question. He answered it. If you don't like his answer, that's fine, but let's not.
Mr. Chairman, would you please give me a little bit of slack? I have not been abusing my ability to ask questions. I just asked the guy a question. I made a statement and I'm moving on.
I understand and I appreciate that. What I'm merely suggesting is that we not debate with the answer he gave. If you disagree, then we will have time to debate the statutory language at a later date and time. as someone who authored that section of that bill, I agree with the witness's interpretation, but you and I can have that discussion offline.
Thank you. Do you know of any, do you know when the first time ghost guns were banned in any jurisdiction in the country?
I believe that was in 2016 in California.
2016 in California. Do you know of any long-standing history and tradition of banning firearms that don't have serial numbers?
So I think I see where you're going with this one. What jurisprudence coming out of the Supreme Court's decision in Bruin, which instructs us to look to the history of gun laws. What that post-Bruin body of law is making clear is that regulations on the manner of guns that don't prohibit the overall ban on the possession of guns, those don't fall within Second Amendment protections at all. There's some authority out there to that point. So what I think is important to note there is that this law would not say you can't own a gun. It would just say if you have a gun, it has to have a serial number on it. Now, Justice Thomas, in his opinion, when he says we should look to the history, makes it clear we're not looking for one-to-one historical laws. And of course, that wouldn't be a feasible thing given developments in new technologies, given developments in social needs, given developments in government structures. What you look for is how and why a law was put into place. So you look at, if you find it a historical law, you look at what purpose it was supposed to serve and the ways in which it would restrict gun ownership. And of course, there's a long history regulating the manner and the type of guns, specific features on guns. And I don't think there's any reason to think that a prohibition on unserialized guns would run afoul of the Constitution.
Okay, are you familiar with the cases that have ruled that it is unconstitutional?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a variety of district court decisions that have come out of the Bruin decision trying to apply what is a novel constitutional standard. So I think as cases progress, as we see more appellate decisions instead of ones that are first blush from the district courts, we're going to see more solidifying about exactly what the contours of Bruin is. Now, my personal view is that a regulation that applies specifically to the commercial issues relating to guns, or that relates to the manner in which a gun is possessed, but doesn't restrict the ability to possess a gun, are going to pass constitutional muster.
Well, doesn't it constitute a prohibition on possessing a gun if the gun does not have a serial number?
No, because you could simply get it serialized.
I'm sorry?
You could simply get it serialized.
Simply get it serialized. So
yes, to have a serial number imprinted on the gun. Yes.
But is it not a prohibition on having one without a serial number?
Yeah, well, it's a prohibition on having a gun without a serial number. It's not a prohibition on having a gun. You can have the same gun, you just have to get the serial number.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? If not, thanks for being with us, sir.
Thank you.
Vanita Bahala.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Senator Winfield, Representative Safstrom, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Vanita Bala, and I live in Woodbury, Connecticut. I'm a concerned citizen who needed to speak with you on Governor's Bill HB 6667. I'm testifying in support of this critical bill, in particular to the measures to require no exception safe storage of firearms. To be clear, I believe that we have to try to reduce gun violence. Living in a town that is very close to Sandy Hook, I am acutely aware of how suddenly lives and communities can change as a result of gun violence. The thousands of gun killings since 2012 have changed me. Now, whenever I enter a new space, I assess quite clinically the layout of the room and the building. I look at where the doors and the windows are. I make notice of the stairwells and elevators. I mentally mark the closets, the side doors, and heavy furniture that I might be able to move. I plan my point of exit and my point of defense. I do this because I need to protect myself from gun violence. Our current laws are failing us. HB 6667 would require no exception secure firearm storage for all households, regardless of who lives in that house. This is important because, as the professionals and the experts tell us, a huge stream of illegal guns are actually guns stolen from homes. These stolen guns are significantly used in crime. I suspect few people could disagree with the point that a stolen gun is a gun ready to be used in a crime. We may not know if that crime is against person, property, or even oneself, but it is clear that the individual doing the thieving could not access that gun legally or easily. I have heard people say, my house, my rules. While I understand that argument, I ask this committee to look at how a decision to not secure a gun affects not just the people in the home or in that town, but us as a whole. So many of our shootings done in our cities are perpetrated by guns that are unsecured and easy to steal. The current law does not work to prevent firearm theft because it is so narrow in scope, requiring firearms secure storage in homes only when certain other individuals are residents. Don't take my word for it. You heard earlier today from Waterbury Police Chief Spagnolo and even Representative Gregory Howard about the need for this measure. I urge you, call this bill early. Avoid legislative shenanigans and dilutions to this very important piece of legislation. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? The aforementioned Representative Howard.
Yes, and I thank you, and I thank you, ma'am. I just want to clarify that I made no assertion that we need this measure. I think my assertion was that I choose to lock my guns up in my home because I have 2 children who live there. I don't know that that I made any statement that that I think that others who perhaps live alone and never have children in their home should have to make that decision. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Representative, and we will note that. And as I said, you'll have a chance to cast a vote at some point. Questions or comments from the committee? Questions or comments? Seeing none. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
James Roberts.
Distinguished panel, thank you for listening to me. I'm James A. Roberts, reside in Higginham, Connecticut. I'm going to talk on 3 of the bills. First one, HB 6817, I support. I am writing to strongly encourage your support, HB 6817, the act concerning an individual's right to own, possess, or carry a firearm. I feel this is not just for celebrities, politicians, or for those that have private protection, but for all the people, rich and the poor. Second bill, HB 6816, I oppose. I am writing strongly to oppose HB 6816, an act containing micro-stamping enabled pistols, increasing age to purchase ammo, and restricting the sale and possession of body armor. I completely disagree that tracking, tracing, micro-stamping firearms and ammo would not make any difference in decreasing violence with firearms. I also oppose increasing age to purchase ammo. In addition, I also oppose any restriction on body armor preventing parents or grandparents to purchase body armor or ballistic panels for their children's backpacks. Last bill, HB 6667, I oppose. I am writing to strongly oppose HB 6667, the Governor's Act addressing gun violence. Crime will only get worse before it gets better. If we really want to see a reduction in crime, we must hold the judicial system responsible. Elected legislators, lawmakers, judges, and prosecutors have given criminals free rein and releasing them to the streets. Criminals know the system is soft, so those committing the crimes need to know there are repercussions to their actions. The police are out doing their jobs to the best of their abilities. It is time for the judicial system to do their job, and only then will there be a reduction in crime. Something I would like to see is mandatory jail time for crimes committed with a gun. I think everybody in this room would be along with that. No plea bargaining whatsoever. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? If not, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Stavros Natsopoulos. Stavros Natsopoulos. Christine Brown.
Good afternoon, I'm here. Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Christine Brown and I live in Fairfield. I'm a supporter of Connecticut Against Gun Violence and I'm a member of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. I'm here today in support of the governor's bill, HB 6667. There are many measures in this package I support, but I'm testifying today in particular on the measures to require no exceptions, secure storage of firearms, to make Connecticut's ban on ghost guns more enforceable, and to invest in community violence intervention. I grew up in a household with guns. My husband's hunted. My son learned how to shoot as a boy. I am not anti-gun, but I am strongly anti-gun violence. And as you're aware, there's a proven link between strong gun safety laws and lower rates of gun violence. I am so happy I live in Connecticut now, where we have strong gun safety laws, because I've also lived in North Carolina and Texas, both places where there were times when I was afraid that if I ticked someone off, like in traffic, for example, instead of yelling or giving me the finger, they might pull a gun on me. And that's no way to live, in fear that any perceived transgression could leave you dead with a bullet hole in the head. When I lived in Texas, one of our neighbors owned several firearms and he kept them in a gun safe. He was an avid hunter and also a dad with 3 young girls. And he talked to us more than once about gun safety and how he would never not store his guns properly. I think that's how most responsible gun owners feel. Many of those opposing this bill talk about how it takes away the rights of law-abiding citizens. They also suggest that instead of requiring them to store their guns safely, the government should be going after criminals. Well, that's exactly what this provision is designed to do, to prevent criminals from obtaining a gun illegally in the first place by stealing one that isn't secured. Requiring safe storage of firearms is what every responsible adult gun owner who doesn't want their guns to fall into the hands of criminals should want too. I'm also speaking in support of the provision to eliminate the pre-2019 exemption for ghost guns and require that all ghost guns be registered in the state. Any unserialized gun is a danger in that it's untraceable in the event of a crime. If we want to deal with the problem of criminals obtaining guns, this seems like a very reasonable, common sense solution. And finally, I strongly believe that gun violence is a public health crisis. It's been proven that investment in violence interruption programs works to stem city gun violence. I'm happy these programs are being funded, and I'd like to see that funding increase in line with the governor's proposed budget. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for working to increase public safety through stronger gun safety measures.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Questions or comments? Seeing none, thanks for being with us. James Dirth.
Here.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. My name is James Dirth. I live in Westport, and I oppose House Bill 6667, an act addressing gun violence, and House Bill 6816, an act concerning microstamping in the possession of body armor. I'm also in support of House Bill 6817. The issue with majority of these otherwise well-intended measures is that they often fall short of their mark by having little to no influence on the very communities they claim to impact. As previously discussed by those in this hearing, the overwhelming majority of firearm infractions stem from criminal offenders that become emboldened by a relaxed criminal justice system and continue to violate without fear of punishment. Criminals, by definition, hold little regard for the rule of law and continue to violate, no matter how many new regulations are put in place. Strictly enforcing the laws that already exist would reinforce Connecticut's stance on violence involving guns. This approach would keep dangerous members of society off streets and away from at-risk and the impressionable. Another issue with a number of the proposed laws is the pay-to-play aspect, setting financial boundaries between Connecticut residents and lawful ownership of firearms. Whether it be additional training or taking time off of work, the costs surrounding firearm ownerships will increase. A person's financial standing should not preclude them from legally obtaining a firearm. Said plainly, these proposed laws don't actually affect the criminals committing the crime. They affect law-abiding citizens. The proposed law is currently formulated to punish law-abiding gun owners and have little effect on the criminals, thereby doing nothing to reduce violence involving guns. Thank you for hearing my testimony this evening.
Questions or comments from the committee? Thanks for being with us, sir.
Thank you.
Christina Quaranta. Christina Quaranta. Brandon Felder. Brandon Felder. Jason Sears. Jason Sears. Christopher DeBella.
I'm here.
Okay,
Can you
go ahead.
guys see me?
Your screen is black, but we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Judiciary Committee. My name's Christopher DeBella. I am owner of Tobacco Valley Gun in East Windsor, Connecticut. Last year, I was also here doing the same thing. Obviously, I oppose Bill 6816 and 6667 and support HB 6817. The biggest problem I see here is obviously as a business owner and an FFL holder, a lot of these laws that you guys are trying to pass, we already have in place through federal law. When it comes to the one gun a month thing, you are heavily hurting my business. One thing that we focus a lot on is making sure that straw purchase sales do not happen. And that is something that we actually made the Journal Inquirer for stopping straw sales. One gun a month does not stop any type of straw platform at all. The fact of the matter is that I am losing interpersonal relationships with my customers because now they have to think about what they want to do and how they want to purchase. The other thing too is when it comes to licensing and things like that, every person in this state has to have a pistol permit or a long gun certificate to buy a firearm. That knocks out a lot of the illegal gun trafficking that happens. For the most part, when I'm hearing most of the anti-gun stuff that was spoken today, obviously I respect the fact that they are here. The fact of the matter is that factually, they have no evidence to back up their claims. And coming from a respectable point of view, I would love to sit down with some of these anti-gun communities and just have a conversation. And last year and including this year, I've also talked about meeting with different legislative members and anti-gun communities to try to work out a common sense gun law, came up with something pretty decent, and no one has reached out just to have a conversation. I'm not going to sit here and beat a dead horse on everything that's been talked about earlier, but the fact of the matter is I have an FFL, I deal with the public. We're a very tight-knit operation that work locally with state and ATF and obviously local police departments alike. And, you know, the problem is these laws that you guys are trying to pass only hurt us FFL holders. We are your main line of defense to prevent guns from getting on the street. We deal with ATF on gun traces and things like that, things like micro stamping. If the gun is stolen and used in a crime and the gun is reported stolen, at the end of the day, the gun was still stolen, it's still reported, it was still used in a crime. The fact of the matter is.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, sorry.
That was your 3 minutes. No worries. I understand on the remote, it's hard to hear the bell. So questions or comments, Representative Jablonski?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in and testifying. Now you are a retail gun dealer, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what kind of licenses do you have with regard to your business?
So I obviously have a sales and use through the state. I have a federal 07 manufacturer's license, which allows me to manufacture firearms. And it also allows me to sell firearms to the public. And we also have a state license for the sale and use, for the sale of handguns that has to be signed off by our chief police every few years and okayed by the state. So in some of these laws here, we kind of already have that extra state permit required to do this.
Okay, have you looked at the provisions of the bill that require a state and local permit?
Yes, it's redundant because we already have a state license that we have to obtain to sell pistols and revolvers. We have a federal license, which obviously we're, governed by the ATF. They come in and do inspections as they should. And so I don't see any point for another state permit when we already have one state permit plus a federal permit.
Is it your understanding that this would be an additional permit on top of the state permit that you already have?
Yes.
Okay. What is your understanding of what type of oversight the state would have with regard to your business?
So my biggest thing with this whole issue is the fact that we already work with the state police. We have a good relationship with them. We have a good relationship with local police departments. Even when it comes to multiple handgun sales too, as we've talked about with the 1 gun a month and with regulations, there is something called the multiple handgun report that by federal law, we have to report multiple handgun sales. And the ATF actively looks into this. So if someone, let's say, who isn't employed buys multiple handguns from us, the ATF will go to their house and visit. And if they don't have the possession of those firearms, they get arrested. This whole other state permit, the fact that they can pull my license for any reason is basically affecting my business. Like I said, we work, all the time with these agencies. They're good people. They're just doing a job. But if we get someone who doesn't like us for some reason and they decide to scrutinize us for something that we're not potentially doing it wrong, I don't see why someone should be able to have the right to pull my license. The fact of the matter is getting an FFL is not an easy thing. I am a retail establishment. For the record, we have barred windows. We have a security system that backtracks for 6 months. We have a roll down door with bullet resistant locks. We also do inventory every 2 months to make sure that if we are missing any firearms, we can report them. And by the way, we've been in business 9 years total, and we have 0 guns that have gone missing. We keep all of our cabinets locked. I mean, we have these measures in place to prevent stolen guns. The other thing too is when it comes to securing firearms, every gun that we sell, we are required by federal law to give out a lock to secure that firearm. Most people that walk through the shop, they're spending thousands of dollars on these firearms. They have safes or lock boxes. I can't speak for 100% of the population, but I can tell you right now, every gun that we sell here, we give out a lock to secure that firearm. And we sell tons of little safes, and we recommend other places locally that sell safes. This is a common practice in the business.
Well, thank you very much. I very much appreciate you coming in. Thank
Further
you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments? If not, thanks for being with us, sir. Vanessa Pence. Vanessa Pence. Allison Shi.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Allison Shi, and I serve as counsel at Everytown for Gun Safety, where I'm responsible for supporting state legislative efforts in Connecticut. Thank you for allowing me to testify today in support of HB 6667 and HB 6816. I want to focus my remarks and urge you to support HB 6816, and in particular, the provisions which will eventually require all new semi-automatic pistols sold in Connecticut to be equipped with microstamping technology. I want to start with why this is important. Microstamping is a simple, proven, inexpensive technology that would help police solve crimes by making it easy for them to connect the shell casings found at crime scenes directly to the pistol that fired them. By failing to integrate microstamping technology as a standard feature in semi-automatic pistols, despite admitting in court filings that it is feasible to do so, the gun industry is denying law enforcement a critical new tool it needs to solve more gun crimes, give closure to victims and communities, and bring those who commit gun crimes to justice. When a gun is not physically recovered at a crime scene, law enforcement's best hope of identifying the weapon and identifying suspects responsible for the crime is to trace the shell casings recovered from the scene. Without microstamping technology, law enforcement must rely on outdated ballistics examination and matching tools. These existing technologies have proven woefully inadequate. Investigators receive successful traces from bullet and cartridge evidence entered into NIBIN, the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network, only 1.5% of the time. The lack of actionable evidence is partly responsible for the woefully low clearance rates for shootings and firearm homicides. Ultimately, this hinders law enforcement officers' efforts to identify and bring those who commit violent crimes to justice. This bill would dramatically change that, making Connecticut a national leader in bringing this technology to market and in providing this critical new tool to law enforcement to help them solve gun crimes, prevent future acts of violence, and identify and apprehend gun traffickers. This bill is written to create market pressure that would encourage the gun industry to incorporate the technology into its newly manufactured semi-automatic pistols before they're shipped to firearm dealers or purchasers in Connecticut. However, if the industry continues their years-long blockade of this and other common sense safety features and refuses to incorporate the technology, the bill would create alternative methods for dealers or gunsmiths to ensure that these pistols are microstamped enabled before they're sold in the state. The bill would establish a system for firearm dealers, gunsmiths, and other private entities to obtain a license to create and service microstamping enabled pistols and components. It would also ensure that the Connecticut State Police is prepared to help integrate this crime-solving technology into semi-automatic pistols sold in Connecticut, either directly or in partnership with private companies who are standing at the ready to provide the service. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, ma'am, or it's almost evening. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming here. I'm trying to figure out, in what capacity do you come to us here today? I think you said something about counsel.
I'm counsel at Everytown for gun safety.
Okay, so you're a lawyer and you're licensed in Connecticut?
No, I'm licensed in New York.
Okay. I can't do that. Okay, yeah, I'll be. So you said that this technology is proven. Where is this technology being used?
So the technology is proven because there have been studies on it, and 90% of the time that that from ballistics analysis, you can identify and match the microstamped shell casings with the serial number on the firearm, even after thousands and thousands of rounds are fired.
Okay, so my question was, where has this technology been employed and used? Where in the world?
So right now there's an industry blockade. They've admitted that they can manufacture semi-automatic pistols with this integrated, but they have not yet. So private companies have sprung up and begun to do this, and there have been studies done on the technology to see if it's feasible and if it's reliable, and indeed it is.
Okay, so when you say it's been proven, it's never been used in any law enforcement investigation, correct?
Correct. There are peer-reviewed studies that show that this is reliable and that this is feasible and that this works.
Okay, you also, have you ever been involved in the investigation of a shooting incident?
So I don't work in law enforcement personally. I'm married to somebody who does, but I'm relatively familiar with the process.
So you also came to us and you testified that the best hope for law enforcement is to trace the shell casing. By what do you bring that to us?
So when the firearm is not recovered at the scene, often the best evidence that law enforcement has to go on are the shell casings that are there on the scene. But as I testified to, NIBIN analyzes them, but so few actually produce a match. But if microstamping were employed, 90% of the time, they'd be able to match the shell casing with the serial number. And even in those cases where you can't perfectly match the shell casing with the serial number, they'd be able to dramatically reduce the potential firearms that the bullet was fired from.
So you said that's the best way to tell. I mean, currently, I've been involved in ballistics testing and, all of that, microscopes and lands and grooves and all that stuff. That presently goes on. So why, when a projectile is found in a wall, in a body part, you're able to tell what caliber it was. Why do you come to us and say that that's, I guess, not as good evidence as the shell casing?
Well, that won't tell you the specific firearm that fired the bullet, right? But the shell casing, because it will be microstamped and you can see on it and it can match to the serial number, you'll be able to know exactly the gun that fired the bullet. Can't do that now.
Can you point me to one of these reports that you're relying upon that claims that there's been thousands of rounds run through a firearm that was microstamped?
Yeah, I can email you the citation to the peer-reviewed study, no problem.
Can you give that to me now, or are you gonna?
I'll pull it up. If you give me like a minute, I can look on my computer, but I don't want to waste the time of the committee when I can just send you.
Ma'am, you can feel free to submit it to the committee after the fact. Do you have?
That's fair. No, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, Representative Howard, briefly?
Yes, it'll be brief in one question. Ma'am, we've heard significant testimony today, and I'm in full agreement that most of the crimes in this state committed with guns are committed by guns that are possessed illegally, most of which are stolen. We've heard a lot of testimony about that today. So if I stipulate to you that the microstamping did work and the casing, I happen to be married to somebody who's married to someone in law enforcement. You follow that bouncing ball for fun. It's a little levity here. If I go to a crime scene and I find a casing that is microstamped and I can match it to a serial number of a gun and say it's perfectly clear, the high likelihood that gun is not registered to somebody legally and has already been stolen, how does that help me solve the crime of getting back to, because certainly like the caliber, I would know that anyway from the casing, but how does that get me back to the person that was holding the gun?
So you probably know better than I do because of your experience investigating crimes, but often what law enforcement does is link multiple crimes, right? So you might find shell casings at the same shell casing from the same crime gun at multiple shootings, which is really great evidence, right? And then also, if this gun has been stolen from a legal owner, that's now reported stolen, we know that wherever it was stolen from, whether it's the home or their car, that's also a crime scene. And that also helps investigators figure out the chain of custody of where this crime gun went through the system and where it ended up. So this is really, really critical tool that we should not be denying law enforcement.
I appreciate your answer. I would just say back to you that we can match casings from crime scene to crime scene now because of the striations that the breech face causes on the casing, and also the primer, the firing pin makes a mark on the primer. We can do that now, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative Dubinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. Hasn't California had a law for quite a while requiring this?
Yeah, their law is designed differently from New York's and from the way this is conceived. Their law is designed that all newly designed semi-automatic pistols would have to incorporate microstamping technology. But because it's not very common for the designs to be like reimagined, the industry has been able to continue its blockade and not incorporate the technology. But this law functions a little bit differently because it provides for if the industry doesn't decide to integrate the technology into the manufacture of their firearms, that there are these alternative methods through the private market, through dealers, through gunsmiths, or through existing entities. You heard from one of the CEOs of one of the private entities that could do this tomorrow, allows for them to step in and retrofit the pistols, and then they can be sold to people in Connecticut.
So California's had this law for approximately 15 years, is that correct?
It hasn't had this law, it had a different version that's not as effective because it doesn't contemplate these or doesn't require these other alternative methods of microstamping to exist. So this creates the market pressure necessary to ensure that all semi-automatic pistols that are sold in Connecticut eventually are equipped with this technology. California's law is not designed as well.
In California, it's all new models, right?
Newly designed models, not newly manufactured models.
And do you think that there's not been any newly designed or manufactured models in the last 15 years?
There have been, they have not been selling them in California because of the law, but this is designed, this law is designed, or this bill is designed differently from California, so it wouldn't function in this.
And we've already said that no state has implemented this, although there have been some states that passed the law. Could the proponents of this type of bill not find a single manufacturer willing to incorporate this technology if it worked?
Even if they don't, it doesn't matter, because you've already heard from somebody who runs a private entity that is standing at the ready to post-manufacture equip the new semi-automatic pistol sold in Connecticut with this technology before somebody is transferred and purchases the firearm at a deal.
There isn't a single manufacturer out there who is willing to put this technology in place.
There may be, and the ideal is they do that tomorrow, and that these alternative methods don't need to exist. But the way this bill is drafted is all of these things can coexist. There can be aftermarket options. You can do it through gunsmiths. You can do it through private entities, or the gun manufacturers themselves can incorporate it. And that would be ideal.
I'm trying to get information out of you as to why this is necessary and whether it actually works. And my questions are geared to getting that information. So you're telling me that nobody has implemented it, not a single manufacturer is using it. And although other states have put in requirements, nobody's actually using it. So doesn't that lead me to believe that it either isn't necessary or doesn't work?
I don't quite follow your difficulty following it, but California's was different. The only other state that has passed this kind of mandate is New York, and it was passed this summer. But as you can see, there are like several different triggering events in the legislation. So it's not a tomorrow every single semi-automatic pistol in Connecticut will be equipped with this, right? It is set up to allow for this to be implemented, right? So that will be implemented fully likely in the next 12 months in New York, but it was passed this summer.
Okay, who else has passed it?
That's it.
Still there?
Yes, that's it. Just California with one that, the industry has continued to blockade, and New York this summer.
When you say blockade, blockade.
So it's an industry blockade because they have admitted in court filings in California that it is feasible to integrate this technology. It's very inexpensive to integrate this technology, and yet they have not done it. So there is not a single manufacturer that is doing it. So, but for that omission of the industry itself, this wouldn't be necessary.
So so the industry as a whole has refused to implement it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And what makes you think that they will decide to implement it if Connecticut puts this bill through?
Ideally, they'll say it's much easier to do this. We know that in order to get it into the hands of consumers, it has to be equipped with this technology, so they'll just do it. That's the ideal. If not, then there are aftermarket options that are contemplated in this bill that can work alongside it.
Okay, so your belief is that if Connecticut with 3.5 million people passes the law, then they will implement, the industry will start manufacturing these firearms, where when California, with a population of 43 million people, passed the law, the industry said no.
Yeah, well, the difference in California was they didn't have the requirement or option for aftermarket private entities to come in and retrofit the manufactured firearms with the microstamping technology. This bill does that, and New York's bill does that.
Retrofit. So you're talking about going,
Representative, I'm just gonna caution that we seem to be starting to go kind of round and round on this same point.
well, she just made a new point with regard to retrofitting existing firearms, which.
No. I that's not a new point. It's retrofitting the ones that are already manufactured before they are taken possession by the consumer, by the purchaser.
Okay.
It's the same thing I've been describing. Yeah.
Okay, so if I have an old gun and I sell it to an FFL, and then he goes and sells it to somebody else, you're saying that some third-party entity's got to come in and retrofit that gun to be able to microstamp?
It would apply to new sales. I mean, there's nothing that prevents that, and that's ideal. I mean, I think a lot of lawful gun owners would want to know if their gun is used in a crime, if it were stolen, so they could do that. You can incentivize that. That's not what this bill is doing. It's new sales.
I'm not sure
of
I've
new
ever.
semi-
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? If not, thanks for being with us. All right, at this point, folks, we are actually going to take about a 5-minute recess. Unfortunately, as great as Zoom technology is to allow remote participation, there are limits to how long the system can operate. So we need to reset the tape, as you will. So we're going to take about a 5-minute recess while we update the tape.